Chapter 001 AIG 737 Universe 7, Planet Vegeta. As the sun set, Roger looked up at the red sky and was silent. "Roger, you're too careless." Behind him, the little Prince Vegeta, who was only 5 years old, laughed maniacally. Vegeta is dressed in battle armor, his red cape sways in the wind, and his plush tail swings behind him. "Afterburner!" Vegeta shouted, and the energy flame in his hand appeared. The energy light flame roared in the direction of Roger, with endless momentum. Roger turned slightly sideways. Phew! The afterburner grazed Roger's body. Vegeta took the opportunity to rush in. Bang! Roger slapped it down. With a muffled sound, Vegeta was shot directly into the ground, revealing only half of his head. Abominable! Vegeta croaked his teeth and crawled out of the earth in embarrassment, patting the dust on his body, and gasping for air. Roger ignored it, still looking up at the sky. "Humph, Roger, one day, my Vegeta will defeat you." Vegeta clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. "Don't target me." Roger glanced at Vegeta. Vegeta was stunned for a moment, as if asking why. "You'll be desperate," Roger said. Vegeta stopped talking, feeling 10,000 points hurt. There was silence for a moment. "Hey, Roger, how exactly do you practice?" Vegeta looked up at Roger and asked curiously. Roger still looked up at the sky, ignoring Vegeta. "Roger, when I become the king of planet Vegeta, I will make you a great general of the Scions, under one man, above 10,000. Be more scenery and more scenery." There was a bit of anticipation on Vegeta's immature face. "Also, how do I feel that my combat power has surpassed that of my father?" Roger didn't say anything, and there was a little sigh in his heart. There is a little helplessness. It's been 2 years. There are still 9,800 angel power, when will it be consumed? This speed is nobody's gone. In addition, soon, less than 23 hours, the planet will be destroyed. The planet and all the people on the planet will become the dust of the universe. Yes, Roger crossed. Roger did not cross into some scion or a human with the power of destroying gods, but crossed into a divine fruit on the angelic god tree. The divine fruit doesn't know how long it has been gestation. I'm afraid it's been 100,000 years, enough time for Roger to forget his previous life. Roger was finally born, and his name is still Roger. Roger originally thought that his name would cross into one piece. Roger is a little angel. Angels grow quickly after birth and become adults in the blink of an eye. When Roger was a divine fruit, he already knew that he had actually crossed into the world of Dragon Ball, and he was also an angel in the world of Dragon Ball. For this reason, Roger's heart was still excited. Angel. This is beyond the existence of a destroying god. In this universe, apart from all kings and high priests, the highest status is angels. It's just that angels who have just come of age need to go to the human world for internship. Every angel born carries a certain amount of angelic power, some more, some less. Roger's angel power is 10,000 points, a full 10 times higher than that of another angel. At first, Roger felt a burst of joy in his heart. My angel power is the highest. Is it the most powerful? Yes, it is indeed powerful, boundless powerful. As long as more than 1,000 angel powers are used, the entire universe, no, the 12 universes that are now will disappear. And Roger will also be swallowed by the powerful angelic power and his soul will be destroyed. Therefore, Roger needs to go to the human world to experience. Only by consuming all 10,000 angel power can you complete the true transformation and grow into an archangel of the God world, ignoring the fate of disappearing all angel power, and have eternal life, immortal and immortal. The archangel is also an extremely powerful being in this universe. The strength can surpass the great priest. So, how to consume these 10,000 angel power? Consuming angel power is not as simple as the crazy outbreak of angel power, so even if it is consumed, it will slowly grow back. Moreover, the outbreak cannot exceed 1000 angel powers, so that Roger will be eaten back, resulting in the destruction of the spirit. What if all the angelic power exploded? Don't think about it, don't have this crazy thought. 1000 points of the spirit is extinguished, not to mention 10 times the power of angels. Since you can't burst angel power, how can you consume angel power? According to the guidance of the great priest, Roger needed to experience in the human world. As for how to experience, understand it yourself. Saying too much has no effect. Anyway, if you want to kill yourself and burst out all the angel power, no one will stop you. It's a big deal that the whole universe is destroyed, and it is time to use the reincarnation of time and space to recover. But, you're screwed. Chapter 002. Ordinary trainee angels, as long as they consume all the angelic power, will become real angels. And Roger's angel power is too much, and it is consumed cleanly, and he is going to inherit the divine position of the Archangel. The Archangel, one more step of evolution, is full God. All God is the ruler of the entire universe and has a status that surpasses that of the entire king. Roger remembers that Myers is a trainee angel in Dragon Ball Super, and he chose the Galaxy Patrol headquarters to train, but later went crooked, and actually went to train Sun Wukong because of the Moro incident, and wanted to fight with Sun Wukong with all his strength, causing Weiss to take him away. Is it to go to the human world to comprehend good and evil? As for Myers, Roger had actually seen him on the angelic god tree, but Myers was 2 years younger than him. When Roger became an adult, he chose the planet Vegeta, transformed into a scion, and came to this planet to experience. Since you have traveled to the world of Dragon Ball, why do you have to take a trip to the planet of the scions? For 2 years, Roger has been on planet Vegeta, acting as a scion. To Roger's feeling, the scions were indeed ferocious. In other words, the concept of honoring the strong is more accurate. Scions can kill people they don't like without scruples. This is true for all people of the same ethnic group, and even more unscrupulous for foreigners. Through these years of contact with the scions, Roger has consumed 200 angel powers. The thought that he still had 9,800 angel power made Roger feel tired for a while. It's long enough. However, recently, Roger began to try to cultivate Vegeta, but found that the speed of angel power consumption has accelerated a lot. It's only been a few days, and it's already 10 points. In the past, the average month consumed less than 10 points. Roger wondered, should we work on this? As for why Vegeta followed Roger, it was also because Roger fought with Bardock 2 years ago, broke out a lost strength, and easily won. After that, 3-year-old Vegeta followed him all day, playing sneak attacks from time to time, but he was actually his own small follower. Looking at the distant sky, Roger knew that in less than 23 hours, Frieza would destroy planet Vegeta with his own hands. Just a month and a half ago, Roger sensed the breath of Beerus, and this cargo came to planet Vegeta. Of course, Beerus did not sense Roger's presence. Roger was too powerful, so powerful that Beerus couldn't even sense. After Beerus left, Frieza got busy, issuing orders to recall scions who were on mission in the field. Frieza was finally about to strike. It seems that the fate with Vegeta has basically come to an end. Hey, Roger, what are you thinking? Vegeta also looked up at the sky and couldn't help but ask. Vegeta, you and I are considered lucky, your combat effectiveness has also improved a lot recently, but unfortunately, there is not much time left for you. Go, the farther you go, the better. Roger looked away. Where to? Vegeta scratched his head. Leave planet Vegeta immediately. Roger said. Why? Vegeta was puzzled. Roger flew up and kicked Vegeta directly. Let you roll you will roll, where is there so much why? Roger ignored Vegeta and slowly returned to his village. Roger will not personally intervene to save the planet, there is no need. Destroy the planet, that's the job of Beerus. Roger knew very well that Beerus was lazy and left the job to Frisia. Roger is an angel, and an angel can't limit his gaze to a small planet. Moreover, Roger only went to the human world to experience, even if he saved planet Vegeta, he would not consume his own angelic power. Unable to consume angel power, Roger was unwilling to do it. Roger once tried to save a planet that had been overrun by Frisia, but instead of consuming 1 point of angel power, it increased by 3. It seems that some things, if deliberately changed, the power of angels will not decrease, but increase. Roger is back. Many Scions know Roger, because Roger is currently a very good warrior on planet Vegeta. Roger smiled and nodded. By the way, Bardock has also returned from outside. Bardock has been fighting outside over the years, and I heard that his combat effectiveness has improved a lot. A Scion said to Roger, remember Roger, didn't you defeat Bardock 2 years ago? I wonder if it's still not his opponent now? Roger laughed and didn't answer the frivolous question. Even if Bardock cultivates for hundreds of years, thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years, he is not his opponent. As he spoke, Roger glanced at Bardock and saw Bardock flying from a distance and landing directly opposite him. Roger. Bardock looked wary. Something. Roger's expression was flat. Chapter 003. 2 years ago, I lost to you, and this time I say I will defeat you even if I say anything. Bardock clenched his fists. Then you come on. Roger smiled. But don't worry, even the challenge is not now. On the way back, I seemed to see Frisia's spaceship, and his spaceship appeared hovering near the planet Vegeta, probably with ulterior motives. Bardock's face was a little unpleasant. Roger, you have been on planet Vegeta for the past 2 years, you should know more, right? Tell me what you think. Roger replied. I heard that Frisia is inquiring about Super Scions and Super Scion gods. I always feel a bad premonition. Bardock said quietly. Frisia is worried that Super Scions will be born among the Scions, and plans to exterminate the Scions. Roger mused. What did you say? Bardock's face was moved, looking at the Scions who kept returning, and then thinking of Roger's words, his expression became more and more heavy. It seems that action must be done sooner. That night, Roger saw Bardock take advantage of the night to secretly go to the spacecraft launch base. It didn't take long for Bardock to return with a miniature spaceship. Bardock's wife, on the other hand, was looking forward to it in a valley. Then again, you're worried about your children, it's really not like a Scion. Haimuka said with a smile. Maybe it's contagious by your innocence. Bardock was expressionless, carrying the miniature spaceship and walking forward. Wow whoa, whoa. Wow whoa. In the spaceship, there was the sound of cockroaches crying. Cockroach, stop making trouble. Haimuka said softly, and then looked at Bardock. If it is really like Bardock said, Frisia will do something to us Scion, it is better for us to escape together. It's useless, the detector will find our location quickly. Bardock shook his head and put down the spacecraft. The program is set to go to a distant planet called Earth, although there is enough food on it, but any resources have no value, so it is an inconspicuous planet. If it's just Bardock, we'll come and pick you up soon. Haimuka nodded and said softly to Cockroach in the spaceship. Remember, don't stare at the full moon for a long time. Bardock is also telling Cockroach. I'll tell Raditz about that too. Haimuka looked at Cockroach in the spaceship with a tender expression. You must survive. Bardock waved his hand. Goodbye. Haimuka held back his tears. Cockroach, who is only 3 years old, has his hands on the transparent window, and his childish face is full of confusion. Mom and Dad don't want me? Why? Am I disobedient? Phew. At the moment when the mini spacecraft was about to start, a light blue flame of light came quickly. Snap! The light blue light flame bombarded the miniature spaceship directly. The miniature spacecraft trembled slightly. Phew! The next moment, the spacecraft broke through the void, quickly flew into the sky, and disappeared into the night sky. Bardock and Gina's faces changed color, and their pupils shrank sharply. What was that blue flame of light just now? Spaceship! Won't explode, right? What man? Bardock shouted angrily. Haim was also vigilant and looked around. Roger slowly suspended in the air and emerged. Roger? What did you do to Cockroach? Bardock questioned. If it weren't for Kenai pulling, he would even want to go up and fight hard. Gnei is more sensible, she has to ask first. Nothing. Just hiding his breath so that Frisia can't find him through the detector. Roger smiled. What made Roger happy was that he had just put a barrier on Cockroach to hide his aura, and actually consumed 10 points of his angel power. Did you say? Roger seemed to realize something. Hide the breath. Haimuka looked confused. Although Cockroach's combat power is only 2, it can still be detected, and the timing of your sending away is not quite right, and Frisia may destroy the spaceship that escaped to Earth in a single thought. Roger said. You know all about it. Bardock's face became gloomy. Sending Cockroach to Earth is known only to him and his wife Hymena, and of course, Bardock will also tell his other son, Raditz, but never an outsider. Then, go and die. Bardock's face became more and more gloomy. Boom! Bardock almost did not hesitate at all, and a huge flame of energy light appeared in his hands, engulfing Roger in it at that time. Chapter 004. Haha! Bardock gasped. Bardock, what are you doing? Haimuka quickly asked. The matter of Cockroach's trip to Earth, except for me and you and Raditz, must not be known to outsiders. Otherwise, Cockroach could be life-threatening. Bardock clenched his fists, sweat slipping down his forehead. But... Bardock, Roger just helped us. Haimuka looked up at Bardock. Hymenei, you are too naive, how can the blue flame of light he shot hide any aura? Maybe it's a tracking skill. Bardock said with a dark face, I have been fighting outside in the past 2 years, and I have seen too many conspiracies. Cockroach's combat effectiveness is too low, I can't let Cockroach be killed before he is an adult. Roger is the chief guard. He just died, Gnei was a little worried. Don't worry, there is no one here, no one knows. Bardock lowered his voice. Then let's get out of here quickly. Haimuki urged. For the sake of his son, killing others without hesitation, this is really the Scion style. At this moment, Roger's voice came from not far away. Hearing Roger's voice, Bardock's pupils shrank sharply, the corners of his mouth twitched, and his face was extremely ugly. Immediately afterwards, Bardock saw Roger step by step from a distance. He's so powerful. Haimuka looked stunned, that was Bardock's all-out blow just now, right? Haimchi, get out of here immediately. Bardock stepped forward and blocked in front of Hymeina. The angel power is really consumed, Roger muttered in a low voice, a slight surprise on his face. Wow! Bardock roared and rushed in Roger's direction, his fist bursting out of the air and heading straight for Roger's face. Snap! Roger stretched out a finger and gently blocked Bardock's fist. Bardock was stunned. Bardock knew that Roger was powerful, but he did not expect that he would be so powerful. Bardock remembers that when he fought Roger 2 years ago, Roger was not so strong. He only uses one finger. It's just block Bardock's fist. Gnei was even more frightened and trembled, and his face turned pale. Bardock, are you going to challenge me at your level? Also, I kindly did you a favor, but you want to kill me? Roger looked flat, squinting at Bardock, if you change to any scion on planet Vegeta, he will die just now. Bardock's face became extremely ugly, and he never thought that Roger was so much stronger than himself. Bang! Roger slapped it down. With a muffled sound, Bardock was slapped into the ground by Roger's slap, revealing only one head. Bardock! Haimuki exclaimed. Next, is that you? Haimane. Roger smiled and looked at Gnei. Roger. This matter has nothing to do with Haimchi. It was I who attacked you. Kill me. Please let her go. Bardock said loudly. Oh? You have a point. Roger smiled and withdrew his gaze. Go. Come on. Get out of here. Bardock shouted at Haimane. Bardock, didn't you say that? Frisia probably had to kill all the scions. What was the difference between dying a day early and dying a day later? Even if I die, I will be with you. Gnei smiled and suddenly showed a look of death. Bardock did not say anything, silently looking at his wife. Why did you kill you? I never kill. Roger smiled slightly, and then looked at Bardock with interest. However, there is no escape from living sin. I'm going to exile you. What did you say? Bardock was stunned. Exile you, this is punishment for you. I hope you use your brain more before doing things in the future. Roger held his chin and looked at Bardock Deo. Phew. After Roger's voice fell, it turned into a colorful streamer, broke through the void, and retreated into the starry sky. Bardock was stunned. Haimuki was stunned. Why is it gone? What about people? There was a brief silence. Haimuki quickly pulled Bardock out of the earth. He. Who is he? Gnei's beautiful eyes widened and his expression was stunned. Bardock was also completely dumbfounded. How did Roger take to the skies? What is the colorful flame on Roger's body? The seventh universe, the realm of the King God. Lord Realm King, it seems that Frisia is summoning the scions back to planet Vegeta. I'm afraid he is going to attack the scions. Jebbet looked away and said to the Realm King, are we going to stop it? Scions aren't good either, let them be. Realm King Godzine's face was grim. Chapter 005. By the way, Lord God of the Realm, 5 million years have passed, will the demon Bu die directly in the seal? Jebbet changed the subject and said with a smile. It's unlikely that you'll die. But he didn't want to run out. Realm King God Shihan put his hands on his back and muttered slightly, just in case, Jebbet, you go to the seal and take a look, the humans on Earth, don't let Bu run out because you accidentally touched the seal. Of course, this possibility is very small, so be careful. Yes. Jawbite nodded. However, just as Jebbet was about to leave for Earth, a colorful flame of light in the distance rushed towards this side. Lord God of the Realm! What is that? Jebbet was stunned. The Realm King God also saw the colorful flame of light that broke through the sky in the sky, and his face changed color slightly for a while. Phew! The colorful flames of light swept past the side of the Realm King God, passed through the void again, and disappeared in a flash. What's the situation? Realm King Godzine was dumbfounded. Jebbet was also confused, looking at the colorful flame that had disappeared. The two were silent. That colorful flame, what is it? Why did it disappear in a flash? What happened? The Realm King God said in a deep voice, can't even I see that colorful flame of light? It feels like a very powerful divine force. Jebbet muttered in a low voice. What? Powerful divine power? Who is it? The face of the Realm King God changed color. Jebbet shook his head blankly. After a short silence. I always feel like something is missing from my body. Shihan scratched his head, looking confused. Vast starry sky. Roger turned into a colorful flame of light and sped towards the direction of planet Vegeta. In Roger's hand, there is an extra ring. Roger put the ring on the index finger of his left hand, and the corners of his mouth hooked a shallow curve. At this time, Frisia's spaceship was slowly rotating around the periphery of planet Vegeta. Your Excellency Frisia, according to statistics, almost all scions except for a few scions have returned to planet Vegeta. There are subordinates to report. Ah ha ha ha, it's getting more and more interesting, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Frisia smiled widely, hee hee, this group of wild monkeys is finally about to be extinct. Humph, in the end, Super Scions and Super Scion gods are just legends. Your Excellency Frisia, something seems to have disappeared just now. At this time, a little brother suddenly exclaimed. Frisia gave him a slanted look. What will it be? Sob on the side asked with a smile. The younger brother quickly operated on the computer. As a result, nothing. Phew. The bright red flame in Frisia's hand flashed, directly penetrating the little brother's heart. Humph, Frisia hates yelling subordinates the most. Frisia said coldly. Several other subordinates quickly knelt on the ground, trembling with fright. We'll be enjoying the wonderful fireworks of planet Vegeta in no time. Frisia walked over to the window and muttered with a smile. However, after Frisia's voice fell, at a glance, he saw the direction of planet Vegeta, and a colorful flame of light fell. Frisia was stunned and thoughtful. However, Frisia didn't think much of it. The universe is unpredictable, let alone colorful flames, there are all kinds of color flames. Roger went fast and came back quickly. The only difference was that Roger had an extra ring in his hand. The space-time ring of the Realm King God. Snap! Roger's finger tapped lightly on Bardock's door. Suddenly, the door was directly opened by Roger. Roger! Bardock's face kept changing. Bardock, I am kind enough to help you so that your son can land on Earth smoothly, but you will take revenge, so I will exile you. Roger said. Exile me? Bardock had just heard Roger say so. However, what puzzled Bardock was that after Roger said this, he turned into a colorful flame and disappeared. Bardock and Haimuka went home uneasy. However, less than 20 minutes after he returned, Roger went and returned. Roger, if it's true that Frisia is already planning to do something to the scions as you say, do you think you can still exile me? Bardock smiled softly. Roger smiled and put his hand on Bardock's shoulder. At the same time, Roger's thumb gently turned the space-time ring on his index finger. Ugh! The next moment, the two disappeared under Gina's gaze in a flash. Haim's eyes widened. What about people? Why is it gone? Why did it disappear? Bardock! Haimuka shouted loudly. Bardock, however, couldn't hear it. Chapter 006. When Bardock opened his eyes and reacted, he was stunned. Bardock was surprised to find that he actually appeared in the starry sky. Bardock looked left and right carefully, and saw that both himself and Roger's bodies were covered with a faint layer of light flame. Bardock quickly reacted, it is this faint flame of light that may be able to survive in this space without a bit of air, right? What is this place? Am I in a dream? Bardock was stunned. Planet Vegeta 25 years later. Roger's expression was flat, it has become the dust of the universe. What do you say, 25 years later? Bardock's eyes widened. Go. Roger smiled slightly, grabbed Bardock, turned into a colorful flame of light, and cut a beautiful arc in this starry sky. You. Who are you, exactly? Bardock was so surprised. Roger ignored it, and the colorful flames around him became more and more intense. Bardock's face kept changing, and his heart became even more confused. Here, is it really 25 years from now? Or did Roger deliberately fool himself? Only, what shocked Bardock the most was, why could Roger survive in space? Scions, aren't they unable to survive in space? Just when Bardock was dazed, he suddenly saw a huge planet appear in his sight. What's that? Bardock asked puzzled. Phew. Roger took Bardock and appeared directly above the planet. This planet. There are 3 suns. Roger, what are you bringing me here for? You're going to exile me to this planet? Bardock was a little confused. Roger smiled silently. Hey? Anyone down there? Bardock found that beneath him, there seemed to be several people. These people? In battle? Roger slowly descended to a position where Bardock could see it, and only then stopped. Bardock's gaze gradually zoomed in. On the pale blue ground below, 5 people were fighting. 4 against 1. That man. Who is it? Bardock saw at a glance a man who looked very similar to himself, wearing dark blue clothes that were already tattered. Bardock subconsciously pressed the detector, wanting to detect their combat effectiveness. Bang! As soon as Bardock pressed the button on the detector made a muffled sound and exploded on the spot. What? How can it be? Bardock was shocked. The explosion of the detector can only illustrate one problem. That is, the combat effectiveness of the opponent has exceeded the detection range of the detector. That. What is that? Is it also the sun? Bardock soon discovered a huge cloud of energy, also suspended in the air. Above that energy, it gives people an endless sense of fear. It's terrible. Is that thing really energy? That's called Genki Bomb. Roger smiled. What do you mean? What Genki Bomb? Bardock asked in surprise. All living beings have vitality, gather their vitality, condense together, and you can form a vitality bomb. Roger introduced it lightly. Bardock's eyes widened and he looked at Roger. There are only 5 of them alive on this planet, and such a large vitality bomb should have collected the vitality on nearby planets. Roger smiled. The man with the long tail. Who is it? It's a bit similar to Frisia. Bardock asked. Roger smiled silently. Below. Frisia. The last metaverse bomb. Sun Wukong slammed the condensed Yuan Qi bomb in the direction of Frisia. Not good. Frisia's pupils shrank sharply, and his face became extremely ugly. Boom. The Yuan Qi bomb rolled down the earth with Frisia. With endless momentum, as if there was an extra hole in the sky. With an earth-shattering bang, the Genki bomb smashed on the ground of Namex. The whole earth was shaking violently, and the clouds were blown away by this endless energy. Even Bardock in the sky was blown upside down by this powerful energy. Roger casually released a cloud of energy, which stabilized Bardock's body. Wait until everything calms down. Bardock fixed his eyes and found that a bottomless pit appeared on the ground. Around the big pit, endless rivers emerged, merging into the dark hole. What a terrifying energy! Bardock's eyes widened and he was shocked. Who is he? Why does it look so much like me? Did he just call that person Frisia? Roger was too lazy to answer the question. I believe that no matter who it is difficult to understand such a strange thing as traveling through time and space. P.S. New book, ask for tips. Special period, tip 1 person plus 1 chapter. Chapter 007. Is that guy named Frisia dead? Bardock asked again. Nope. Roger said indifferently. Bardock's gaze roamed around, and sure enough, he saw Frisia standing on the top of a hill. Frisia has already broken a tail, his left eye is also injured, and he is looking at Sun Wukong and the others with a gloomy face. It's just that Sun Wukong and the others don't know it at all. I saw Bikra holding Sun Wukong, and Klin and Sun Gohan stepped forward to help Bik and Sun Wukong. In the battle just now, Sun Wukong and Vic consumed too much energy, and now they have almost no strength. Rao was so, and the faces of the 4 of them showed victorious smiles. Is it really Frisia? Why is it different from the one I saw Frisia? Forget it, no matter how much it is, didn't they find out that Frisia was still alive? Bardock's face kept changing. Followed by, Hey, Frisia is still alive! Bardock shouted. However, Sun Wukong and the others below did not hear Bardock's words, and still said something with a smile. Why? Can't they hear? Bardock asked, looking at Roger. I put up a barrier, and your voice can't get through. Roger smiled. What did you say? Bardock was stunned. But then, Bardock's hand suddenly released a cloud of energy, and greeted Frisia below. Poof! The powerful energy released by Bardock disappeared on the spot after encountering the barrier set up by Roger, and even the sound was not transmitted. Below. With my spaceship, it only takes 7 days to return to Earth. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Ah! Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Vic were all taken aback. Haha, I suddenly remembered that we almost forgot Miss Bulma. Klin touched his bald head and said with a smile. You scared me to death, Klin, I thought Frisia was alive again. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly. In some cases, Miss Bulma is even more terrifying than Frisia. Klin joked. Ha ha ha, yes. Monkey King nodded. Great Elder, you can finally rest in peace. Vic let out a long sigh. Hey? Vic Kerr, how do you know about the Great Elder? Klin turned to glance at Vic. Immediately afterwards, Klin's pupils turned white, the corners of his mouth twitched, his body trembled violently, and his face was like a blank piece of paper. Klin, what's wrong with you? Sun Wukong found that the situation was not quite right and quickly asked. Goku. Klin trembled and pointed in the direction where Frisia was, frightened, and said nothing. Sun Wukong turned his head and looked terrified. Phew! At this moment, a bright red flame of light flashed on Frisia's fingers. Poof! The bright red flame of light, like a laser, penetrated Bike's heart on the spot. Vic didn't even have time to react, so he fainted on the spot and fell to the ground with a bang. Vic! Sun Wukong exclaimed. Humph! Do you really think that I, Frisia, will be killed by you lower creatures? You couldn't be more wrong. I, Frisia, will not die. Frisia snorted coldly, but his face was gloomy and terrifying. Klin, Gohan, you guys take Vic and Bulma off the planet at once. Sun Wukong said in a deep voice. Klin and Son Gohan were so frightened that they had no idea at all. Above the sky. They're going to be killed. Bardock sighed, if that guy is really Frisia, it would be terrible. Roger didn't speak. Humph, none of you want to run today. Frisia sneered, it was the nemesis who died just now, right? The next one is the Earthling. Frisia said. And a red dot in his index finger flashed and hit Klin's body directly. Ugh! Frisia took control of Klin's body and flew high into the air. Frisia! What are you doing? Sun Wukong shouted. Humph, I said, you all have to die. Frisia smiled. Release him. Sun Wukong said angrily. Humph! Frisia smiled even brighter, raised his right hand, and squeezed it gently. Goku! Klin shouted. Bang! The next moment, I saw that Klin's body turned into a blood mist and exploded on the spot. Sun Wukong's eyes turned white, and his pupils shrank into a black spot. Humph! The next one is that little Scion. Frisia smiled. Scion? Is that kid a Scion? Bardock was a little surprised. Boom! At this moment, the sky became gloomy. Immediately afterwards, a golden lightning bolt fell from the sky and smashed on Sun Wukong's head on the spot. Chapter 008. What's the situation? Bardock looked at this strange scene in amazement. Boom! The next moment, another golden lightning bolt fell from the sky. Ugh! In Roger's right hand, an extra scepter appeared on the ground. There was a flash of light on the scepter. Snap! Near Sun Wukong, a bald head appeared out of thin air. Hey? Me, I'm obviously dead. Clin scratched his head hard, looking a little sluggish. Wasn't I destroyed by Frisia? How is this done? Why is it resurrected again? Clin. Sun Wukong was surprised and delighted. At the same time, the golden lightning in the sky was gradually extinguished. In addition, Sun Wukong's hair, which had already stood upside down, slowly fell. Super Scion, transformation failure. Frisia was even more stunned, looking at the resurrected Clin with a look of horror, and was completely stunned for a while. What's going on? That bald head. Isn't it dead? Bardock looked at the strange change below in surprise, and glanced at the scepter in Roger's hand. What is that scepter? It's magical. Roger silently felt his angelic power. Sure enough, as Roger expected, there was no consumption, but a boost. At this moment, Roger understood. What are the responsibilities of angels? Angels are the masters of destroying God, and destroying what God has done wrong. Angels can give God of destruction timely corrections. The King God and the God of destruction complement each other. Also known as the God of creation, the King God is responsible for creating planets and maintaining the balance of the universe. So, what does the God of destruction do? God of destruction, maintaining the balance of the universe by destroying planets. The resources of the universe are limited, and the more planets created by the realm King God, the resources will be lacking. The God of destruction needs to destroy these planets and maintain the balance of resources. However, blindly destroying too much, will cause a waste of resources. If the destruction is too much, even the realm King God does not have time to create a new planet, and can only be corrected by angels. The root of all this is only 4 words: cosmic balance. That's right, maintaining the balance of the universe. Just like just now, Roger resurrected Kling, preventing Sun Wukong from turning into a Super Scion, and the universe will be out of balance. Why? Roger, who knows the plot of Dragon Ball better, knows that if Sun Wukong dies, the Earth will be finished next. Frisia's style of acting will destroy the Earth. If the Earth is destroyed, who will be born? That's right, the sealed Majin Buu will run out. The realm King God Shihan will go to stop Buu, presumably if he is either killed or absorbed. Then, Beerus, the god of destruction, burps in his sleep. At that time, even the angel Weiss will no longer be able to repair the balance of this universe. Since then, the 7th universe has been a mess. In the end, the king could only personally intervene to erase this universe that had lost its balance. Therefore, Roger guessed that the main task of his experience was to comprehend the various emotions of the human world on the basis of maintaining the balance of the universe. Give it a try. Whether it is true or not, there will soon be an answer. Roger put his hand on Bardock's shoulder, who was still shocked, and the figure disappeared in place. Perhaps the answer can be further confirmed by Bardock's body. Ugh! Roger took Bardock and returned to his own era. Phew! Roger turned into a colorful flame of light and sped towards the direction of planet Vegeta. Hey, Roger, what was going on? Who are they? Is it really Frisia? Bardock finally couldn't help it and asked curiously. Yes, that person is Frisia. Roger nodded. So, the guy who fought Frisia. Who is the guy who looks a lot like me? Bardock asked again. How old is Kakarot? Roger diverged. 3 years old, why do you ask this? Bardock frowned. I wonder if you have noticed the identity of that bald head. Roger smiled. Bald head? Frisia said. Is he an Earthling? Bardock suddenly remembered. Well, not bad, Earthlings. Roger nodded. Earthlings? Wasn't Kakarot sent to Earth by me? Bardock mused, how can the Earthlings be so powerful? I can see that the strength of that bald head just now should almost surpass me. There was silence for a moment. Bardock thought of something. You said before. And that's 25 years later? Bardak's eyes widened. Roger smiled mysteriously. You mean to say, the one they call the Monkey King is Kakarot? Bardak seemed to realize something. Roger smiled silently. Impossible. How can Monkey King be Kakarot? Bardak shook his head and looked at Roger. Also, what 25 years ago, pure. Chapter 009. Fly and Fly. Bardak fixed his eyes and found that a familiar planet appeared in front of him. However, outside the planet, there is a Frisia spaceship, hovering near the planet. On Frisia's spaceship, the younger brother of Frisia's legion bursts out. Immediately afterwards, the younger brothers gave way to a road, and Frisia took the flying machine and slowly flew out of the spaceship. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Frisia burst out laughing. Between the whiskers, a huge red energy also condensed in Frisia's hand. The red energy bounce rises when the wind blows. In the blink of an eye, the energy bomb expanded to hundreds of meters in diameter. It's Frisia. What does he want to do? Bardak was shocked and furious. Look, Frisia is going to destroy planet Vegeta. Are you going to say a final goodbye to your wife? Or go all out to defeat Frisia with one blow? Roger said, and the flame of light in his hand suddenly covered Bardak's body. Suddenly, Bardak's injury was completely healed, and his energy was restored to its peak state. At the same time, the potential energy in Bardak's body was also guided out by Roger. This. What's going on? Who are you, exactly? Bardak looked at Roger with a shocked expression. Go ahead, I hope you won't regret it. Roger smiled weirdly. My energy. My energy has become so strong. Bardak was surprised and delighted. The next moment, Bardak almost did not have the slightest hesitation, and rushed towards Frisia's direction. Frisia! I'll kill you! How confident Bardak is! Looking at Bardak who rushed to kill, Dodoria and Sob next to Frisia were slightly stunned. Find death! Dodoria roared and took a step forward to resist Bardak. Bang! Bardak's fist burst out of the air and slammed into Doria's head. Poof! Dodoria had already knocked out a tooth, and a stream of blood spurted out of his mouth. What? Sob was surprised. Oh! Frisia glanced at Bardak. Frisia, go die! Bardak immediately rushed in the direction of Frisia after knocking out Doria with one punch. At the same time, energy surged from Bardak's hands. A huge amount of energy blasted in the direction of Frisia. Humph! Carving insect trick! Frisia looked disdainful, and slapped his left hand violently. Bang! The energy from Bardak's bombardment was slapped by Frisia's slap and changed direction, cutting an arc in the starry sky and flying into the distance. What? Bardak's eyes widened. At the same time that Bardak was shocked, he was already close to Frisia. Bang! Frisia didn't get up, still sat on the flying machine, lightly punched, and bombarded it directly. With a muffled sound, the punch hit Bardak in the face on the spot. Bardak flew backwards. Humph! Stupid wild monkey, disappear with planet Vegeta! Frisia sneered. At the same time, the planet-destroying bomb condensed at the tip of the index finger of Frisia's right hand finally reached a certain level. Phew! Frisia beckoned. The red planet destruction bomb, with endless black lightning, slammed down in the direction of Bardak towards the planet Vegeta behind Bardak. This can't be! Bardak shouted. In the meantime, Bardak's body has come into contact with Frisia's planet-destroying bomb. Heimchi! Bardak clearly felt that his vitality was rapidly draining, and he couldn't help but call his wife's name. However, Haimuka could no longer hear it. Bang! Bardak felt that his eyes were dark, and his whole person seemed to have lost consciousness. At this moment, Bardak regretted it. Frisia is so strong. Why? Why didn't I go to see my wife one last time? I don't know how long has passed. Bardock suddenly opened his eyes. Bardock looked around and was surprised to find himself in a stone room. Am I hell? Or do you say I'm alive? Bardock looked left and right in disbelief, looking confused. Immediately afterwards, Bardock felt his body. There is no discomfort. The physical injury is only a scar on the forearm. What's going on? Here, where is it? Bardock peered out through the window. Hey? Is this planet Vegeta? What's going on? Bardock was a little stunned when he saw the scenery outside and the red sky. Are you awake? At this moment, Bardock heard an unfamiliar voice from behind him. Chapter 010. Bardock fixed his eyes and saw two foreigners, one tall and one short. The skin of these two people is light purple, strange-looking, purple oval heads, and two antenna-like eyes standing on the top of their heads. I've never seen this race. Bardock looked wary. Haha, don't be so vigilant, I am the doctor of this village, my name is Ibana, he is my son Bailey. The tall foreigner greeted with a smile and a friendly expression on his face. When we found you, you fell in the big forest in the distance, and it was Bailey who brought you back. This is a healing potion on Planet Plant. With that, Ibana picked up Bardock's arm and poured the healing potion on Bardock's injured forearm. Bardock was shocked. This thing is very much like a therapeutic liquid in a therapy device. And Planet Plant? Isn't this the name of Planet Vegeta before its earliest? Bardock's mind flashed with him, and something came to mind. Do you say? Do you say? I'm back in time. I traveled through time? Bardock muttered. Immediately afterwards, Bardock came to his senses. Roger! Where are you? Come out! Bardock flew out of the window, levitating high in the air, shouting. Ugh! Roger's figure slowly emerged, with a faint smile on his face. Are you still satisfied with this place? Roger asked with a smile. What exactly is this place? Bardock looked at Roger in surprise and hurriedly asked. Didn't they tell you that this is Planet Plant? Roger smiled slightly. Is this the earliest planet Vegeta? Bardock said quietly. That's right, you're back 1,000 years. Roger smiled. What, 1,000 years ago? Bardock's face was not very calm. I said, I'm going to exile you, good luck. Roger said, and his figure also became blurred. At this moment, a lot of information sprang up in Bardock's mind. 25 years later. So, does the man named Monkey King look like Kakarot? Why? Why did he change his name? The name Monkey King is clearly an Earthling. Why? Will Kakarot fight Frieza? What is that golden lightning? One by one, the mysterious questions made Bardock almost crazy. Hey! You give me a stop! Bardock looked at Roger's disappearing figure, suddenly came to his senses, and roared loudly. However, after Bardock's voice fell, Roger had disappeared. Bastard! Let me go back! Bardock was furious, and the breath on his body came out madly. Bang! Roger's figure shook, returned, and slapped Bardock deep into the earth. Bardock climbed out of the depths of the earth with difficulty. It's not good to swear. Roger smiled and looked at Bardock. Don't worry, in another 1,000 years, you will be reunited with your wife and your son. Of course, the premise is that you can live that long. You. Who are you, exactly? Bardock asked tremblingly. I forgot to tell you, in this era, there is an ancestor of Frieza who is a pirate in this universe, you have to be careful. Roger smiled. What? Bardock's face became unusually ugly. Roger ignored Bardock, turned the ring of time and space, and returned to his own time. Bardock was silent for a moment, then suddenly spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and his face turned even paler. Am I really exiled by him? 1,000 years ago. What about Raditz? What about Kakarot? What about Hymene? How can I meet you? Do you really want me to wait 1,000 years? Can I live 1,000 years? Bardock spewed out another mouthful of old blood and fell to his knees. Woohoo! Let me go back. Bardock's tears flowed. Sure enough, as Roger expected, the angel power was consumed a lot. Bardock is an important figure in the world of Dragon Ball and one of the fulcrums that maintain the balance of the universe. Because Bardock is the truest portrayal of the legend about the Super Saiyans in recent years. The Super Saiyan who came out of Frisia's mouth was born because of Bardock. Based on the story of Dragon Ball, Roger sent Bardock 1,000 years ago. In this way, Bardock's existence will also bring balance to the entire universe. Otherwise, Frisia's old Zuzeld will act as a blessing in the seventh universe, leaving the universe in an evil environment. Roger sensed his angel power, and after the Kakarot and Bardock incidents, his angel power had been consumed to 9,700. So slow. But I finally got it in the right direction. This makes it much easier later. P.S. Ask for tips, tip one person plus one more, not capped. Chapter 011. As for why he tortured Bardock, he asked for it. Angels are the gods of this universe. Attacking angels or provoking angels without authorization, other angels can endure, but Roger can't bear it. I don't kill you, but I have a way to clean you up. Roger discovered 2 years ago that killing people not only does not consume angel power, but increases angel power. Therefore, those who cannot kill, Roger will never shoot. Of course, even if he doesn't kill people, Roger has a way to make them doubt life. Boom! When Roger returned, he saw the planet Vegeta, which was bursting into brilliant colors. At the same time, Frisia also let out a piercing maniacal laugh in the distance. Right at this moment. Phew! A small spaceship slammed into Frisia's huge spaceship. Boom! The spaceship was smaller than Frisia's, and it was destroyed at the time like a pebble. Row is so, Frisia's spaceship was also knocked open a gap, and a stream of blue smoke came out. What's the situation? Many of Frisia's younger disciples were also a little sluggish one by one, and did not react. Oh! Frisia smiled, and when he saw that the spacecraft was blown out of a big hole, his eyelids jumped slightly. Quick! Go fix the spaceship! Sabo's face was extremely ugly, and he hurriedly shouted at the younger brothers. Now that planet Vegeta has been destroyed, above this high altitude, the air will also disperse with the disappearing planet Vegeta. When the time comes, I'm afraid that everyone will die except for a few races that can survive in space. Of course, if the spacecraft is repaired, there may be no problem. Boom! Just after Sob's voice fell, I saw a child with a tail, energy in his hand surging, and suddenly bombarded the spaceship. With a loud bang, Frisia's spaceship turned into a fiery red flame of light and exploded in the starry sky. It's Vegeta! Sob's eyes widened. Oh? That scion little monkey who claims to be a genius? Frisia narrowed her eyes and glanced in Vegeta's direction. After Vegeta destroyed Frisia's spaceship with his own hands, he bombarded Frisia's side with great momentum. Bang! Vegeta's fist broke through the void, as if carrying endless energy. Snap! The seemingly extremely ferocious punch was gently resisted by Frisia with his palm. Combat power 20,001, how is this possible? Sob had already seen Vegeta's combat power through the detector on the side. Hehe, it's just a little more than 20,000 combat effectiveness. Frisia laughed. Boom! As he spoke, Vegeta's free left hand slammed into a powerful energy blast up, directly covering Frisia inside. Haha! However, Vegeta was also tired, gasping for breath, and it was a little difficult to breathe. At this time, with the destruction of planet Vegeta, the air was getting thinner and thinner. Well done, Vegeta! Frisia's figure gradually emerged, squinting at Vegeta. Just now, Vegeta blasted off Frisia's flying machine. Frisia, safe and sound. I'm going to kill you. Frisia. Vegeta gulped, and a hint of struggle appeared on his immature face. Snap! An energy bomb emerged. Vegeta threw the energy bomb into the starry sky. The next moment, the energy bomb burst out with dazzling light. Vegeta looked directly at the energy bomb, his body quickly became larger, and a lot of black hair grew on his body. Roar! Between the whiskers, a black gorilla floats in the starry sky. Frisia! Go to hell! Vegeta gulped, and a huge energy went straight to Frisia's side. Sob and Dordoria's faces sank, and their pupils shrank sharply. The two could clearly feel the threat brought by this energy. Frisia, however, was flat-faced. Bang! Immediately after, Frisia kicked out sharply. With a muffled sound, Frisia's kick directly kicked on the energy from Vegeta's bombardment. The energy changed direction at that time and flew into the starry sky. This, Vegeta was stunned, his huge body trembling. At your level, you dare to challenge me, Frisia? Frisia smiled contemptuously, pointing his index finger at Vegeta's condensed artificial full moon. Phew! The flame of light in Frisia's hand flashed, and a bright red flame of light shot out. Boom! Vegeta's man-made full moon fell apart and turned into a cloud of gas. Chapter 012. Vegeta's body also quickly shrunk and returned to its original appearance. SHH. Little monkey, what other tricks? Just make it out. Frisia smiled and looked at Vegeta with interest. Vegeta was in ashes. The planet is destroyed. Almost all the Scions died. I, the king of the Scions, have no way to be. Frisia, this beast. Kill him. Frisia didn't bother to take matters into his own hands and commanded to Doraria. Yes. Doraria clenched her fists, a playful smile on her face. Bang! Doraria punched and hit Vegeta directly. Vegeta croaked his teeth and nosebleeds came out. Vegeta didn't have much energy left, and he was no match for Doria at all. Abominable! Damn it! Damn it! Vegeta shouted. Little monkey, if you shout through your throat, there will be no miracle. Doria looked at Vegeta with a smile. A miracle has come. Just as Doria's voice fell, a voice that Vegeta felt familiar rang out nearby. Vegeta was stunned for a moment and quickly looked for the location of this voice. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta saw a familiar figure. Roger? Am I not mistaken? You're alive? Vegeta was pleasantly surprised. Roger? I've heard of this name, and it seems to be the chief guard of the Scion. Doraria glanced at Roger. Hey, chief guard? It's stupid, you should find a spaceship to sneak away, and maybe have a chance of survival. Frisia smiled contemptuously. It's not good to swear. Roger glanced at Frisia. Oh? You're pretty confident. Frisia narrowed his eyes and looked at Roger playfully. Bang! Roger got a little angry and kicked over. Frisia simply could not resist and flew out upside down. What? Sob's face became unusually ugly. How is this possible? Dodolia's face changed color. Combat effectiveness. Can't see his combat power at all. What's going on? Sob was stunned. What? Me too. Doraria also immediately pressed the button on the detector. No combat effectiveness. Kicking Frisia? Why is this? Fortunately, Frisia will be back soon. However, Frisia's face had an extra dark footprint. Hehe, it's me who underestimates you. Frisia's face darkened. Vegeta, didn't you leave? How did it come back? Roger ignored Frisia. Killing Frisia now is somewhat inappropriate. Today, Beerus is sleeping. In this universe, only the Realm King God exists. Without the God of destruction destroying the planet, the universe will throw it out of balance. Too many planets are born, which can only bring the universe to extinction ahead of schedule. Of course, if Frisia was going to die, Roger wouldn't mind destroying him. Roger can help destroy the planet. However, the thought of working for Beerus made Roger's head grow for a while, and it was better to leave Frisia's dog life. I left, but I saw that planet Vegeta was destroyed and came back. Vegeta clenched his fists. I saw with my own eyes that it was planet Vegeta that guy from Frisia destroyed. Roger, the two of us joined forces to destroy him. You are so powerful, you must be able to. Actually, I think it's more appropriate for you to destroy him with your own hands. Roger looked at Vegeta flatly. I want to too, but I can't beat him. Vegeta clenched his fists. Roger, I think you can beat him. Of course, giving him 100 is not enough for me to fight. Roger smiled. Vegeta. Vegeta's immature face looked at Roger silently. Can we not brag? And 100 is not enough to fight? Look what you can. Frisia also chuckled and looked at Roger. When he heard Roger's words, Frisia was almost amused, and even because he was happy, the footprints on his face did not feel anything bad. Frisia understood. The feelings are 100 of their own teaming up, and none of them are the opponents of that Scion Guard chief. Originally thought that this person still had some strength, but it turned out to be just a mouthful of train arrogance. Scion Guard chief, your tone is not small. Frisia chuckled, and murderous intent appeared on his face. In that case, I will let you see and see, my Frisia is terrible. The air in this position is getting thinner and thinner, and if you go on like this, you're finished. Roger sensed it slightly, glanced at Vegeta, and sighed silently. How? Wasn't it bragging just now? Even if I don't make a move now, you won't live long. Frisia smiled contemptuously and aimed his hand at Roger's body. However, I prefer to destroy you with my own hands. If you want to fight, change places. Roger said, and a scepter appeared in his right hand. Chapter 013. Ugh! Roger held a scepter and drew a square in the starry sky. Snap! Suddenly, a huge pale blue square appeared in the starry sky, which suddenly enveloped everyone present. Let's go together. Roger jumped to the top of the outside of the square and greeted him. Phew! The cube took everyone and sped towards a nearby planet. Everyone present was stunned. Even Frisia was stunned and looked at Roger standing above his head in horror. Vegeta's eyes widened even more, and he didn't come to his senses for a long time. Who is he? Frisia asked in surprise. Vegeta didn't speak. You ask me? I want to know too. Bang! Frisia's tail flicked hard and slammed into the pale blue wall of the square. Hum! The block made a loud noise. Everyone in the cube felt a huge bang at that time, and their ears were deafened. How uncomfortable they were. This. What is this thing made of? Why is it so strong? Frisia looked shocked. Just now, Frisia's tail flicked like this, and he thought that he had no problem shattering a planet. As a result, it just made the square hum, and not even a trace appeared. It's all like this, you're still not honest. Roger glanced at Frisia. Well, then take you guys to have fun. Phew! A colorful flame of light appeared on Roger's body, and he increased the speed of flying with the block. Immediately afterwards, Roger's body spun in a spiral and spun rapidly. In the light blue transparent square, no one spoke anymore. Have you ever seen the spin-dry mode of a washing machine? Yes, that's how it is. Roger's rapid rotation caused the people inside the block to lie on the wall due to centrifugal force. 5 minutes later, Roger controls the cube and appears on a planet. Snap! The block came with a sharp break. Bang bang! Frisia and the others hit the wall of the block one by one, letting out a wail. Roger tapped lightly on the square with his scepter. Snap! The block dissipates. Frisia and the others tumbled to the ground. Immediately afterwards, everyone in the cube vomited on the ground one by one. Vegeta was also dizzy for a while, and he couldn't even stand steadily. I rub. I'm yours. You've let me go. Frisia recovered the fastest, darkened and looked at Roger warily. Bastard! Who are you, exactly? Frisia asked with a scolding grin. It's so uncomfortable. This is so special to turn people around. As the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia, how has he been treated like this? It's hateful. Bang! Roger struck the scepter directly on Frisia's head. With a muffled sound, Frisia's entire body rushed directly into the earth, leaving only half of his head. It's not right to swear. Roger smiled. Wow! Frisia was furious, rose from the earth and flew into the sky. Frisia was condescending, glaring angrily at Roger, his eyes as if he were about to spew flames. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Frisia was furious, and bruises rose on his forehead. Everyone present was stunned. How could this Scion Guard be so powerful? Did he beat Frisia into the earth so easily? However, the thought that this person had just made a strange square spin at high speed, Sob and the other younger brothers vomited. Vegeta's eyes widened. Roger, is it so powerful? Vegeta then shook his head vigorously. You are strong, what are you turning me for? You at least let me out. Vegeta froze. Star Destroyer. Frisia raised his right hand slightly, and a red flame of light condensed on the position of his index finger. The bright red flame of light rose when the wind saw it, and in the blink of an eye, it had already expanded to a range of 10 meters in diameter. Your Excellency Frisia! We're still below! Sob shouted and sped into the sky. The rest of the junior brothers were also frightened one by one and quickly rushed up. Disappear with this planet! How could Frisia care about those little brothers at this time? With a wave of his hand, the planet destruction bomb fell from the sky and smashed straight in Roger's direction. Vegeta also immediately slipped away. Snap! Roger, however, stretched out his hand and landed on the falling planet destruction bomb. The moment the planet destroyer came into contact with Roger, it stood still majestically. Frisia was dumbfounded. Sob's eyes widened. Doria looked stunned. Vegeta froze. Is it so easy to block? It's so easy. That's a planet-destroying bomb. This. How is this possible? Frisia's face became extremely ugly. Phew. Roger waved his hand. Suddenly, the planet destruction bomb grazed Frisia's body and disappeared beyond the 9 heavenly clouds. The corners of Frisia's mouth twitched, and his face stiffened. P.S. Ask for tips, tip one person plus one more, not capped. No matter how many tips you give. Chapter 014. If you fight like this, you won't see the consumption of angel power. Roger muttered a little distressed. It's so boring. I actually played with a little ant for so long? Or, pinch him to death? Roger looked at Frisia with an unkind expression. Frisia also looked stiff and trembled with fright. What a powerful guy! However, Roger glanced and saw Vegeta on the side. Vegeta, if you replace Frisia as the Emperor of this universe, will you? Roger's heart moved. What do you mean? Vegeta is just a little fart now, and he didn't react for a while. Forget it, you're still too young, Roger thought for a moment. A little fart boy, ruling this universe, still not mixing the universe into a paste? Scion Guard Chief, do you think you defeated me? Frisia was so angry that he looked at Roger angrily, his face becoming more and more gloomy. Boom! Immediately afterwards, extremely powerful energy emerged from Frisia's body. At the same time, Frisia's body is gradually changing. What does he want to do? Vegeta watched the changes in Frisia and widened his eyes. Wow! Between the whiskers, Frisia transformed into a fourth form. He. He transformed. Frisia will transform. Vegeta was stunned. Humph, chief guard of the Scion, do you really think that I, Frisia, have lost to you? Frisia smiled, as if this transformation made him feel more secure. Ugh! Roger's figure flickered and appeared behind Frisia. Bang! Roger slapped it lightly. With a muffled sound, Roger's slap directly slapped on the back of Frisia's head. Boom! Like a cannonball, Frisia plunged directly into the earth, leaving only half of his head. Everyone fixed their eyes and found that Frisia had completely fainted. Everyone was stunned. No one expected that Frisia had transformed, and was actually easily hit to the ground by Roger, and fainted. No wonder His Excellency Frisia sneaked into the earth without moving. Roger fell from the sky and landed on Frisia's head. You'll just bury it here for a month. Roger smiled, and a divine force hit Frisia's body. Suddenly, Frisia trembled. Then Frisia woke up suddenly, widened his eyes and shook his head. When he felt where he was, Frisia was furious. However, Frisia was horrified to find that the energy in his body seemed to be sealed by something. Let's go! Roger directly stepped forward and grabbed Vegeta's neck, turned into a colorful flame of light, and quickly disappeared. Seeing Roger fly away from the scene, Frisia's younger brothers panicked one by one. Everyone hurriedly wanted to dig up Frisia. As a result, what shocked Sob and others was that the land that fell into Frisia was extremely strong and could not be broken at all. This. How is this possible? Sob was stunned. Who is he? Doria was also terrified. Bastard! Frisia, must kill him. Frisia was so angry that his whole body trembled. Phew! Roger grabbed Vegeta's neck and soared through the stars. You let me go! Vegeta felt that he was old and sad, and the dignified Scion Prince was actually caught as a kitten. Be honest! Roger shouted. Vegeta stopped talking. Vegeta felt that he had to reassess Roger's strength. Too strong. How else can this be his greatest power? Wrong. The Scions are all dead. Also be the king of the Scion? Vegeta was suddenly sad. Phew! Roger broke through the void. Vegeta was stunned. And suddenly saw a large golden floating cloud appear above him. This. What is this place? Vegeta was so surprised. This is the underworld. Roger said. The underworld? Am I dead? Vegeta was stunned. No, dead people have halos on their heads. Roger pointed to the ghosts lining up below. Vegeta glanced over there, her face changing uncontrollably. Phew! The next moment, Vegeta saw a very small green planet appear directly in front of him. Ugh! While Vegeta was wondering what place this place was, Roger landed on that planet with Vegeta. This planet. Gravity is the same as planet Vegeta. Vegeta looked at the ground. The king of the realm is good. Roger greeted with a smile. The realm king hurriedly ran out, and when he saw Roger, he was a little confused. The divine position of the realm king is too low, how can he know angels? It's just that the realm king can sense the powerful divine power on Roger's body. This is Vegeta? The little prince of the Scion? The king of realms' eyes widened. Chapter 015. Who is this guy? King of the realm? And what is it for? Vegeta was puzzled and looked at the realm king with a confused expression. Realm king, please help me train him for 10 days. Roger greeted the realm king. Hey! The king of the realm was taken aback. Vegeta, follow him to practice well, I'll come back in 10 days. Roger patted Vegeta's head. Phew! After Roger's voice fell, it turned into a colorful streamer and disappeared in a flash. Immediately afterwards, Roger flew quickly in the direction of the earth. In the process of traveling, the tail that conjured up behind Roger also slowly disappeared. At the same time, the costume on Roger's body was also transformed into the ordinary clothes of the Earthlings by him. Just as Roger entered the galaxy, a colorful flame of light rushed towards this side. Ugh! The other party appeared in front of Roger. Roger stopped slowly. Myers? Have you grown up? Roger recognized the other party at a glance. It was Myers. Yes, Roger, I joined the Galaxy Patrol a month ago and came to practice. Mel's greeted him kindly. How much angel power do you have? Roger asked. 1800. Myers replied, scratching his head, in a month, I only consumed 10 points, which is too difficult, and I don't know when I can consume all these angel powers. Roger. Roger didn't know what to say. After consuming 10 points in a month, there is still such a little angel power left in this goods. Looking at his more than 9,700 angel power, Roger had a headache. By the way, Roger, where did you go to practice? Myers asked. Planet Vegeta. Roger replied with a dark face. I heard that planet Vegeta has been destroyed. It was Frisagon's. Myers said. Roger's face became even more ugly. You don't speak, no one treats you for a dumb. Roger, I heard that your angel power reaches a maximum of 10,000, is it true? Mel's asked again. Roger nodded, his face darkened. As long as you consume and transform these angel powers, let the true God realm break through, but you will become a future archangel. Myers said excitedly. Roger didn't speak. But I found that this angel power is too slow to consume, your 10,000 angel power, according to my consumption rate, it will take at least 100 years. Of course, this is also average, maybe longer. I heard that the last 100 angel powers, it is very difficult to consume. Myers didn't seem to notice Roger's terrifying eyes, and still said to himself, so, I'm afraid it will take you 1,000 years to consume these angel powers, but I don't know how many true God realms can be transformed. But it's nothing, 1,000 years is not a long time for us angels. Bang! Roger slapped it over, and then spun Myers on the spot. Roger turned and left. It's heart-wrenching. You have little angel power, you show yourself in front of me. However, my strength is higher than yours, and I will see you once in the future and beat you once. Roger turned into a colorful flame of light and quickly disappeared. Mel spun around in place for 10 minutes before slowly stopping. Myers felt dizzy in his head. Looking at Roger's disappearing figure, Myers was confused for a while. Why do you make me spin in circles? Is going around in circles also an experience? Mel scratched his head, glanced thoughtfully in the direction where Roger had disappeared, and returned to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. Roger turned into a colorful flame of light and went straight in the direction of the Earth. Ugh! Roger appeared above the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company in the next moment, silently looking at the building below. Immediately afterwards, Roger's body gradually became smaller. When he looked at it again, Roger seemed to be a child only 5 or 6 years old. Snap! Roger fell from the sky and took a deep breath. In the future, I will spend it on Earth, and I hope that a peaceful life will also allow me to consume the power of angels. Roger mused. Hey, who are you? What are you doing in our house? 3 minutes later, Roger heard a little girl questioning herself in the distance. The little girl looked to be about 6 years old, with blue hair and a small braid, and she looked quite cute. You're Bulma, aren't you? Roger asked, looking at the little girl. How do you know my name? Bulma asked warily. My name is Roger, I am God, God who has gone to the human world to practice. You are blessed, I will live in your house for a while. Roger told the truth. Poof, Bulma burst out laughing. Roger didn't speak. To be honest, why don't you believe it? You say you are a god? This kind of deceptive trick, you can deceive the children, forget it, less to lie to me. Bulma said angrily. Aren't you a child? You seem to be only 6 years old, right? Roger smiled. Hey? I actually forgot, I am also a child. Bulma held her head with a sad face. Chapter 016. So, you agreed? Roger asked. I didn't agree. Bulma shouted. Well, what do you want? I can help you make it happen. Roger said. What wish? Bulma thoughtfully looked up at Roger. My family is so rich, your question makes me embarrassed. Roger really wanted to beat this kid. Can we not pretend? I don't have an angel as good as you do. With that, I want strawberries that I will never finish eating. Bulma looked at Roger and asked excitedly, can you do it? Roger. Bulma, this female doll. Years later, her search for Dragon Ball is also a strawberry that can never be eaten. However, by that time, Bulma had grown up, and it was better to find a Prince Charming than the strawberries that could never be eaten. What you get easily, you won't cherish. Roger said. You can't change it, can you? Bulma looked at Roger. There's a way to make that happen. Roger said, you go to your warehouse and you can find a golden bead. Warehouse. Bulma beckoned to a robot, hear that? Go find a golden bead. The robot was soon found in the warehouse and returned with the Dragon Balls. Bulma picked up the Dragon Ball and looked at it carefully. Hey? There are 2 stars in it, what are you doing? What a strange thing. Bulma looked through it, couldn't see why, and then seemed to think of something. You secretly put the beads in the warehouse, right? This is Dragon Ball, there are 7 in total, and there are 1 to 7 stars in it, and your one is also called the 2-star Dragon Ball. Roger explained. Dragon Ball? Can you eat it as strawberries? Bulma bared her stammering teeth, nibbled on the Dragon Ball, and exclaimed, so hard. Toothache. Dragon Balls are scattered all over the world, there are 7 Dragon Balls, just say come out Shenlong, and the Shenlong will appear and fulfill any of your wishes. Roger said, your never-ending strawberries can be asked for by Shenlong. You lied to the child. Bulma didn't believe it. You can look up some relevant ancient documents, which are recorded in Dragon Ball. Roger smiled. 3 hours later. Bulma was surprised to find an introduction to Dragon Ball. However, Bulma would not believe that Roger was a god who came down to experience. For your sake, I'll let you stay in our house, but if you're a bad person, I'm not polite to you. Bulma said, adding an extra laser gun in her hand. Phew! Bulma pulls the trigger. A laser shot out of the muzzle. Boom! On the artificial lake in the distance, the tide rises to a height of 10 meters. See? Bulma looked proud, this gun is very powerful, this is what I have researched. And even if you grab this gun, it's useless, the trigger is identified by fingerprints, and wrong fingerprints do not fire lasers. That evening. What? Is Roger a god? Coming to the human world to practice? Bulma's father, Dr. Brives, couldn't help but cough, then smiled and held up his glasses. Ha ha ha, what a creative statement. Okay, whatever you want, aren't you bored, just let Roger play with you later. Dr. Brives wasn't upset by the addition of a stranger in his family. The Universal Capsule Company is so big that even if all the Nemesis people come, they still won't feel crowded. Even if there is such a person as Roger in the family, it is not a big deal for the Bulma family. In this way, Roger temporarily settled in Bulma's home. 10 days later. Roger. I'm going to find Dragon Ball. Bulma said. Don't make trouble, how old are you? Wait until you're an adult. Roger reprimanded. I'm not a kid anymore. Bulma pouted, sullen. "You're only 6 years old, you mean to say?" Roger said. "I want strawberries that I never can eat." Bulma pouted. "I'm going out today," Roger said. "Where are you going? When will you be back?" After Bulma asked, she turned her head and found that Roger had disappeared. Bulma looked puzzled. "What about people? Roger? What about you?" Bulma shouted. 3 minutes later. "Roger, you come out, I don't like playing hide-and-seek at all." Bulma pouted. "Phew." Roger turned into a colorful flame of light and broke into the sky. While passing the Galactic Patrol headquarters, the colorful flames of light passed directly through Myers' room. Bang! Roger slapped Myers' body. Suddenly, Myers spun rapidly in place. After 10 minutes, Myers stopped turning, and Roger had disappeared long ago. "Roger! What the? Why turn me?" Myers glared dryly. "Is going around in circles really an experience?" Chapter 017. The Planet of the King of the Realm. The King of the Northern Realm lay on the ground with a swollen nose and a swollen face, constantly shouting. "Humph, at your level, you can still teach me to become stronger? You can't even beat me, you're too weak." Vegeta put her foot on the body of the Realm King and said with a cold face. "Vegeta, although I am not as strong as you, the King of Realms wanted to tell Vegeta that he could make Vegeta stronger. But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them again. The King of the Realm is tired. If he made this kid stronger, wouldn't he be more miserable? Now that they have been beaten like this kid, will they be able to pay it back in the future?" The King of the Realm simply stopped talking. "May the god named Roger come quickly." "Ahem, Vegeta, you're going overboard." After Roger arrived, he just saw the scene of the Realm King being bullied, and couldn't help but cough. "Hey? Roger, you can be counted as coming, get me out of this place." Vegeta lifted his foot and looked at Roger with a smile on his face. "Oops." The King of the Realm got up from the ground, the corners of his mouth twitched, and his face was embarrassed. "Humph, Roger, I don't know what you brought me to this planet for. And let me practice with this idiot. I'm so much stronger than him." Vegeta looked proud. "So? In these 10 days, you haven't learned anything?" Roger asked with a dark face. "Learn what? Is it necessary?" Vegeta snorted, "This guy's combat strength is less than 10,000 deaths, and this level of guy really disappoints me." Roger's face darkened. The King of the Realm was silent on the sidelines. "Yes, his strength is not as good as Vegeta. Roger, get me out of here, I'm going to clean up Frisia." Vegeta is confident. Bang! Roger slapped it away. With a muffled sound, Vegeta's body penetrated the entire planet on the spot and flew out from the other side of the planet. Vegeta flew to a height and then fell into free fall. Bang! Vegeta's body smashed to the ground and almost fainted. Ugh! Roger flew over, stomped on Vegeta's body with his foot, and rolled on the ground. "King of the Realm! So ferocious! Who is this young man? I'm here to let you cultivate with the Realm King, you are good, the combat strength has increased by 10 in 10 days. Roger was so angry that his nose was crooked, so he stepped on Vegeta's body with his foot, rolling back and forth on the grass like kneading dough. "Abominable!" Vegeta croaked. "You dare to bark your teeth at me!" Roger slapped it away, knocking out several of Vegeta's teeth at that time. Vegeta was silent. "Although the strength of the Realm King is not as good as yours, he is a very good teacher, Vegeta, I really don't know who gave you confidence." Roger reprimanded. Vegeta stopped talking, and the more he found himself talking, or glaring, the more Roger rolled himself. "Speak! Is there nothing to say?" Roger shouted. "Vegeta! King of the Realm! So ferocious! Still, It's cool. Roger reprimanded Vegeta for a while, but finally did not give up on him. Vegeta is also the first person Roger has known when he comes to planet Vegeta, and he is also his own little henchman. For the sake of a little selfishness, Roger still somewhat took care of Vegeta. Otherwise, Roger would not have taken Vegeta to the planet of the Realm King and let him cultivate with the Realm King. It's just that from the current situation, there is no longer room here. This kid bullied the Realm King like this, and it's strange that the Realm King can teach him skills. But so easily forgiven Vegeta, Roger has no face? Roger glanced at the Realm King. You're saying something. If you don't talk, I can't keep rolling Vegeta like this, can I? That. Roger. Forget it. The corner of the Realm King's mouth twitched, and he quickly came over to answer. Bang. Roger slapped the Realm King to the depths of the earth. You are a waste firewood, you can't even do such a little thing. Roger scolded. The King of the Realm was about to cry. I'm so innocent. I'm provoking whom? Phew. Roger did not stay here, took Vegeta, turned into a colorful flame of light, and quickly disappeared. Ugh! The scepter in Roger's hand emerged, and a flame of healing light hit Vegeta's body. Suddenly, Vegeta's injury was completely healed. Hey? My injury? All right? Vegeta immediately came back to his senses, his face a little excited. At the same time, Vegeta also found that his combat effectiveness had also improved a lot. Hey? Roger, will you heal? Vegeta asked in surprise, looking at Roger expectantly. Roger could see that Vegeta's eyes seemed to say, quickly abuse him, and then treat him. Chapter 018. Simply improving your combat effectiveness through near-death recovery is not a good thing for your future cultivation. Roger said. I think my current combat effectiveness should have surpassed Frieza. Vegeta's immature face was full of confidence. Roger, maybe I'm a Super Saiyan now, take me to Frieza, I'm going to destroy him with my own hands. Roger didn't take care of Vegeta. Where did this kid get his confidence? There was silence for a moment. Do you know why Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta? Roger asked. Humph, isn't it because Frieza is afraid of the birth of Super Saiyans among us Saiyans? Vegeta snorted, I'm a genius warrior among Saiyans, maybe I'm a Super Saiyan now. After saying this, Vegeta looked directly at Roger. Roger, you're a Super Saiyan, aren't you? Vegeta asked. Roger shook his head. You're all so powerful. You're not a Super Saiyan yet? Vegeta asked in surprise. Let's go, take you to meet the real Super Saiyan. Roger did not answer Vegeta's questions. Ugh! I saw Roger gently turning the space-time ring. Roger took Vegeta and disappeared in a flash. 5 minutes later. Directly in front of Vegeta, an extremely familiar planet appeared. Planet Vegeta? Is that Planet Vegeta? Vegeta exclaimed, Planet Vegeta has not been destroyed. Roger didn't gnaw and sped up the flight. Soon, Roger appeared directly above Bardock with Vegeta. That is? Bardock? Sure enough, Planet Vegeta is still there. Vegeta was a little excited, but still a little confused. Strangely, the scenery on this planet is a little different from Vegeta's planet. Learn well with Bardock here, this is your last chance. After Roger finished speaking. Bang! Roger flew up and kicked Vegeta down. After 10 days of getting along, although Bardock still missed his wife and children in his heart, he finally calmed down. Especially helping the plant starman fight off a few space pirates, it made Bardock feel at ease. It's just that when he thinks that this is 1000 years ago, Bardock is helpless. The only thing that makes Bardock feel fortunate is that it seems that according to this historical development, as long as he has lived for 1000 years, he can really see his wife. Bardock was suddenly a little excited. Bardock gets along reasonably well with the natives of Planet Plant these days, especially the kid named Bailey. Seeing Bailey, Bardock couldn't help but think of his youngest son Cockorote. Cockorote, when he was 3 years old. Wrong. How can Cockorote look like this? However, Cockorote's naive personality should follow his mother, right? Bardock looked up to the sky and sighed. Then, there was no more sighing. Bardock saw a dark shadow descending from the sky. Bang! Vegeta's body pressed directly against Bardock's head. Bardock sank deep into the earth. Vegeta also cried out in pain. Damn, Roger, what are you doing? Vegeta gritted his teeth and got up from the ground. When Bardock heard Roger's name, he immediately burst out of the earth. Roger! Where are you? Bardock quickly asked. Roger ignored the two, just suspended high in the air, and looked at the two with a smile. Hey? His Highness Vegeta? It's you? Bardock turned his head to see Vegeta and asked in surprise, are you still alive? What about Raditz? What Raditz? Vegeta was stunned for a moment. Didn't His Highness take Raditz with him on an alien mission? Bardock asked. Bardock! Do you think that with Prince Ben's strength, as for bringing a tow oil bottle with you to go on a mission? Vegeta looked disdainful and hummed, I won't go. Well, it looks like Naba went out with Raditz. Raditz? Didn't go back to planet Vegeta, did it? Bardock asked again. I don't know. Vegeta snorted, even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you, I'm going back to the palace, goodbye. After speaking, Vegeta took off into the air and flew away. Bardock. Palace? This is the planet plant. Where are the royal palaces? 3 minutes later. Vegeta flew back from a distance. Hey, what is this place? Why is it completely different from our planet Vegeta? Vegeta said strangely. Don't you know? Bardock glanced at Vegeta. Know what? Vegeta asked. Here it is. 1,000 years ago. Bardock said quietly. What, 1,000 years ago? Are you kidding? Vegeta exclaimed. Chapter 019. Bardock showed a serious expression. Wouldn't you? Was it really 1,000 years ago? Vegeta's face sank when he saw that Bardock didn't look like he was joking. How? Roger didn't tell you? Bardock glanced at Vegeta. Roger, come out. Come out quickly. Take me back. Vegeta shouted. Roger was too lazy to take care of it. Vegeta shouted a few times, found that there was no reaction, and looked at Bardock a few more times. Hey, Roger said let me learn from you? So, you're a Super Saiyan? Vegeta asked. Super Saiyan? How can it be? Bardock shook his head. So what do I learn from you? This guy is so abominable, one day, I will defeat him. Let him bow down. Vegeta croaked. Bang! As he spoke, an invisible divine force covered him, directly crushing Vegeta. What's the situation? Bardock looked stunned. You're okay, why did you lie down? Abominable. Let me go. Vegeta hissed. I didn't move you. Bardock said quickly. Phew. At this moment, I saw a spaceship slowly falling in the distance. Someone is coming. Is that the guy named Zild? Bardock's expression became heavy. Zild? Who? Vegeta asked as she lay on her stomach on the ground. He's coming. Bardock said quietly. Sure enough, the next moment, Vegeta saw a man who looked more similar to Frieza appear opposite Bardock. At the same time, by Zild's side, there are two younger brothers. The two younger brothers were beaten by Bardock before, so they brought Zild to take revenge. Frieza? It's that Frieza guy. Vegeta shouted, then shook his head, it looks alike, not Frieza. Zild glanced at Vegeta with a confused look. Whose kid is this? How do you lie on the ground? Humph, did they hit you? Zild said with a dark face. The two younger brothers nodded vigorously and pointed at Bardock. What are you? Zild asked, looking at Bardock. Scion, Bardock. Bardock said coldly. Scion. Zild was stunned for a moment, and then glanced at Vegeta again. Humph, even if you find a child to lie down for me and beg for mercy, I won't let you go. Of course, if you come to the stomach and beg for mercy like that child, I may consider forgiving you. You think too much, he just likes that pose, but I don't like it. Bardock sneered. Humph, the guy who doesn't know if he is dead or alive, he doesn't cry when he doesn't see the coffin. Zild rubbed his nose, and his face became gloomy. In the future, Frisia destroyed my planet, and here, I will never allow that kind of history. The future is playing out again. Bardock stammered, and the energy in his body surged out wildly. Immediately afterwards, Bardock sped away in the direction of Zild. Bardock's fist broke through the void and went straight to Zild's face. Bang! It's just that Zild is faster. I saw Zild's knee slammed into Bardock's abdomen. Poof! Blood spurted wildly from Bardock's mouth. Zild grabbed Bardock by the hair and slapped him left and right in the face. Bang! Zild flew up and kicked Bardock to the ground. Poof! The moment Bardock fell to the ground, he felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood sprayed on the ground. Bardock! At this moment, Bailey rushed up, and tears fell. You go away! Bardock shouted. Bardock, quick, I'll treat you! Bailey said, and quickly poured the healing potion in his hand on Bardock's body. Oh! Plant's little ghost, aren't you a little daring, treat this guy in front of me? Zild's face turned cold. You're a scoundrel! Bailey exclaimed. Humph, I don't know if I'm alive or dead. Zild stepped forward. Bang! Zild slapped Bailey's oval head back. With a muffled sound, Bailey's body flew high at that time, leaving a bloodstain in the air and rolling to the ground. Bardock's eyes widened, and he fixed his gaze on Bailey, who was already dead or alive. Eye-catching imp! Zild said coldly, you're next, Scion Bardock. Snap! Bardock stood up from the ground. Boom! A golden lightning bolt fell from the sky and crashed down on Bardock's head. Snap! Bardock's pupils suddenly changed color and became green. Boom! The next moment, Bardock's hair stood high and turned golden. At the same time, Bardock's body was glowing with a layer of golden light. What's the situation? Vegeta's pupils shrank and he looked at this strange scene in surprise. I can't spare you. Zild. Bardock walked step by step in Zild's direction. Chapter 020. Zild is also a little confused. How did it become yellow? But soon, Zild calmed down. Do you think you can defeat me, Zild, if you change your appearance? Zielder said coldly. Bardock did not speak, and stepped again in the direction of Zild. Find death! Zild snorted coldly, the light flame condensed in his fingers, and a crimson light flame went straight to Bardock's direction. Bang! Bardock waved his hand and scattered the flame of light on the spot. Immediately afterward, Bardock kicked out violently. This kick kicked directly on Zild's chest. What? Zild's face contorted for a while, and the whole person flew backwards. Boom! Zild's body fell heavily in the distant jungle, gulping blood. Ugh! Bardock flew high. Die! Bardock flicked his hand and threw an energy bomb towards Zild's location. Boom! There was a bang from Zild's position. Zild fainted at that time, and his life was collapsing. Lord Zild! Lord Zild! The two little brothers hurriedly ran over. You two, it's not a pity to die. Bardock had a dark face and looked at the two Zild brothers with murderous intent. The two were frightened, and hurriedly stopped, looking at Bardock in shock, and their whole bodies were trembling. I have more important things to do, though. Bardock smiled softly, raised his head, and looked up at the sky. Phew! Bardock turned into a golden glow and rushed into the sky. Taking advantage of Bardock's lack of noticing his side, the two little brothers quickly took the seriously injured Zild and quickly stepped on the spaceship and left the planet plant. Humph, Roger, you're really here. I knew you would be here. Bardock squinted at Roger on the other side. How? Became a Super Scion and began to be arrogant? Roger smiled. Just now, Roger made a slight movement, just to attract Bardock over. If Roger really wanted Bardock to find him, Bardock would definitely not be able to find him. Let me return to the time when planet Vegeta still exists, and I will release you. Bardock said coldly. Childish. Roger smiled softly, and an upside-down golden hook kicked directly on Bardock's body. Boom! Bardock was like a cannonball, and it hit the ground hard. Poof! Bardock spewed out a mouthful of blood, and the golden flame of light on his body also collapsed at once. Little Super Saiyan dares to scream in front of me too. Roger put his foot on Bardock's body and rolled back and forth. Bardock was stunned. I'm all Super Saiyan. Can't I beat Roger? What's going on? Who is he? Snap! At this time, the divine power coercion on Vegeta's body had disappeared, and he hurriedly came over. Seeing Roger roll and roll with his foot on Bardock's body, Vegeta suddenly felt a feeling of schadenfreude. It's fun. Roger, you said he was a Super Saiyan just now with golden light. Vegeta thought thoughtfully. Understood. Roger asked rhetorically. Is this really 1000 years ago? That guy just now is Frisia's ancestor? Vegeta mused. You can understand it that way. Roger nodded slightly. How did he become a Super Saiyan? How do I feel because of anger? Vegeta asked again. Take care of this yourself. Roger smiled. So. What about this guy? Vegeta asked again. Stay, he's the beginning of the Super Saiyan legend. Roger said with a smile. Bang! The next moment, Roger's feet were covered with divine power. With a muffled sound, Bardock sank deep into the earth, revealing only half of his head. Bardock, live well, we'll see you in 1000 years. Roger smiled slightly. Immediately afterwards, Roger took Vegeta to turn the space-time ring. Ugh! Roger disappeared with Vegeta. Bardock got up from the ground with a look of embarrassment, the breath on his body appeared madly, and the golden glow bloomed around his body, and he became a Super Saiyan again. Roger, take me back! Bardock shouted. With a shout, Roger did not appear. Bardock's golden glow collapsed, and with a heavy punch, he hit the ground of planet plant. I'm going home. Bardock said quietly. Bardock, from now on, this is your home. Bailey walked up. Just now, when Bardock was fighting Zild, Bailey had been cured by the healing potion. Bardock glanced at Bailey. Bang! Bardock kicked Bailey several times. Bardock! What happened to you? Bailey's parents were flabbergasted. Those plant starmen were also frightened one by one. Isn't Bardock quite easygoing? How did it suddenly go bad? My home is on planet Vegeta. Bardock snorted coldly, turned into a golden glow, and flew into the sky. P.S. Ask for tips, tip 1 person plus 1 more, not capped. 1 tip 1000 book coins plus 2 more. Chapter 021. Distant starry sky. Zild is already dying. Tell my people. Ask them to keep an eye out for blonde hair. Super Saiyan, Zerd explained his last words and sighed, Super Saiyan. Oh God! I'm not willing. Then, Zild hung up. The little brothers misheard, and heard the gods of Super Saiyans and Super Saiyan. As a result, the legend of the Super Saiyan and the Super Saiyan God was deeply engraved in the hearts of the Frisia people. In the blink of an eye, Roger took Vegeta back to his own era. Upon returning, Roger immediately sensed his angelic power. This time to solve Bardock's matter, sure enough, the angel power consumed a lot. In particular, Bardock became a Super Saiyan because Roger played a big role in it. Today, Roger's angel power is still 9,600 left. This trip survived, and Roger consumed a total of 200 angel power. You know, in the past 2 years, Roger has only consumed a total of 200 angel power. Roger, who are you? Vegeta looked at Roger with some surprise. This guy can even be tortured to death and live as a Super Saiyan, which is too perverted. Go find your little friend. Roger said, turning into a colorful flame of light and soaring in this starry sky. 10 minutes later. Luo Wei is above the sky of a certain planet. Vegeta gave a condescending look. Hey? Is Raditz, son of Nappa and Bardock? Vegeta was slightly startled. Don't provoke Frisia yet, he's much stronger than you think. Roger instructed Vegeta. What about Bai Badak? Vegeta was stunned for a moment and asked. Bardock, not Frisia's opponent. Roger affirmed. What? Isn't Super Saiyan no match for Frisia either? Vegeta was so surprised, his eyes widened and his face was disgruntled. That depends on what kind of Super Saiyan is. Roger smiled, go down, I won't kick you this time and save you some face. Vegeta. What about you? Roger? What are your plans? Vegeta asked. Me? I'm too strong, I have to find a way to get weaker, or the entire universe will face extinction. Roger sighed. Vegeta's face froze and he was speechless. Can you not blow? You say you are strong, I believe. But you say you are so strong that you want to be weak. You are powerful enough to destroy the universe. Who are you deceiving about? Are you a 3-year-old? Vegeta rolled her eyes and glared at Roger. Bang! Roger flew up and kicked Vegeta down. Boom! Vegeta's body smashed heavily on the ground, leaving a large hole in the ground. The Scions of Nappa and Raditz below were startled and raised their vigilance one by one. Vegeta! Didn't you say that you won't kick me this time, and you want to save me some face? Yes. Is it His Highness Vegeta? Nappa finally recognized Vegeta. Your Highness Vegeta, how did it fall from the sky? Raditz looked up blankly. It's not going to die, is it? Nappa patted Vegeta on the back carefully. Vegeta gritted her teeth and stood up. Scions are only the 4 of you left. Vegeta looked at the 4 remaining Scions. In particular, there is no way to be the king of the Scions. The 4 of Nappa nodded. How did you capture this planet? Vegeta asked with a dark face. Your Highness Vegeta, we attacked for 10 days and finally captured this planet. Nappa said quickly. Good, it didn't disappoint me. Vegeta nodded like a little adult. Your Highness Vegeta, I heard that planet Vegeta was hit by a huge meteorite. Destroyed? Nappa asked tentatively. Meteorites? What did Frisia say? Vegeta asked, stunned for a moment. Yes. Nappa nodded. Yes, that's right. Vegeta did not retort. Meteorites are meteorites. One day, I, Vegeta, will surpass Roger and become the most powerful warrior in this universe. Vegeta never dreamed that he had set a goal that could never be overcome. An opponent that he could not surpass in any way. Handled Vegeta's affairs. What Roger didn't expect was that the consumption of angel power actually reached 200. Well? Why is this? Roger was a little excited in his heart. After thinking about it carefully, Roger seemed to have a little understanding. Could it be that it's because? What is the average number of creatures in the universe? It seems that there is a possibility for this. Roger remembered that in the Future Power Conference, the average level of the 7th universe was about 3. In all universes, the second to last. The penultimate one seems to be the 9th universe. Chapter 022. What did Roger do to Vegeta? It is nothing more than improving his combat effectiveness. It's just that this only improves Vegeta's combat effectiveness alone. It is said that the average level of the universe will not increase much. Roger shook his head, not thinking about this complicated issue for the time being. Anyway, take another look. Phew. Roger turned into a colorful flame of light and sped away in the direction of the Milky Way. As he passed the Galactic Patrol headquarters where Myers was, the corners of Roger's mouth curved and he rushed towards Myers' room again. Ugh! What Roger didn't expect was that this time he actually pounced. Ha ha ha, Roger, I won't fall twice in the same position, this time I have already sensed that you are going to appear. Mel smiled and levitated near Roger. Roger didn't speak. By the way, Roger, recently my father made an angel ranking, did you read it? Myers said, I should call him Lord High Priest, it's not appropriate to call him father. I'm sorry. You're trying to tell me that you're a concubine of the Great Priest, and I'm not, right? Roger's face was a little dark. I didn't mean that. In fact, Roger, you are also very difficult, you are the divine fruit of the condensation of the divine power of the universe, and you will definitely have more success than the heirs of our great priests in the future. Myers said with a smile. Roger's face was not very good looking. How to give Roger the feeling that Myers is saying that he is equivalent to the wild? If he hadn't known that Myers' goods had no malice, Roger really wanted to destroy him. Angels are divine fruits condensed on the angelic divine tree. There is more than one angelic divine tree. Roger and Myers are not on the same tree. Similar to Koron in the 8th universe, Weiss in the 7th universe, Bardos in the 6th universe, and the guy named Myers in front of him now, they are all the heirs of the Great Priest. As for which other angel was also the heir of the High Priest, Roger did not know, and there was no need to understand. Maybe there is, maybe not. It can be said that the heirs of the Great Priest are not related to Roger at all. Roger sometimes wonders, how did the Grand Priest give birth to Myers? Could it be the Great Priest and the tree? It's also too bad fun. Roger snorted and looked at Myers with some sympathy. Myers didn't know why Roger suddenly came up with this look. By the way, Roger, in the past 10 days, I have consumed another 10 angelic divine power. Seeing that Roger's face was not very good looking, Myers quickly changed the topic, speaking of which, the Galaxy Patrol site is still helpful to our experience. How about Roger, you come with you? It just so happens that we are companions and study together how to experience it faster. Roger glared. You mention the power of angels again. You have little angel power, why do you always mention this? Bang! Roger slapped it over. Myers spun like a top. Roger turned into a colorful flame of light and disappeared in a flash. 3 minutes later. Hey, Roger, don't you read the leaderboard? Mel's voice came from afar. Send it to me. Roger replied lightly. Well, replied Myers, then muttered, but why did you turn me? Stupid. Let you spin in circles to let you feel the divine power of the universe and speed up your experience. Roger reprimanded. Sure enough. Mel's believed. Roger. So stupid, how to be a messenger? You feel my angelic power. Roger has already seen the Earth, but he can still communicate with Myers remotely. What? The last time I saw you, you seemed to be more than 9,700, it's only been 10 days, how did you consume 300? How shocked Myers-sensei was. If you calculate it according to this consumption rate, you can complete the experience in less than a year. Roger didn't answer. Can it really speed up my experience speed and increase the speed of consuming angel power? Myers asked again. Realize it yourself. Roger replied lightly. Yes, it won't work if you say it. Myers replied, thank you, Roger. Especially if I inadvertently let you go around in circles in the past, your comprehension of experience will be higher. You are 2 years younger than me, you are my younger brother, I am good to you. Roger smiled. Mel's thanked again. Roger held back a laugh. Beep. At this moment, Roger felt his scepter tremble slightly, and knew that it was Myers who sent the angel ranking. Roger immediately opened the angel leaderboard and quickly glanced at it. Chapter 023. Angel ranking, currently only 5 rankings. First place, Koron. Identity, 8th Cosmic Angel. True God Realm, 750. Second place, Weiss. Identity, 7th Universe Angel. True God Realm, 641. Third place, Avamo. Identity, 1st Cosmic Angel. True God Realm, 540. Fourth place, Martinu. Identity, 12th Cosmic Angel. True God Realm, 525. Fifth place, Bardos. Identity, 6th Cosmic Angel. True God Realm, 410. Worthy of the own son of the great priest. 3 children, all on the list. Koron of the 8th universe ranks first. Weiss of the 7th universe is second. Bardos of the 6th universe is a little worse, only ranked 5th. Rao is so, and it is very remarkable. The value of the true God realm, Roger knows, this has been understood when Roger has practiced in the nether. The true God realm is the transformation of the consumed angelic power. Sometimes there are more conversions, sometimes few. The average is about a ratio of 1:100. For example, now Roger's angel power consumes 600, which should be transformed into 6 true God realms. However, in the operation against Vegeta and Bardock, there was more transformation. Now Roger's true God realm has reached 10. Moreover, after consuming all the angel power, the true God realm will undergo a huge transformation. It varies from angel to angel, some more and some less. Of course, compared with these angels on the leaderboard, Roger still has a big gap. However, Roger is indeed the angel with the most angelic power ever. The angels from the 1st universe to the 7th universe have completed their internships, and the highest is about 60 in the realm of true gods. But these angels have lived too long. After so many years, they had cultivated the true God realm. Roger, how many true God realms are you? Do you convert a lot? Myers asked. It's 100. Roger said. Mel's was startled and couldn't say anything. How is it so high? Impossible, right? Do you believe it? Roger smiled. Myers. Let's not joke like that, okay? Leaderboard, how often is it updated? Roger asked. 10 years, Myers mused. It seems that this list, basically not much has changed. It has always been my eldest brother Koron who occupies the 1st place, and the 3rd brother Weiss has not caught up for many years, but the 2nd sister is not easy. I heard that she can shoot the 8th before, and this time she actually entered the top 5. Yes, one day I will also be on the list. Roger smiled and interrupted the call. Roger glanced at the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company below. Ugh! Roger's body shrank rapidly, and the clothes on his body were immediately renewed. In the blink of an eye, Roger transformed into an earthling who looked to be only about 7 years old. Roger fell from the sky and landed in the courtyard of Bulma's house. Roger, when did you come back? When Bulma saw Roger, she was a little excited. Roger was gone for only a day. Bulma felt that after Roger left, the house was a little boring. Just came back. Roger smiled. Where have you been? Bulma asked curiously. Went around outer space. Roger smiled slightly. Roger, you know what? You're good anywhere, it's just... Can we not brag? Bulma glared angrily. 20 days later. Frisia's seal unraveled on its own. Frisia blackened his face and killed all the younger brothers present, leaving only Sob and Doria. The image of the Emperor of the Universe cannot be ruined by these nobodies. You too, you won't say it, will you? Frisia glanced sideways at Sob and Doria and asked with a cold face. Sob knelt on the ground, his head pressed against the ground, and his whole body trembled with fear. Doria also wanted to keep his head close to the earth, but he was too fat to stick to the earth. Frisia put his foot on Doria's head and pushed a little harder. Click! Doria fractured his spine. However, Doria did not die, and this level of injury was not enough to be fatal. You too, I'll spare you this time. Frisia said coldly, however, you guys immediately find a way to find me that guy named Roger, and this time I will destroy him if I say anything. Sob and Doria quickly kowtowed. The two did not dare to tell Frisia that he was not that Roger's opponent at all. However, when Sob and Doria begin to search for Roger, they realize how sad the errand is. Can't find it at all, okay? There is no news at all. But what excited the two was that Roger didn't find it, they did find Vegeta. Vegeta? He was with those few surviving scions? Frisia groaned slightly. Chapter 024. Your Excellency Frisia, do you want to arrest him? Sob asked, maybe Roger's whereabouts can be learned from his mouth. Go ahead. Frisia nodded. Sob was just about to leave to capture Vegeta. Wait. Frisia spoke, now go get Vegeta, if Roger knows, he will definitely run away. In this way, paying close attention to Vegeta's every move, I think, that guy named Roger, one day will show up. Sob and Doria looked at each other. Both of them muttered in their hearts. Don't you dare to go? Perhaps, from beginning to end, looking for Roger is just you beating a fat man with a swollen face. Of course, although the two thought this in their hearts, they did not dare to say it. Say it, and Frisia will definitely kill them. The two were curious, who is this scion named Roger? In fact, even Frisia was shocked in his heart. Roger, who the hell? It's really Super Scion? For the next period, Roger stayed at Bulma's home and began to taste the emotions of the world. Not to mention, this trick really works. The power of angels is not too much, but it is not a lot. However, Roger was able to feel the warmth brought to him by the Bulma family in this ordinary life. 749 AI, Earth. Before you know it, 12 years have passed. In these 12 years, Roger's angel power has consumed nearly 5,000 people. At the same time, the value of the true God realm that Roger transformed through the power of angels also reached a height of 120. Almost double the average conversion. Today, Roger has 5,100 angel power left. But think about it, Sun Wukong and minors, the rest of these angelic powers, take your time. Even, Roger kind of likes the plain life of the Bulma family. No, it's not actually a dull life. It's a life worth enjoying. Because, the food at Bulma's house is fantastic. No wonder Weiss wants to keep the planet safe. These delicacies, there is simply no one. In the past 12 years, Roger has tasted the delicacy of the world. I'm finally an adult. Roger, you promised me, you will accompany me to find Dragon Ball. Bulma had already turned into a budding girl, holding Roger's hand and coquettishly. What about your wishes? Or do you want a strawberry that you will never finish eating? Roger also grew taller, became taller, and became a handsome teenager. Of course, this is also Roger's original image. Just remove the aura of angels. Roger is the only yellow of all the angels. For the rest of the angels, the color of the skin is mostly blue. Meyer's complexion is lilac. However, skin color is nothing, and it is nothing to angels. Angels can change their skin color at any time, as long as you wish. Yes, or do you think? Bulma looked at Roger and said, I've been waiting for this wish for 12 years. I thought your wish was to find a Prince Charming. Roger sighed slightly. Hearing Roger's words, Bulma's face turned slightly red, and she quickly shifted her gaze. Nasty, I don't want Prince Charming. Bulma shouted. Roger smiled. Stupid. Bulma turned around and muttered in a low voice. Roger covered his head and was a little big-headed. How do you give Roger the feeling that Bulma seems to like herself? But think about it, 12 years of getting along day and night, eating and living together, almost sleeping. It's normal for Bulma to like herself. It's just that Roger really only sees Bulma as a sister. At least, Roger has no plans to date a girlfriend yet. Perhaps. Even if you have a girlfriend, you have to find a female angel, right? Roger thought, is it time for him to leave? Go find the Dragon Balls and start your journey. Roger changed the subject. What do you mean? How to listen to what you mean, you don't go? Bulma asked. I'm not going, but I'll protect you in secret. Roger said. You promised me. Bulma glared. You promised me 12 years ago that when I become an adult, you will accompany me to find Dragon Ball. Okay then, I'll accompany you to find the first Dragon Ball, and I'll be back. Roger said. 3. At least accompany me to find 3. Bulma began to talk about conditions. 3 is 3. Roger nodded. That's pretty much it. Bulma grinned, in other words, since you accompanied me to find the Dragon Balls, don't you put all the Dragon Balls together? Don't you have a wish to fulfill? For me, there is no wish that I cannot fulfill. Roger looked up at the sky. Just no bragging. For 12 years, this bragging problem of yours has not changed at all. Bulma pouted. Chapter 025. Early the next morning, Roger said goodbye to Bulma's parents and accompanied Bulma on her journey to find the Dragon Balls. It all seemed so familiar. Little Goku, Turtle Immortal, Oolong, leaping. One by one, future Z warriors appeared in Roger's sight. Because Roger is by Bulma's side, such as little Goku sleeping on Bulma's body, or Bulma falling in love with leaping, and Bulma lifting her skirt in front of the Turtle Immortals, etc., are non-existent. The 3 Dragon Balls were quickly assembled. Roger didn't say goodbye. Say 3, just 3. Just as Roger had just left Bulma, the scepter shook slightly. The scepter is in Roger's alien space and can be summoned at any time. Snap! A scepter appeared in Roger's hand. Ugh! At the very top of the scepter was a crystal ball, which flashed and Myers' face emerged. Myers, what's going on? Roger asked. Ruos was born. Mel said. Ruos? Your sister? Roger was slightly startled. In the impression, Roger did find that there was a female angel divine fruit on the tree of Myers. Well, my sister. Myers nodded lightly, wiping his sweat slightly. How does it feel like swearing? However, Ruos is indeed her own sister. Roger isn't a swearing, is he? Mel's was a little tangled. Where did you go? Roger asked. Let's not talk about where to practice. It's her angelic power, as tall as you. Mel smiled wryly, 10,000 angel powers. Isn't that nice? Roger smiled. It's too difficult, it's too hard to consume. 12 years have passed, I still have more than 800 angel powers, maybe my experience over the years is not in the right direction. Myers thought thoughtfully. Gave you the method of spinning in circles, did you use it? Roger asked. I used it for the first year or 2, and the effect was pretty good, but it was a little dizzy. Then it was useless, and you didn't come to transfer me. Mel sighed slightly, as if he didn't think Roger was authentic enough. Say yes, turn me without me guarding? Why not play any more? Besides your sister Ruos, are there other angels born? Roger asked. No more. Myers shook his head, but before you, there were also Krutz and Sabe. The two of them. Krut were 30 years older than you, and Sabi was 6 years older than Krut. I've always been a little curious, so many intern angels, once the internship is over, which universe angel will be inherited? Roger couldn't help but ask. There are currently 12 universes in total. Every universe has its own angels. Moreover, angels are immortal. So, after the internship, are the trainee angels going to replace other angels? Are the angels of the previous 12 universes going to retire? If this is the case, is there also a retired angel before this? Where did these angels go? The reason why he asked Myers was because Myers was the son of the great priest and knew more things. Open up a new universe. Myers said, don't you know? Roger had a dark face and did not speak. I know I'm still asking you. At present, in addition to the 12 universes, a new universe is being opened, and a new universe needs new angels. Myers explained. New universe, is there anyone to choose? Roger asked. Of course, one of our intern angels will be found to take over the new universe. Mel said. It's not predetermined, is it? Roger smiled. Haha. It is also possible. Myers scratched his head. Sure enough. In other words, this new universe is basically Myers or his sister Ruos. There's an insider. Who let the family have a father of a great priest? No determination. Just as Roger sighed slightly, only a majestic voice was heard coming from the scepter. Immediately afterwards, Roger found that the light on his scepter flashed, and a blue-green phantom flew out from the scepter. The phantom soon transformed into the appearance of a great priest. Father! Mels bowed and saluted at the distant Galactic Patrol headquarters. The great priest had a dark face and did not speak. Lord Grand Priest. Mels immediately changed his name. No big, no small. The great priest reprimanded. Mels stopped talking and hung his head. Then, the Grand Priest looked at Roger. Great Priest. Roger greeted, and then muttered in a low voice, this eavesdropping technique is gone. The Great Priest glared and wiped his sweat, obviously hearing it. I, a god of the universe, how can I be so obscene by what you say? However, the Great Priest was indeed eavesdropping and was a little speechless. Roger, this time the opening of a new universe, there is no internal candidate, you think too much. The Great Priest changed the topic and said with his hands behind his back, just because Myers is my child, I can't be appointed as a candidate for the new universe. All the trainee angels can fight for this opportunity, including Sabi and Krut. P.S. Ask for your tips. Friends who have the ability to tip it smashed it hard. No matter how much, add more to you. One-time reward of 1000 book coins of readers and friends, plus 2 more. Chapter 026. So, how do you fight for it? Roger asked. Look at the True God Realm, the highest angel in the True God Realm. If you wish, you can enter the new universe. The Great Priest replied, however, the new universe is very dangerous, even if it is an angel, it may fall. Currently, who has the highest True God Realm? Roger asked. As for the danger of the new universe that the Great Priest said, Roger did not pay attention to it. Fall? Inexistent. High Priest, who are you scaring about? In the 8th universe of Sabe, the True God Realm ranks first, reaching 180. The Great God said, if nothing else, you may choose to settle in a new universe. However, the new universe is still under development, and the foundation of the universe is unstable, and it is expected that it will take 20 years to stabilize. Sabe's True God Realm 180. Roger had a little sigh in his heart. If Roger wants to fight for it, he can work hard in these 20 years to strive to surpass Sabe in the realm of true God. The great priest smiled and said, in addition, if you have self-confidence, you can find the right god of destruction and the god of the realm king when you have time. Well said. Roger nodded. Well, good luck, then. The great priest smiled, and his figure became blurred. But soon, the grand priest returned. By the way, Roger, I forgot to tell you, Kroot's true god realm is not weak, 179, only 1 point less than Sabi. Usually these two have been fighting in secret, but you and Myers. Forget it, don't say it. After the great priest left this sentence, he completely disappeared. Roger knew what the grand priest wanted to say. Myers looked a bit innocent. Or rather, a little silly. The apprentice angel at the same stage, I am afraid that Roger is the best. That. Roger, let's go together. Myers smirked at Roger. It's good that it's not predetermined. Roger sighed. Haha, yes. Mel's wiped his sweat. So what else are you going to cheer for? Are you sure you can surpass me? Roger smiled. Myers. There was silence for a moment. Roger, my true god realm is 20, what about yours? Myers asked. Don't say it, I'm afraid to hit you. Roger said. It's okay, I know Roger, you've been consuming your angel power quickly over the years. Myers smiled, you should have realized something, right? Okay, take your time yourself, if it doesn't work, you can go to Super Dragon Ball and let the Divine Dragon help you. Roger smiled. Myers. After Roger finished speaking, he interrupted the call. As for Roger's statement that finding the Divine Dragon to make a wish to help consume the power of the angel, although the Divine Dragon can do it, it is inflated and useless to the transformed true God realm. 20 years. There are still 20 years. Or, take over a new universe to play? Then, before going to take over the new universe, you have to find a suitable god of destruction and king god. Who is the right one? Monkey King. This product is too naive, is it suitable for the king god of the realm? Doesn't seem quite appropriate. If he really let Sun Wukong become a realm king god, if he just went to cultivate all day, how could he have the energy to care about the birth of the planet or something? It is even more inappropriate to let Sun Wukong be the god of destruction, it is strange that this kid can destroy the planet. Who is suitable? If it doesn't work, let Bulma be the king god? Then, let the 18th be the god of destruction? It seems that this combination is somewhat interesting. Or, pull GT's Goku and them all into their own new universe? Then, let them fight the universe of Super Saiyan gods? I don't know if I can enter the GT universe, there should be no big problem. Roger was silent for a long time, as if the new universe had already been taken over by him. Leave it alone, after all, it will take 20 years for the new universe to stabilize. Take the time to go around the GT universe and see if you can fool a few little brothers over. Roger calculates the time, according to the normal history of Dragon Ball, 20 years later, it is almost the time when the Monkey King officially takes off and becomes the god of Super Saiyan and the ultimate in freedom. Of course, because of its own existence, it may be a lot in advance. Also, I don't know, what happened to Vegeta's kid? Snap! The crystal ball on the scepter in Roger's hand flickered, and Vegeta's figure loomed. Ugh! Roger then wiped it off and cancelled to check on Vegeta. Let him be. Bulma's search for Dragon Ball for the first time was not very smooth. While searching for the last Dragon Ball, Bulma and Goku and others meet Piraf and his gang. In the end, Oolong asked Shenlong for something unspeakable, and Shenlong disappeared. Bulma went home sullenly. Leaping stayed at his place and did not follow Bulma back to the metropolis. Little Goku went to the island of the Turtle Immortals and started a new life. When Bulma returned home, she saw Roger enjoying a meal and couldn't help but be angry. Roger, I'm working hard to find the Dragon Balls. You are good, eat delicious at home. Bulma huffed. Bulma, you don't lack anything, what do you want Dragon Ball for? Roger sighed, enjoy life now, how good. I almost died. Don't you care about me at all? Bulma looked at Roger angrily. It's okay, if you really die, I can bring you back to life. Roger smiled. You. Bulma glared and there was no way. Chapter 027 761 AI, Earth. On this day, Raditz suddenly came to Earth and informed Sun Wukong's true identity. Roger was watching, holding a shivering Bulma. Raditz took Son Goku's son, Son Gohan. Later, Son Goku and Vic go together to challenge Raditz. In this battle, Sun Wukong and Raditz died together. This time, Roger didn't make a move, and for him, there was no need for that. This is the experience of the Monkey King, only in this way can he grow up quickly. After these 12 years, Roger's angel power is consuming a little slowly. In 12 years, it took more than 3,000 angel power to consume, and the true God realm reached 180. However, Roger's angelic powers have improved, but so have Sabi and Kroot. Today, both Sabi and Kloot's angelic power has reached 199. Listening to Myers, breaking through from 199 to 200 is a difficult thing to do. In 8 years, the new universe will be completely stable. For 8 years, Roger wondered, how could his angel power be consumed? Roger, it's terrible, that Sion is so terrible, even Goku is dead, what should I do? Bulma was so frightened today that her body was still shaking. It'll be fine, Bulma. Roger comforted. You said it lightly, I heard Goku's brother say that in a year 2 Sions who are even more powerful than him will come to Earth. I am afraid that the Earth will really face a catastrophe. Bulma clenched her fists, it's a pity that my scientific level is limited, and I can't make a spaceship, nor have I found a planet suitable for human habitation. It's useless to find it, those 2 Sions can detect your location. Roger said. Can't you say something nice? Bulma huffed and looked at Roger. It'll be fine, Bulma. Roger continued. Bulma. Bulma was tired. Roger, you said that Goku went to the underworld to cultivate, can he defeat those 2 Sions a year later? Bulma was still not very reassured. If it weren't for me, it could be defeated. Roger shook his head slightly, enough choking now. What do you mean? Bulma looked confused. You'll know then. Roger didn't say. God is mysterious. Bulma glanced at Roger and sighed, forget it, you're not a warrior anyway, and you don't understand what you said. Roger smiled. Well, I'm not a fighter. I am God. I am an angel. But you don't believe it. Perhaps, in Bulma's insight, the heavenly God of the earth is already the greatest God. No, now in Bulma's opinion, the king of the realm should be the most powerful God. AIG 762, April. Sun Wukong finally completed the snake path, stepped on the planet of the realm king, and began to cultivate. What? Are you Sion? When the king of the realm learned the identity of Sun Wukong, he was shocked. Moreover, the thought of being beaten by Vegeta's kid more than 20 years ago is a little crazy. Mainly, more than 20 years have passed, and the god who sent Vegeta to the Realm King star, until now the Realm King does not know who it is. I don't even know, where did that god go? You mean those 2 Sions will come to Earth? The king of the realm suddenly had a bad premonition. Yes, Lord Realm King, do you know them? Sun Wukong asked curiously. I'll take a look first. The 2 tentacles on the head of the Realm King moved slightly. A minute later, the King of Realms saw the 2 spaceships that were heading towards Earth, as well as Vegeta and, in the spaceships. Forget it, that bald head doesn't matter. Yes. Yes, yes. It's him? Is it really him? The corner of the Realm King's mouth twitched, and he sat on the ground with his butt. Lord Realm King saw them? Know him? Sun Wukong was stunned. I don't know, but I've heard of it. The King of the Realm hurriedly replied, wiped his sweat with a handkerchief, patted the dust on his body, and stood up with a wry smile. Humph, I won't tell you, I was beaten up by that kid named Vegeta. How faceless am I then? Gaku, this is not a joke, one of them, the Scion, but the Prince of the Scion, was the most talented warrior among the Scions. The Realm King looked solemn. Is it? Or a prince? Sun Wukong was also a little surprised. Actually, even if it's me, it's not his opponent. The King of the Realm told the truth. More than 20 years ago, the King of Realm was tortured by Vegeta, who came to practice. As a result, Vegeta learned nothing and was taken away by Roger. Now, just by simply sensing Vegeta's breath, the Realm King had a feeling of trepidation. It's been 25 years. How much has Vegeta grown? Chapter 028. That. Can the King of the Realm teach me to defeat him? I'm not afraid of hardship, I want to become stronger. Sun Wukong looked solemn. Are you sure you want to fight him? He's very powerful. The King of the Realm glanced at Sun Wukong. Yes, if you don't defeat him, the earth can't be saved. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. Okay, I'll teach you all my skills, and when the time comes, you will beat him up hard. When the King of the Realm said this, his back teeth clenched tightly. Hey? How do I feel that Lord Realm King has a feud with those two Scions? Monkey King thought thoughtfully. You think too much, I'm a god, how can I have a hatred mentality for a human being? Ha ha ha, ha ha. The Realm King wiped his sweat, laughed dryly a few times, and then said seriously, then, there is not much time left for us. If you want to defeat those two Scions, you must pay several times more hard cultivation than the others. Can you do it? Yes. Sun Wukong looked solemn. Then, I'll have a cup of tea first. The King of the Realm nodded and ran to drink tea. Sun Wukong fell to the ground. AIG 762, November. Vegeta and Nappa descend on Earth. Z warriors in action. This battle. Leaping was killed by the vegetable's self-explosion. Klin unleashed a big move and bombarded all the cultivators. Nappa appeared and shocked the audience. The dumplings self-detonated, and Tianjin Rice released the maximum power Qigong cannon, which fell one after another. Nappa, only slightly injured. In order to save Son Gohan, Vic blocked the fatal blow released by Nappa and unfortunately died. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, came several hours late because the King of the Realm miscalculated the time. After Sun Wukong arrived, he looked at his dead companion, and his face became extremely ugly. Kakarot, you're finally here, and you really look exactly the same as your father. Vegeta smiled. Hey, Vegeta, what's this guy's combat power? Nappa asked. That's just over 5,000. Vegeta smiled dismissively. What? Is it really 5,000? He's just an inferior fighter. How could his combat effectiveness reach such heights? Nappa couldn't believe it. Normal. Vegeta replied lightly. Vegeta even wanted to tell Nappa that Kakarot's father, Na, was a first-generation Super Saiyan. The thought of Kakarot's father, Bardock, made Vegeta a little tired. Damn it! Where did this guy Roger go? It won't hang up, right? Also, hasn't Frieza gone to Roger all these years? Frieza, can you bear it? Vegeta didn't understand. This time to Earth, Vegeta also mainly wants to see the son of the first generation of Super Saiyan. What is the strength? Bardock's son, Raditz, is a waste. The battle began. Goku, come on. Bulma in the Turtle Fairy house, looking at distant data through a detector. Roger was right next to Bulma, eating the food from the turtle fairy house. It's just a few deaths, what a big deal. If necessary, Roger can directly revive them. However, it is of little use. Death, for Tianjin Fan and others, is also an experience. Oolong was also eating faster than Roger. You can really eat, the turtle fairy muttered softly. Right away. Bulma clenched her fists. Goku's combat power is 5,000, and Naba's combat power is 4,000, it seems that he should be able to defeat him. What amazing technology! The turtle fairy looked at the detector that Bulma was wearing, and then at Roger and Oolong, who were enjoying the food, and did not say anything more. The turtle immortals are tired. This man named Roger can really eat. Even if the pig can eat it, how can you eat so happily? And every time I come, I pick good food to eat, and I am not ashamed at all. Bulma, too, never left him alone. It's a pity, a good age, don't go to martial arts. Isn't it a shame? Are you despising me? Roger glanced at the turtle immortal. When Bulma heard this, she glared at the turtle immortal. No. Why should I despise you? The turtle immortal scratched his head and smiled. The turtle immortal said a few days ago, Roger knows how to eat, I don't know if he despises. The old turtle interjected aside. Bang! The turtle immortal knocked on the old turtle's head with a crutch. The old turtle was in pain, and he got into the turtle shell at that time. Mouthy guy! The turtle immortal drank angrily. Stop arguing! Bulma said angrily. Suddenly, Bulma picked up a machine gun and fired a blast of fire in the house. The whole world went quiet. Sun Wukong was really powerful, and he crippled Naba 3 times and twice, which made Bulma breathe a sigh of relief. Goku won! Bulma shouted excitedly. Really? How can I vaguely feel that there is still an evil aura? The turtle immortal was stunned. Stupid to death. There's another guy who hasn't solved it. Bulma said quietly. Just solved one. The turtle immortal shook his head helplessly and looked up to the sky and sighed, Vic is dead, and the gods of the earth have disappeared. What's wrong with the world? Then, the turtle immortal glanced at Roger unhappily. When are you still eating? However, the turtle immortals think about it, if Goku loses, then the earth will not be saved. Eating more delicious food while you are now is also a pleasure, right? Never mind. The turtle immortal was tired and simply ignored Roger. Chapter 029. Battle Scene. Bang! The Monkey King threw Naba at Vegeta's feet. He is no longer good, take him out of the earth, you are not welcome here. Sun Wukong said lightly. Vegeta, save me. Naba stretched out his hand with difficulty, hoping to get Vegeta's help. Vegeta's eyes drooped, glanced at Naba faintly, and looked at Monkey King with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta reached out and joined Naba's hand. Thank you, Vegeta. Naba breathed a sigh of relief. You think too much. Vegeta smiled contemptuously, grabbed Naba's big hand, and flicked it violently. Phew! Suddenly, Naba's body flew high into the air. Monkey King was slightly startled, unable to understand what Vegeta was going to do. Vegeta! What are you doing? Naba in space shouted even louder. Humph! I don't need scions who don't have the ability to fight. Vegeta sneered. Boom! Immediately afterwards, powerful energy surged from Vegeta's body. Suyu, a flame of light rose from Vegeta's body into the sky. The white energy went straight to the sky where Naba was and blasted past. Vegeta! Naba's pupils shrank sharply, and the corners of his mouth trembled. Be careful! Sun Wukong was shocked and hurriedly pulled Klin and Gohan into the sky. Boom! The next moment, Vegeta's energy flame completely swallowed Naba. By the time the smoke cleared, Naba had turned into slag and disappeared. So be it for warm UPS. Vegeta smiled slightly. Sun Wukong's face changed color. On Klin's light head, cold sweat slipped. Sun Gohan was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and the whole person was uncomfortable. The scene, deathly quiet. Only Vegeta's smug smile and confident gaze silently looked at Monkey King. What a horrible fellow! Even their own people can be killed at will. Klin said quietly. Klin. Gohan. You two get out of here at once. Monkey King knows that he has encountered a terrible opponent. Yes, we can only distract Goku by staying. Klin immediately made a decision, nodded, and then said, by the way, Goku, can you fight in another place? Fight in another place? Why? Monkey King asked. Fighting here, there is a risk of causing damage to the body of a dead companion. Resurrection is troublesome. Klin mused. Resurrection? Vic and Tenjin are not. Sun Wukong was stunned. Uncle Klin should be. Sun Gohan seemed to think of something. Goku, don't care about this for now, if you can defeat him, then talk about the resurrection. Klin clenched his fists. Okay, I know, let's win first. Monkey King nodded. Hey, what are you still rubbing on it? With the momentum just now, you guys aren't discussing how to escape, are you? Vegeta asked with a smile below. Monkey King glanced at Vegeta and fell from the sky. Let's fight somewhere else, shall we? Sun Wukong said in a deep voice. It doesn't matter, no matter where you go, you are dead. Vegeta smiled softly. Hurrah! The two flew into the sky. Sun Wukong found a place where no one was left behind. Vegeta glanced lightly at the nearby environment with a confident smile on his face. Sun Wukong looked solemn. How? Is this the grave you personally chose for yourself? Vegeta smiled, humph, but then again, it's your honor that an inferior warrior like you can fight a super genius warrior like me. Sun Wukong did not speak. As a scion, you have to be checked for the quality of warriors as soon as you are born. And a guy like you with a low combat effectiveness value is sent to a planet without a strong opponent, that is, you are eliminated. Vegeta looked contemptuously at the Monkey King on the other side. In Vegeta's opinion, Sun Wukong should have been sent to Earth by his clansmen. How did Vegeta know that Bardock stole a spaceship and sent Monkey King to Earth on purpose? Then I am glad to have come to Earth, and to be here has made me meet many friends. Sun Wukong smiled, moreover, even if I am a low-class warrior, I can make myself stronger by cultivating hard, and one day surpass you. Then I'll tell you, you're delusional. Vegeta snorted coldly. Bang bang. The two quickly struck, punching to the flesh. Kakarot, yes, it's a little more powerful than I thought. But compared to me, it's still far behind. Vegeta chuckled, and teased as he launched an onslaught on Monkey King. It's so disappointing for me, you won't be so capable, right? Where did your skills go when you hit Naba? Chapter 030. Son Goku didn't answer, trying to dodge Vegeta's attack. Make a move, hurry up and let me receive the teaching. Vegeta smiled and punched Monkey King from the sky. Boom! Sun Wukong's body flipped several times in the air and landed firmly on the ground. Vegeta also landed unhurriedly on a stone on the opposite side, crossed his arms, and looked at Sun Wukong condescendingly. It's really powerful, Sun Wukong said in a deep voice, then, I'm going all out. Boom! Suddenly, a red flame of light appeared on Sun Wukong's body. Realm King Fist! Sun Wukong shouted. What? King of Realm Fist? Vegeta was a little confused. At this moment, Sun Wukong rushed to kill. Bang! Monkey King's fist landed heavily on Vegeta's face. Bang bang! Son Goku punched and kicked Vegeta in a flurry of punches. Boom! Vegeta's body flew upside down and hit the ground. Then, Vegeta calmly stood up. Abominable! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and was about to rush over again. Wait a minute. Vegeta drank. Monkey King stopped and looked up at Vegeta. Let me ask you first, what is the Realm King Fist? Vegeta asked. Sun Wukong did not speak. Of course, he couldn't tell Vegeta about the King of the Realm. If you don't say it, I'll ask you, is it the boxing technique that the guy called the King of Realm taught you? Vegeta thought thoughtfully. Does that make sense? Sun Wukong replied lightly. I see. Vegeta was not stupid, and quickly reacted. You and Raditz were killed by that Namenex. You went to the underworld, and then found the Realm King, and practiced with the Realm King, right? Monkey King. Sun Wukong stopped talking. How do you know everything? Humph, what can a guy of the level of the Realm King teach you? King of Realm Fist? Seems kind of interesting. Vegeta's face was full of confidence. Come, go ahead, Kakarot, let me see what effect your Realm King Fist can have. Planetary Planet. King of the Realm. The Realm King obviously heard Vegeta's words, his face stiffened, and his eyes were a little complicated. Goku. Beat him up for me. The Realm King croaked his teeth and clenched his fists. Twice the Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, and the red flames of light bloomed on his body, and he rushed towards Vegeta again. Vegeta flew up. Bang! Sun Wukong bombarded the past with a punch in the air. Snap! Vegeta resisted easily. Boom! Monkey King sped up, his fist beckoning on Vegeta's body. Vegeta took it in stride. After 3 moves. Bang! Vegeta flew up and kicked Sun Wukong several times in midair. Bang! Vegeta kicked over again, hitting Son Goku's chest on the spot. With a muffled sound, Sun Wukong flew backwards, and his body smashed heavily on the stone mountain behind him. Boom! Sun Wukong crashed to the ground. Is this the Realm King Fist? Kakarot, it seems that there is nothing remarkable about it. Vegeta smiled interestedly. Sun Wukong got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his face became more and more heavy. What other tricks? Go ahead, Kakarot. Vegeta chuckled. However, if you have been cultivating with the Realm King for a year, I can responsibly tell you that you are finished. Triple Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, and the aura around his body appeared madly. Kames Enya. Combat power 18,000, 19,000, 20,000, 21,000. Bulma looked at the combat power numbers on the detector, and her pretty face changed color. Bang! The detector made a muffled noise and exploded on the spot. Bulma exclaimed. The detector exploded? What's going on? The turtle immortal asked in surprise. Bulma shook her head blankly. If this kind of detector detects more energy than the set amount, it will explode, which is normal. Roger finished the last dessert, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and said flatly. The turtle immortal glanced at Roger. You have a point. However, you are too happy to eat, right? Goku's combat power is more than 20,000, and I don't know what Vegeta's combat power is. Bulma said quietly. More than 40,000, this kid grew up eating over the years. Roger shook his head, so angry that his nose was crooked. Before Roger and Vegeta separated, this kid's combat power increased to about 30,000. Roger also took Vegeta on a trip 1,000 years ago to show Bardock transform into a Super Saiyan. 25 years have passed. Vegeta's combat effectiveness has only increased by 10,000. Didn't this kid grow up eating? It's a shame. Roger was even embarrassed to say he knew Vegeta. Bulma and the turtle immortal and Oolong and the others looked at Roger. Say whom? Oolong scratches his head. Are you talking about me? Although I am a pig, I do not eat. Chapter 031. Although Vegeta only has 40,000 combat power, Goku will only be able to fight a Tai unless he uses the five-fold Realm King Fist. Roger said. How do you know that Scion Vegeta's combat power is 40,000? The Turtle Immortals were puzzled. Roger glanced at the Turtle Immortal and did not answer. On what basis do you tell you? How old are you? However, this is also too humiliating. I'm a person brought out by an angel, and my combat effectiveness is only a little. Battle scene. Sun Wukong burst out the Triple Realm King Fist and rushed towards Vegeta's direction. Bang! Vegeta kicked out and kicked Monkey King again. 4 times. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, and the energy in his body surged. Bang! Vegeta punched hard and bombarded Monkey King in the abdomen. Poof! Sun Wukong spewed out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground shakily. How? Kakarot? Is this the Realm King Fist that you are proud of? It disappointed me so much. Vegeta looked at Monkey King with a smile, and his face was very proud. Quadruple Realm King Fist, Sun Wukong, even if he is at his peak, his combat power is only 32,000, and there is still a big gap with Vegeta. Bang! Vegeta flew up and kicked Son Goku to the ground. Then, Vegeta put his foot on Son Goku's body and rolled. No wonder Roger likes to me like that. Humph, this feels really nobody. Vegeta showed a look of relief. Kakarot, aren't you arrogant? Another arrogant one for Prince Ben to see? Vegeta rolled the Monkey King with his foot while smiling and looking at the embarrassed Monkey King. Isn't your dad Super Saiyan? Humph, so what? Haven't you been trampled under my feet yet? Vegeta was a little proud for a moment. Release my dad. At this moment, Sun Wuhan appeared directly in front of Vegeta, and shouted at Vegeta. Oh? Are you back? Vegeta smiled. Gohan, let's go. Get out of here. Sun Wukong said weakly. Chi Yuan slash. Suddenly, a white circle of energy sped from behind Vegeta. The energy circle spun rapidly, as if with endless cutting power. Ugh! Vegeta turned slightly sideways and dodged the Chi Yuan slash. Phew! Chi Yuan cut into a stone mountain in the distance. The mountain was cut in two. Oops! Evaded by him. Klin was disappointed. Magic flash! Son Gohan gritted his teeth, and a flame of energy light rushed towards Vegeta. You're Kakarot's son, right? Raditz waist, it seems that you hit it, before it failed. Vegeta said as he slapped the flying energy. Suddenly, the magic flash changed direction and flew into the jungle in the distance. Boom! In the position of the jungle, an earth-shattering loud noise erupted. Humph! I knew you would come back. Vegeta smiled widely. You guys came back to see Kakarot the most, right? Poor fellow, I feel sorry for you. Kames Enya. Goku's aura has dropped very much, I'm afraid I can't hold on. The Turtle Immortal said in a deep voice. What do you say? You mean, is the earth going to die? Bulma scratched her hair and glanced in Roger's direction. However, at this glance, Bulma did not find Roger. What about Roger? Bulma asked. What was there just now? Maybe went to the toilet, right? The Turtle Immortal replied nonchalantly. When is it, and what do you care about that foodie for? Bang! The Turtle Immortal hit Oolong's head with a crutch. In front of Bulma, the Turtle Immortal is not good to bully Roger, and now that Roger is not there. It is really cool to clean up this little pig and get angry. It hurts so much, why did you hit me? Oolong glared, and a large bag was raised on the pig's head. My family has left you poor. The Turtle Immortal said angrily. Anyway, if Goku loses, the earth will be destroyed by the Scions. If you don't eat it now, you won't have a chance to eat it in the future. Oolong snorted. What the pig said also makes a lot of sense. The turtle muttered. Stop talking nonsense. Now what? Bulma slapped the table, got up and shouted. At this time, unless it is transferred to outer space, what can be done? Oolong shook his head and sighed. Bulma, did you make a spaceship? The turtle immortal asked. It's done, but the nearest planet suitable for human habitation will need to sail for at least 1,000 years, and I won't live that long. Bulma held her head and looked up to the sky and sighed, God, I look so good, can't God take care of me? Chapter 032. What kind of logic are you? The turtle immortal rolled his eyes. At this time, no one cared about Roger. The Earth is about to come to an end. Who cares where Roger went? Battle scene. Bang! Bang! Vegeta punched and kicked over, and at that time knocked Klin and Son Gohan to the ground, unconscious. Poor little fellow, can't stand my punch and kick. Vegeta sighed. Abominable. Monkey King was already powerless to resist, allowing Vegeta to step on him with his foot. The quadruple realm King fist made Sun Wukong's body completely collapse. Sun Wukong felt that his internal organs had been shattered. Kakarot, you disappointed me so much, the descendants of Super Saiyan, nothing more than that. Vegeta chuckled and raised his foot, humph, I'll trample you to death now, and then let everyone on this planet give you a burial, what do you say? Abominable. I can't move. Sun Wukong's face became more and more ugly. Go and die, Kakarot. Vegeta's eyes showed killing intent, and he stepped on it fiercely. Bang! On the ground where Vegeta was located, there was a bang, and the earth appeared cracked, and the cracks spread around. Hey? What's the situation? Vegeta found himself as if he hadn't stepped on Kakarot's head. What's going on? What about people? Why is Kakarot missing? Vegeta quickly looked around, and finally saw two people in a position not far away. One of them, Kakarot, and the other, looked relatively strange. Vegeta didn't care either. It's nothing more than Earthlings. Humph, another guy to die. Vegeta sneered. I'm still alive. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, rubbed his hazy eyes, and looked at the person who rescued him. I'm not mistaken, right? It's you? You're Bulma's. Monkey King forgot Roger's name for a while. It's no wonder that Roger is not a warrior, has never participated in their battles, and rarely appears, and it is normal for Sun Wukong to remember when his brain is not clear. Moreover, Monkey King is not sure whether it is Roger or not. Roger walked slowly in the direction of Vegeta. The way this guy walks, why does it look a little familiar? Vegeta was slightly startled. As Roger got closer and closer to Vegeta, Vegeta's expression became excited. Vegeta's pupils shrunk, and his voice trembled a little. You. Are you? The corners of Vegeta's mouth twitched. Combat power 40,000. All these years, you really grew up eating. Roger sighed. You. Are you really Roger? How excited Vegeta is. However, after Vegeta's voice fell, he seemed to realize something, and without the slightest hesitation, turned and ran. Bang! As soon as Vegeta swooped out, an invisible coercion covered him. Vegeta fell quickly from the sky, and the whole person sank even more, directly into the earth, only revealing half of his head. Vegeta's surprise and delight. This familiar feeling. It's really Roger. Vegeta then shook his head vigorously. Am I used to being abused by him? Why do I still have a small feeling of surprise? Roger, long time no see, why did you come to Earth? I've been looking for you for a long time. Vegeta said quickly. Tell me about your combat effectiveness. Roger said. The combat strength of 40,000 is not low. Vegeta hurriedly replied, you see, I swept the planet with ease, and defeated the son of the Super Saiyan. Son of a Super Saiyan. Roger didn't react for a while. Isn't Bardak's son Kakarot the son of a Super Saiyan? Roger, didn't you take me to Bardock so that I could defeat him one day? Unfortunately, I can't find Bardock, so I can only look for his son. Bardock's two sons, Raditz, are a trash, and Kakarot, while not bad, is nothing compared to me. I'll let you go and see the Super Saiyan transformation. Roger didn't know what to say. In this way, Vegeta is considered wasted. So, Roger stopped talking. Bang! As soon as Roger stepped on it, he shook out Vegeta in the earth. Then Roger put his foot on Vegeta's body, stepping on his body and rolling like kneading dough. I see that in the future, you will not be called Vegeta, just call Beta. Roger drank angrily. Shell rolling? Vegeta's face froze. The name is gone. Bay rolling, don't you think your 40,000 combat power is amazing? Don't you look down on the king of the realm? I'll show you today, how stupid you are. After Roger said this, the scepter in his hand flashed. P.S. Ask for tips, tip one person plus one more, not capped. Let's smash the tips hard. Newcomers will tip 1000 book coins plus 2 more, and friends who have been rewarded plus 1 more. Chapter 033. Ugh! Immediately afterwards, a healing flame on the scepter hit Sun Wukong's body. It's good to be yourself. After Roger's voice fell, it turned into a colorful flame of light, broke into the void, and disappeared in a flash. Hey, Roger, why are you going? Vegeta asked loudly. Also, I'm not called Vegeta. Defeat Kakarot, otherwise, roll as far as you want. Roger's voice came. Cut. Didn't I defeat him? Vegeta muttered, suddenly thinking of something, and his face changed color. In the distance, Sun Wukong's body trembled slightly. Hey! Sun Wukong was stunned at that time. Sun Wukong felt that his internal organs were recovering rapidly. It was only a breath or two, and Sun Wukong felt that his injury was completely healed. Ugh! Sun Wukong stood up. This. What's going on? Sun Wukong felt his body in surprise. Not good. I almost forgot. Roger, this guy will heal. Vegeta's expression tightened, and he hurriedly flew to the opposite side of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong had indeed stood up. Hopefully, after this guy was on the verge of death and reborn, his combat effectiveness improved a little. Vegeta said in a deep voice, gritting his teeth, "Abominable Roger, you should at least treat me." Sun Wukong glanced at Vegeta obliquely, and silently felt his physical condition. How do you feel, when you are about to pass out? It seems that Luo Qiao is near him and saves himself. Roger? Is it a fighter? Monkey King was a little confused. Distant realm. The king of the realm is watching the situation at the scene. When he saw Roger appear, the realm king rubbed his eyes vigorously. Is he on Earth? How surprised the realm king GTI is. Immediately afterwards, the realm king looked at Roger without blinking. Ugh! Looking at it, the king of the realm found that Roger waved his hand gently. Suddenly, a blinding bright light flickered. Ah! My eyes! The realm king subconsciously withdrew his gaze and was blind for a short time. Wiping the tears that welled up on his eyes, the corners of the realm king's mouth twitched a few times. That god, he knows I'm looking at him. The king of the realm snorted. Battle scene. Although I don't know what happened to me, my injuries are completely healed, and I feel that my breath is constantly improving. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and looked at Vegeta with a warlike expression. Let's start over, the prince of the Saiyan, B. What's going on? Humph, my name is Bay Rolling, Ba. Vegeta finished saying his name and took a sip. Bay Rolling, this name, Sun Wukong was stunned. My name is Vegeta. What memory do you have? Vegeta was furious. Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong didn't say much nonsense, and the energy flame on his body bloomed. Bang! Son Goku punched hard and bombarded Vegeta's face. Oops! This guy's combat effectiveness has improved a lot. I was suppressed a few times by Roger's guy, and my combat effectiveness decreased. Vegeta gritted her teeth and fought hard. Now, after Sun Wukong was reborn, his combat power increased to 16,000. Twice the Realm King Fist, the combat power can reach 32,000. Vegeta's energy consumption before and after was not much, but it was rolled a few times by Roger, and the combat effectiveness dropped to 38,000. It can be said that Vegeta still has the upper hand at this time. Humph, Kakarot, you don't seem to be remarkable. Vegeta began to shiver again. The next moment, however, Vegeta couldn't get up anymore. Triple Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong instantly increased the explosive combat power to 48,000. Bang bang! Monkey King punched Vegeta hard. However, the Triple Realm King Fist is not so easy to control. Although Son Goku injured Vegeta, he also suffered some damage. Abominable! I, Vegeta, will never lose to you. Vegeta gritted his teeth and stood up, glaring angrily at Monkey King. What a tenacious fellow! Son Goku's eyes widened and he looked at Vegeta. The Three Realms King Fist actually didn't kill Bei Rolling, and this Scion Prince was too powerful. Phew! Vegeta soared into the sky, passed through the atmosphere, and disappeared. Sun Wukong was a little confused. How did it run? Soon, though, Vegeta returned. Abominable! Kakarot, you shameless fellow, you deliberately broke the moon, right? Vegeta said angrily, I remember I deliberately came over on a full moon day. Moon? What moon? Sun Wukong was slightly startled. Humph, it's okay. Vegeta snorted coldly, and a ball of energy light appeared in his hand. Chapter 034. What is he going to do? An energy bomb was condensed, but the aura dropped significantly. Sun Wukong is a little confused. Humph, Kakarot, you should regret by now that you cut off your tail. Vegeta said, and with a flick of his hand, the energy bomb in his hand also quickly flew into the sky. Vegeta clenched his fists. Snap! The energy bombs in the sky suddenly bloomed with golden light. Ha ha ha! Prepare to die, Kakarot! Vegeta laughed, and his body grew rapidly. At the same time, Vegeta's body grew black hair. Vegeta transforms into a black gorilla. This is a great ape? Great ape monster? Sun Wukong also reacted suddenly. Kakarot, by the way, Scions transform into giant apes, and their combat effectiveness can be increased by 10 times. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong with a smile, although my current combat power has dropped to more than 10,000, after I transformed into a giant ape, my combat power is at least more than 100,000. What did you say? Sun Wukong's face changed color and turned pale for an instant. Prepare to die, Kakarot. Vegeta laughed and stepped on it. Boom! The ground where Sun Wukong was located emitted a violent tremor. Sun Wukong flew up at the first time. Who wants to escape? Vegeta's big hand waved gently. Bang! Like a fly, Sun Wukong was slapped to the ground by Vegeta. Snap! Vegeta's big hand jerked downwards and squeezed Monkey King in his hand. Humph! I'll pinch you! Vegeta smiled triumphantly, revealing a pair of pointed fangs. Phew! Sun Wukong was in pain, and a flame of light flashed in his hand. Ouch! Vegeta's eyes were striking, and he couldn't help but let go. The Monkey King slipped from Vegeta's hands. Realm King Fist! Sun Wukong burst into laughter. Immediately afterwards, Monkey King quickly appeared behind Vegeta, about to grab Vegeta's tail. It's just that Vegeta reacted faster, jumped slightly, swept his tail, and pumped Sun Wukong's body fiercely. Sun Wukong flew out upside down at that time. Boom! Sun Wukong's body smashed on the ground, raising patches of dust. Qi Yuan slash! At this time, Qin condensed the Qi Yuan slash and swung towards Vegeta's body. Ugh! The flame in Vegeta's hand flashed, and the powerful energy destroyed the Qi Yuan at that time. Oh? Your little bald head woke up? Vegeta chuckled. Magic flash! Sun Gohan quietly appeared behind Vegeta, and light appeared in his hand. Bang! Vegeta slapped it over, sending Sun Gohan's magic flash flying. I know that you two brats are playing sneak attack again. Vegeta smiled contemptuously. Want to cut off my tail, dream? Whoosh! Just after Vegeta's voice fell, he felt his tail cold. Vegeta's body trembled violently, and his whole body quickly became smaller. Ugh! In the blink of an eye, Vegeta returned to his original appearance. At the same time, there is also an extra broken tail on the ground, swinging slightly. Oh! Archirobe threw away the long knife in his hand and quickly ran behind a large rock to hide. Ha ha ha, good ya Chilobe! Qin said with a smile. Stupid! Don't say my name! Aquilobe glared angrily. Bastard! Dare to cut off my tail! I'm going to kill you! Vegeta was furious. The distant Kamizen house. When Roger returned, he found that Bulma and the others were ready to slip away. Roger, how did it take so long to go to the bathroom? Quick, let's leave in a spaceship. And hopefully luckily find a habitable planet. Bulma said to Roger. It seems that the glorious task of reproducing human beings has been entrusted to us people. The turtle immortal scratched his head and said to Bulma, find a few beautiful women by the way, human beings can't be extinct here. Yes, yes, Teacher Wu Tian is right, the more beautiful women, the better. Oolong agreed. Bang! Bulma punched one by one, knocking the turtle immortal and the oolong to the ground. Actually, what I want to say is that it is more appropriate for Roger and Bulma to take on the important task of reproducing humans. The turtle immortal laughed dryly. Bulma glared. Don't rush to leave Earth, Goku may not lose to Vegeta. Roger said. Didn't Goku lose? Bulma asked. Strange. Goku's breath has increased again. On the contrary, Vegeta's breath seemed to decrease. What's going on? The turtle immortal's gaze was far-reaching, sensing the breath of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and then muttered, it seems that we really don't have to leave the Earth, and judging from this situation, Goku has a great hope of winning. Chapter 035. Bulma, don't you have a drone? Hurry up and get a drone detection. Oolong suggested. Bulma nodded, took out the universal capsule of the drone, and controlled the drone to fly to the scene of the battle. Battle scene. After Vegeta recovered from his giant ape form, he was beaten by Sun Wukong. At this time, the surveillance footage showed Vegeta crawling in the direction of the spacecraft. Goku, let me kill him. Kling, on the other hand, was armed with a long knife and tried to kill Vegeta. Qin, let him go, I know I'm doing this willfully, but if he dares to come over next time, I will definitely defeat him. Sun Wukong said confidently. Qin gritted his teeth and threw away the long knife in his hand. Vegeta climbed into the spaceship. Crunch! The spaceship hatch closes. Phew! Vegeta's spaceship broke through the void, passed through the atmosphere, and disappeared in a flash. Poof! As soon as Vegeta left, Sun Wukong spewed out a large mouthful of blood and fell limply to the ground. Goku! Qin was flabbergasted. Dad, what's wrong with you? Gohan also flew over with a concerned look. It's okay. Can't die. The Realm King Fist will hurt me, just now I want to let Bei roll. On the one hand, I really feel that it is a pity to kill him now, on the other hand, it is also a little weak, my body cannot withstand such a serious injury. Sun Wukong explained with a wry smile, I know, Bei Rolling should still have spare strength. What? He's all like that, is there still enough strength to beat us? Klin was stunned. Maybe, smiled Monkey King. Kames Enya. Hey? That scion called Bayan, ran away? Bulma was stunned and puzzled, so, we won. Shell Rolling? It's quite a creative name. The turtle immortal laughed. Roger was speechless. Why is it called Bei Rolling? Let's go pick up Gaku. Bulma greeted. Half an hour later. The Monkey King was carried to Bulma's private jet. The Garen immortals also specially came down from the Garen Tower to visit Sun Wukong. But unfortunately, the fairy beans are gone. At the latest, a month, the fairy beans will grow in a month, and during this period, let's arrange for Gaku to be hospitalized. Garen Immortal mused. Actually, my injury is not too serious. Sun Wukong laughed. But then again, Gaku, I sensed that your aura had dropped to a very low level at one point, and I don't know what happened, your aura suddenly increased significantly. The turtle immortal asked curiously. Yes, Gaku, I also sensed it, but unfortunately, I don't know what happened at the scene, and I suddenly couldn't see it at that time. Garen Immortal scratched his head, the first time I encountered this phenomenon, I couldn't see this phenomenon. I don't know, I thought I was going to die, and when I woke up, I vaguely saw that someone had pulled me away from under Vegeta's feet. Sun Wukong replied. Someone pulled you away. Is it Gohan and Klin? It's not me, I fainted by then. Klin shook his head. I was also in a coma. Sun Gohan shook his head vigorously. Archie-Lobe? It's you? The Garen Immortal looked at Archie-Lobe. Me? Although I would like to admit that I saved Gaku, it wasn't for me that I wouldn't have gone out stupidly to die at that time. Archie-Lobe snorted. That person, it seems to be Roger. Sun Wukong suddenly looked at Roger. What? Everyone's eyes all hit Roger's body. Okay. It's me. Roger looked indifferent. Everyone quickly took their gaze back. Gaku, don't make trouble, anyone is possible, but it can't be Roger. Klin said confidently. There's nothing wrong with Klin's words, it's not Roger, Roger is with us. The Turtle Immortal nodded, very convinced. Yes, Roger has been in the Turtle Immortal house, it can't be him. Bulma also didn't believe it was Roger. As for Roger's disappearance for a while, everyone present thought he had gone to the bathroom. Or, already forgotten. Actually, I was in a coma and vaguely saw that the person looked a lot like Roger. But my mind was so drowsy that I forgot Roger's name. Sun Wukong continued, after I was rescued by that person, it seems that I heard Vegeta screaming over there, and it seems that the person beat Vegeta. Vegeta screams. That guy beat Vegeta. The faces of everyone at the scene were not very calm. Who is so powerful? Besides Gaku, is there anyone on Earth who can hang Vegeta? And then? Klin asked. And then? Vegeta shouted for a while, and I vaguely heard the man say. In the future, don't call you Vegeta, just call you baby. Monkey King continued. Bei Rolling. So it came about? Oolong held back a laugh. The name is funny. Chapter 036. Poof. The name has personality. Bulma burst out laughing. However, is there really someone more powerful than Bei? Except for Gaku. If this person exists, why hide from us? Klin thought thoughtfully. Gaku must have hallucinated. Oolong guessed. It shouldn't be an illusion. Sun Wukong shook his head, then my injury immediately healed, and I fought Vegeta again. What? Your injuries healed immediately? How is that possible? Do you have fairy beans on you? There have been no fairy beans for a long time. Forget it, don't get tangled, it can't be Roger anyway. Clin laughed, after all, Roger is not a warrior. Yes, if Roger can recover Goku's injuries, then he should be able to recover now, right? The turtle fairy looked at Roger. Roger glanced at the turtle immortal lightly. Think beautiful, you really treat me like a treat? Roger didn't mean to treat the Monkey King again. Not to mention resurrecting dead Z warriors. However, before treating Sun Wukong defeated Vegeta, but let Roger consume 10 angel power and transform 2 true god realms. It's not much, but it's always good to have consumption and conversions. Roger's true god realm is 182. Currently both Kroot and Sabe's true god realm are 199. Soon, Roger's true god realm was finally about to catch up with them. Well, regardless of how Goku recovered, before Clin said that he would save the bodies of his dead companions, and said that he could find a way to revive them, is it true? Bulma interjected. Yes, although this hope is very slim, but there is always hope. Clin nodded and said something about Namex. What about Miji? Bulma was slightly startled. Yes, I heard you too. Son Gohan nodded and excitedly shouted, so, is there any hope that Uncle Vic will be resurrected? That's right, if Vic is resurrected, the gods will also be resurrected. The Dragon Balls on Earth can also be restored. Clin clenched his fists happily. You guys are so simple, Bulma sighed slightly, it's a dream. How is it possible? Bulma, what do you mean? Clin was puzzled. Clin, do you know where that nemesis is? Bulma glanced sideways at Clin. The corners of Clin's mouth twitched. Let me come, I'll ask the King of the Realm, the King of the Realm must know where it is. Sun Wukong lay on the ground, and then began to communicate with the Realm King. Realm King, can you hear? I'm Goku, you know that. Is that the specific location of Namex? Planetary planet. I hear you. The King of the Realm said to himself, but I won't tell you. There was silence for a moment. Goku, you are too much, there is such a powerful god around you, what are you running to me for? The Realm King hummed. The words of the Realm King did not pass through, but only spread on his own planet. Strange? Is the King of Realms asleep? There was no reply, said Sun Wukong with a wry smile. Does God need to sleep? Bulma glanced at Goku. I don't know. Goku shook his head blankly. This is troublesome, I don't know the specific location of Namex, so don't think about resurrecting them. Bulma was tired. Namex is located at 9045YX in the direction of Suwa 83. Roger said. Everyone looked at Roger. I saw it. Roger smiled. Clin was a little confused. The Turtle Immortal's eyes widened. The Garen Immortal looked stunned. See? How do you see it? Are you God? It seems that even the gods of the earth can't see it, right? How do you see that? Clin, Turtle Immortal and the others looked at Roger in surprise. Roger, did you find it on your home space telescope? You must have seen someone who looks similar to Vic on it and wrote it down, you are amazing. Bulma's Hidi was so excited that he stepped forward and hugged Roger and took a bite in his face. Roger. What you said makes sense, I don't even know how to refute it. You said yes, Roger smiled. I thought. You're the same as me, you don't do anything other than eat, thought to Oolong. Roger glared at Oolong. This pig, isn't this clearly calling himself a pig? Oolong couldn't help but snort, with a sense of danger. Wait a minute, don't be happy too early. Bulma Jiao shouted. The crowd was speechless. Is it nice that the happy person is you? Bearing 9045 eeks. Bulma didn't feel good. What's wrong? Bulma? Clin quickly asked. No need to count, the spacecraft made with Dr. Breves will take 4,339 years at the earliest. Roger said. Hey? Roger, did you figure it all out? Bulma was stunned. Chapter 037. Bulma still did the math herself. Sure enough, it was 4,339 years and 3 months. That's right, Roger is right, 4,339 3 months to be exact. Bulma showed everyone the value on the calculator and said with a smile, unless you live forever. There is no solution. Kling's face was ashen. The Scions have a spaceship. In addition, when the gods came to Earth, they also came on a spaceship. You can ask Mr. Bobo of the temple. Roger said, I think Mr. Bobo should know the exact location of the spacecraft. Bulma and the others looked at Roger without blinking. What you said makes sense. Why do you know so much? We didn't think of it. The Scion spaceship is relatively fast and can be kept for use after Goku recovers, and the Cosmos spaceship of Namek is relatively slow, and can be simply modified, and then go to Namek. Roger ordered, in this way, first take Goku to the hospital, and then go to the temple to find Mr. Bobo. Roger, you're so good. Sun Wukong couldn't help but marvel. Yes, Roger, I didn't expect you to plan so well. Klin was also full of praise. Bang! As he spoke, Oolong suddenly flew out from the position of the window. Ah! Save me! Oolong shouted loudly and hurriedly turned into a flying bird, desperately chasing the plane. How did he run out? Oolong, what are you doing? I don't know what's going on, and suddenly I fell outside. After Oolong came back, he wiped his sweat vigorously and his heart beat faster. If there is such a moth thing again, I will stew you. Bulma shouted. Oolong was suffocated. Did I sleepwalk? I'm clearly sober. 10 minutes later. Bulma and the others sent Sun Wukong to the hospital first as Roger said. Then Bulma took Klin and went to the temple. Mr. Bobo took Bulma, while Klin flew in the sky. Sure enough, the three found a spaceship in an extremely cold area. Roger didn't follow. When Bulma went to find the spaceship, Roger turned into a colorful flame of light, broke through the void, and appeared in the hall of the Great Priest. Roger, I really didn't misread you. Over the years, your angel power has consumed a lot, and the transformation of the true God realm is also considerable. The Great Priest looked at Roger and said, Great Priest, I came this time to see how that new universe is doing. Roger asked. The new universe is not yet stable. The Great Priest said, however, if you really want to see it, you can do it. Then go and see. Roger plans to look at the new universe first. At the very least, let's get acquainted with a face. Ugh! The Great Priest waved his hand gently, and above the hall, a spatial passage also appeared out of thin air. The spatial channel gets bigger and bigger. A minute later, Roger looked at the newly opened universe. Great Priest, this universe. It's a little small, Roger mused. Good. The Grand Priest nodded. It's also too small. You're teasing me, Roger glanced at the Grand Priest. The newly opened universes are so small, normal. The Great Priest smiled. There is only one pimple. A total of 10,000 cubic meters, Roger looked disappointed and sighed. The newly opened universe, according to Roger, is only about 10,000 cubic meters, and in the center of this universe, there is something that looks like an earthen pimple. Pimples, which cannot yet be called planets. Ahem, this pimple. It is the core of the universe. The Great Priest coughed and explained. The newly opened universe is so big, and the angels need to use the realm of true gods to expand the universe. Roger, didn't you train on Earth in the 7th universe? Usually, a realm of true gods can expand a galaxy similar to the Milky Way, and I believe you should know better than me how many planets a galaxy has. So, I can now expand more than 180 galaxies. Roger thought thoughtfully. So, it's not enough. The Great Priest smiled and said, a universe must have at least 2 trillion galaxies similar to the Milky Way to be called a real universe. 2 trillion, I don't have that many true God realms. Roger shook his head slightly. Besides, will the consumed true God realm grow back? At present, the highest realm of true God is the angel Koran of the 8th universe. His realm of true God is close to 800, and there is still a big gap between 800 and 2 trillion. The great God said, in principle, the higher the true God realm, the faster the recovery after consumption, and the larger the universe expanding at the same time. Otherwise, how do you think that the true God realm, which is less than 800, can make a universe work normally? I'll try, ha! Roger nodded. Wait a minute. The great priest hurriedly said. Roger pretended not to hear it, and suddenly, his true God realm burst out. Layers of invisible divine power, like living elves, quickly spread out in this new universe. In the blink of an eye, the universe, which was originally only about 10,000 cubic meters in size, suddenly became vast. Immediately after, a small black planet was born. This planet is the size of King Star. Other than that, there is nothing else. Grand Priest. Roger. Isn't it consuming a little true God realm? Will a galaxy be born? Why is there only one dark planet? Roger wondered. P.S. Every tip one person plus one more for the last 3 days. Last 3 days. Last 3 days. Chapter 038. This universe is not yet stable. If you consume the true God realm, of course you won't be born a galaxy. The great priest covered his face, tired. Well, let's leave a souvenir first. Roger nodded thoughtfully. The great priest stopped talking. To give the feeling of the great priest, Roger, this kid is definitely intentional. You opened up such a dark planet, what do you let those intern angels do? You're going to take over this universe first, right? The great priest felt that Roger's kid was too bad. As for the realm of true gods that can be used to expand new cosmic spaces, can this kid not understand? Fortunately, it's okay, I consumed a little bit of the true God realm, and now it's back up. Roger nodded in satisfaction. The great priest simply remained silent. Great priest, do you say that I can now cultivate a realm king god to give birth to life on that dark planet? Roger asked. The corner of the great priest's mouth twitched slightly. Do you really take this universe for yours? Am I preparing this for my daughter? I suddenly remembered that Lord Xuanwang had something to do with me. After the great priest said this, he ran away with a puff of smoke. The great priest knew that if it went on like this, if this universe had not yet taken shape, it would be occupied by Roger first. Ugh! After the great priest left, he threw his hand away, drove Roger out of the new universe, and closed the space passage of the new universe. Roger scratched his head. I was just trying to try, why did you run? Besides, this universe will be mine sooner or later. Didn't you take care of me earlier? Maybe I can stabilize the universe in advance. Roger shook his head. Great priest, you are so petty. When Roger returned, he saw Bulma and Dr. Breves modifying the spacecraft. Roger, where have you been? Bulma asked. Go see a new universe. Roger mused. Bulma glared, and she didn't want to say more about Roger's bragging problem. Roger, this time I'm going to name Sing, you go with me. Bulma pouted. Nearly 2 months? Navigating the universe? Don't go. Roger decisively refused. How do you know it's 2 months? Bulma was stunned for a moment. There's nothing under the sun that I don't know. Roger replied. Bulma doesn't speak, can we not talk big? However, Bulma just thinks that Roger's big words and confident look are so handsome. It was as if the innocence had fallen, and he had that very indifferent look. It's like Goku is dead, and Roger doesn't take it seriously. Goku lost to Vegeta, and Roger was still not afraid. Bulma felt that although Roger was not a Z fighter, This confident look was not something that anyone other than Gaku could have. No, not even Gaku. When he didn't see Raditz coming, did Gaku look a little desperate? I don't care, I want you to accompany me, otherwise I will suffocate if I sail in the universe for 2 months. Bulma took Roger's hand and began to coquettish. Besides, Roger broke free from Bulma's hand and quickly slipped away. Navigating through space for nearly 2 months, too long. Roger even wanted to send Bulma to Namex himself. Roger flew over, and it was only 10 minutes. Don't leave! Bulma shouted. Roger started running. You're back! Bulma shouted. Roger didn't go back, he ran faster. At night, Bulma glared at Roger breathlessly, approaching step by step, her chest rising and falling. Bulma, or you don't go to Nameki. Just let Klin and Gohan go. Roger said, actually, if you go, it seems to be of no use. What if something goes wrong with the spacecraft in space? I don't go, who repairs the spaceship? For 2 months, who can guarantee that the spacecraft will not have any problems? What if something really goes wrong? Bulma exclaimed, this is the fate of all mankind, you know Roger. I can accompany you to the spaceship, but I have to have a separate room, which can be locked. Roger thought for a moment and replied. Of course there's no problem. Bulma nodded happily. Then it's settled. Roger smiled. When the time came to get on the spaceship, Roger locked the door and opened it directly, who knows? Bulma couldn't open the door, and must have thought she was sleeping in her room. However, now Roger is not thinking about the spaceship, he is thinking about the candidates of the realm King God and the God of Destruction. Who to choose? So tangled. 7 days later. The spacecraft was finally transformed. In order to reassure Roger, Bulma specially took him to see the separate room. In fact, it's not just Roger who has a separate room, Bulma also has it. Of course, Klin and Son Gohan are double rooms. Good, not bad. Roger nodded. When you are bored, just go straight to it. Chapter 039. That afternoon, Roger, Bulma, Klin, and Son Gohan embark on the spaceship. Start, target name seeing. Bulma pressed the ship's start button. Hey! Bulma, we haven't buckled up yet. Klin exclaimed. Phew! The spacecraft trembled slightly. In the blink of an eye, the spacecraft stabilized. Okay, the spacecraft has flown out of the atmosphere and entered automatic navigation mode, you can do whatever you like. Bulma prepared 2 sets of spacesuits, one for herself and one for Roger. It's just that Roger didn't wear it. Bulma herself was wearing a spacesuit, and saw that Klin and Son Gohan were both dressed in a tourist outfit, and her heart was a little angry. Bulma went back to his room, changed into a set of sportswear, and came out. Bang! Bulma threw out a universal capsule. Inside the capsules, various delicacies are stored. Roger, you eat whatever you want. Bulma greeted. You're so sensible. Roger nodded. Klin and Son Gohan couldn't help but glance at Roger. We people, that's why Roger dares to talk to Bulma like this. Klin lowered his voice. Haha, yes. Son Gohan nodded. You too, what do you say? Bulma heard the two muttering quietly. We're saying, you're so good today. By the way, you say, where did that bay roll? Bulma thought thoughtfully, doesn't it mean that planet Vegeta has been destroyed? Probably, they have their own base, Klin mused. Planet Frisia, Planet 79. Vegeta left Earth on the 18th day. Phew! A spherical mini-spaceship cut through the sky and sped towards the planet's launch base. It's Mr. Vegeta's spaceship. Go and greet you. Bang! The spacecraft smashed on the launch base, and the base gave a buffer. Crunch! The spaceship hatch opens. The two younger brothers who greeted Vegeta looked at each other and were surprised to find that Vegeta had a life ventilator on his nose. "Quick, Mr. Vegeta is injured, bring it for treatment." Vegeta was carried to the treatment room and sent to the treatment machine. Vegeta's injuries quickly healed, and he got up and put on his armor. "Mr. Vegeta, your detector." The younger brother handed the detector both hands. "It's for you," Vegeta said without looking back. At the same time, Vegeta was muttering secretly in his heart. "Did Roger go to Earth? No wonder I haven't been able to find him for so many years. I'll leave tomorrow and make another trip to Earth." But then again, this time I went to Earth, and the harvest was not bad. At the very least, my combat effectiveness has improved again. Abominable Roger, don't you know why my combat effectiveness is improving slowly? I don't have a suitable opponent, how can I improve my combat effectiveness as soon as possible? As Roger said, Vegeta's combat power is only a little over 40,000. 25 years have passed. Vegeta's combat effectiveness has increased by less than 10,000. It's not that Vegeta doesn't want to improve his combat effectiveness, it's that he hasn't had a suitable opponent over the years. Scions are strong when they are strong. Vegeta is like a level 60 big trumpet, fighting among monsters below level 10 all day, gaining too little experience points. In fact, in Vegeta's opinion, it is already very good that he can make progress today. As for challenging Frieza, since the last time Vegeta went to challenge Frieza and was hung up and beaten by Frieza, he was completely honest. No wonder Roger said that even Bardock was no match for Frieza. Even Super Saiyan is no match for Frieza, and Vegeta is not confident that he can defeat Frieza. Why doesn't Vegeta want to find a way to become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta tried, unsuccessfully. Now that you know where Roger is, it's easy to say. Vegeta thought thoughtfully. "Hey, Vegeta." At this moment, a voice sounded behind Vegeta. Vegeta knew who it was and ignored it. "Vegeta, you are not lightly injured this time, and I don't know who caused the dignified Saiyan Prince to be tortured like this." Chuyi looked at Vegeta with a sarcastic look and chuckled. "Also, it seems that Naba and Raditz are already dead, Saiyan, it seems that you are left alone." Vegeta didn't say anything. "Vegeta, Your Excellency Frieza is aware of your unauthorized actions." Chuyi said coldly, "For this, Your Excellency Frieza is very angry and originally planned to dispose of you. However, you have brought you valuable news to Your Excellency Frieza, who has decided to treat you leniently." "What valuable news?" Vegeta was stunned. Chapter 040. If this matter is completed, His Excellency Frieza will have an immortal body. Chuyi laughed. "What do you say? Could it be?" Vegeta suddenly realized something. "Name seeing." Chuyi looked at Vegeta with a smile. "What?" Vegeta was furious. Vegeta was going to find Dragon Ball as well. "As long as you gather 7 Dragon Balls, you can make yourself an immortal body. With an immortal body, you can constantly let your body be on the verge of death, and then reborn, doubling your combat effectiveness. In this way, one day, he will surpass Frieza's, and he will surpass Roger's." Frieza was a life and death feud of the extinction. Vegeta didn't let Roger go. "You me and give me a nickname. When I'm strong, I'll you too. I call you Luo Roll." Vegeta had forgotten that Roger had told him that using this near-death rebirth method to improve his combat effectiveness was not a long-term solution. Vegeta turned into a white glow and sped away in the direction of the spaceship. "Vegeta, you give me back!" Chuyi shouted angrily. Vegeta ignored it and plunged headlong into the spaceship. Phew! The spaceship broke through the void and sped in the direction of Namex. "Abominable! You wait for me, Vegeta!" Chuyi was furious, stepped on the spaceship and chased after him. Roger was sleeping in the spaceship at this time. The life of an angel is so leisurely. However, at this moment, Roger sensed a huge divine force that was coming out near his spaceship. Who is it? Roger woke up suddenly. This is a very strange breath of God. Roger left the room at that time, laid a barrier to prevent the air from leaking in the spacecraft, and then opened the spacecraft's hatch and flew out. As for Bulma, she was also resting in her room at this time. Klin and Gohan are not resting and are practicing through meditation. Roger left the spaceship, completely unaware of the two. As soon as Roger left the spaceship, he saw a brilliant colorful flame of light flashing in the distance. Roger looked over from afar. It's a girl. Girl with yellow skin. The girl is so good looking. It can be said that this girl's appearance is simply a bit of a disaster for the country and the people. Even Roger was a little sluggish. Female angel? Roger was stunned, and soon sensed the angelic power that emerged from the girl. Phew! The girl also found Roger suspended in the starry sky, changed direction in space, and came quickly. Ugh! The girl dispersed the colorful flames on her body and looked at Roger faintly. Hello, may I ask where the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol is located, do you know? The girl asked politely. You're going in the opposite direction. Fly there for 10 minutes, and you will see the space station of the Galaxy Patrol. Roger had basically guessed the identity of the other party. Female angels, among the angels of the internship, who else can there be besides Ruos, the daughter of the great priest? Moreover, among these intern angels, Roger has only seen Myers alone. Beirut and Sabi are two angels, Roger has never met. Generally speaking, intern angels rarely visit the door after choosing a certain universe experience. Because, there is no need. Angels have a rod and can talk across the universe. Who would be okay to cross from one universe to another and talk to another angel? The direction is reversed. Ruosi scratched her head. I said I've been flying for hours. Why can't I see the Milky Way? It turns out that the direction is reversed. Roger smiled, guessing that when Ruos went to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters, she should have gone to her brother Myers. Thank you, you're a good guy. Ruosi thanks. You're welcome. Roger replied. I am an angel, I am the greatest god in the universe, and my father is the great priest who rules the divine realm in this universe. You helped me, and I can grant any of your wishes. Ruos said to Roger. Roger was slightly startled. Doesn't she know that she is also an angel? But it's possible to think about it. After all, Roger basically did not release any angelic power or the true god realm, and it was normal if Ruosi could not sense it. Roger despised in his heart. You are the daughter of the great priest, are you going to show around? Really? I want to. I want a strawberry that I can never eat, okay? Roger pretended to be surprised. Strawberries that can never be eaten, Ruosi's head grew a little. Although Rusi is an angel, she has no way to fulfill this wish. This wish is actually not difficult to fulfill, as long as you gather 7 Super Dragon Balls and summon the Dragon of the Gods, you can achieve it. However, after working hard to gather 7 Super Dragon Balls, and then asking the Divine Dragon to give a strawberry that can never be eaten? Ruosi believed that if she let her father know about this, she would probably beat herself up. Ruosi originally thought that the other party was just an ordinary powerful human being. Even if he had a wish, it would be some kind of unified universe, a few planets, or some gold and silver jewelry. The devil knows, you actually want a strawberry that will never end. Change 1. There are no strawberries this season. Ruosi said with a pretty face. P.S. Add more in the afternoon. Chapter 041. An apple that you can never eat, is there? Roger held back a smile and asked. No strawberries this season? Who are you fooling, this silly angel? This is the space of the universe, where is the season? You are not allowed to say that you will never finish eating. Ruosi's face darkened, and then her eyes lit up. Yes, or will I give you an apple or strawberry from a planet, Too much, easy to break. Roger shook his head. I'll keep you fresh. Ruosi Deo. Forget it, you still help me make a wish, let the universe be peaceful, so that the entire universe will never have destruction and war again. Roger said. Ruos. How is this possible? No war? No sabotage? Inexistent. Destroyer is not working? The god of destruction does not destroy the planet reaches a certain number, the universe is out of balance, and he will destroy it himself without waiting for the whole king to erase it. Don't you have any other wishes? Ruosi's whole person is not calm. Or you're my wife, right? In the future, I can wish whatever I want, saving me so much trouble. Roger proposed. Ruos. The entire seventh universe seemed to have quieted down. I am sincere, the first time I saw you, I was attracted to your beautiful appearance. Roger looked at Ruos seriously. In fact, what Roger really meant was that this silly angel only has appearance, not a little connotation. Ahem. Let's talk about the strawberries that will never end, I'll figure it out. When I find it, I'll come to you. After Ruosi said this, she turned into a colorful streamer and ran quickly. Hey, wait a minute! Roger shouted. Ruosi has disappeared. Roger was tempted to tell her that she was going in the opposite direction. Roger smiled and shook his head, it was quite interesting to meet such a silly angel. Now that Roger has come out of the spaceship, he simply returns to Earth and begins a culinary journey. Not to mention, eating delicious food can also consume angel power and increase the realm of true gods. No wonder Wes is a foodie. Angels, what a magical species! An hour later, Ruosi appeared at the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. Ruos, welcome. Myers hurriedly came out to greet him. I heard that you have experienced in the sixth universe, and my sister is okay. Sister Bardos takes good care of me. Ruosi nodded. What about Brother Vis? Is there any special care for you? Brother Vis, to be honest, I haven't seen Brother Weiss since I came to the seventh universe. Mels laughed. Not close to people, I'll find him for you. Ruosi hummed. No thanks. Brother Weiss should be busy. Mels didn't care, besides, the experience of angels is their own business, and some things are said too much, or there are special cares, but it is not good. Really? No wonder after so many years, my angel power has only consumed 1000 points. Ruosi mused. It consumes 1000 points in 10 years, which is already very remarkable. Myers praised, I've passed so many years, there are still more than 500 left, and my conversion rate is too low, my true God field is only 25, so pitiful. I heard that Roger's true God field is 180. Humph, Roger, don't mention him to me. It's really me off. Ruosi huffed. What happened? Myers asked. I heard that he planted a planet in the new universe. Ruosi said angrily. Planets planted in the new universe. Myers was stunned. Yes. He consumed a little of the true God realm and gave birth to a planet. Mels, do you say angry? Ruosi pouted. Ha ha ha, what happened to me? Mels laughed, how big is it? Besides, the realm of the true God of R2 may not be able to surpass Roger and them, and this newly opened universe should be out of reach with us. Originally, this new universe was prepared for me by my father. Ruosi clenched her pink fists. Oh? What did the great priest prepare for Ruos? Mels was stunned for a moment. In order to celebrate my birthday, my father specially prepared the new universe, which is for me to take over after training. Ruosi said angrily. As a result, Roger said that there was an insider, and his father was not good at favoritism, so he had to say that he used the realm of true gods to decide the master of the new universe. My father had already planned to wait until 8 years later, and he would secretly ask the divine dragon to make a wish and raise my true god realm to the highest. Mels stopped talking. The great priest is so nice to you. I am my own son, why don't I have this treatment? But... Roger planted a planet in the new universe. Unless he voluntarily eliminated, or the universe had his mark, I would not be happy if I took over in the future. Ruosi said with a puff out of her cheeks. Chapter 042. Myers smiled wryly, not knowing what to say. Also, look at the color of my skin. Ruosi became more and more angry. Skin color. Is there a problem? Myers said, we angels can change our skin color at will, and even change our appearance. Among the angels, it seems that only Roger and I are yellow-skinned, and you are all blue-skinned. Ruosi clenched her fists. It's not a big deal, I'm still purple-skinned, Myers smiled, looking indifferent. I heard that Roger's angel power was too powerful and changed my skin, right? Ruoz asked, looking at Myers. Can't you? I was 2 years younger than him, and if I had to say anything, I was the one who changed my skin. Myers shook his head. No, you have already formed, I was changed by his angelic power when I became a fruit. It also led to me having so many angel powers. And there's more. If I had 10,000 angel powers, I wouldn't say anything, the problem is that I only have 9,999, which is 1 point less than him. I'll blame him. I'll blame him. Me off. The more Ruosi spoke, the more angry she became, and pouted, I also just found out recently, or I would have come to him to settle the score. Haha, it's just 1 o'clock, smiled Myers. Brother Myers, you don't understand, every 9 bicon, don't look at the difference is only 1 point, but it is a world of difference. Ruosi glared and corrected, it's like the true God realm, Brother Myers, do you think 99 and 100 can be compared? Can't it? Not only can't, it's far from it. So, you didn't come to me this time? You came looking for Roger? Mels was tired and no longer entangled in this issue, and he could be regarded as figuring out Ruosi's purpose. Yes, I heard that he is on Earth in the galaxy. Ruosi nodded. Yes, it's very close to this side, and you can fly over in tens of seconds. Myers nodded. Okay, I'll go find him. I'm going to ask in person. Ruosi puffed up. Angel, you shouldn't be angry. Myers advised. Who said I was angry? I'm going to bite him to death. Ruosi glared. Myers. By the way, Brother Myers, do you have a way to get strawberries that you can never finish eating? When Ruosi was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something and asked. Strawberries that you never finish eating? This one. Although we are angels, there is no such strawberry in the universe. I heard that the previous 18th universe existed, but unfortunately the ecology of that universe was out of balance and no longer existed. Myers shook his head. What about apples that you never finish eating? Ruosi asked again. It is also the 18th universe that produces these strange things, but unfortunately, the universe disappeared. Myers continued to shake his head and asked, what do you want this for? Are you still short of strawberries and apples? Oh, not really. Ruosi replied, your place is not easy to find, I flew in the 7th universe for more than 3 hours. Then I met a person on the road and pointed me in the direction, and I finally found this side. Why didn't you contact me? Myers smiled wryly. Father was worried that I would not be able to control my angelic power easily, so he sealed my scepter. Ruosi smiled bitterly. You mean to say that this person showed you the way before you found me? Mels understood, so, in order to repay him, you found him strawberries that he would never endure. He asked me to make a wish. Ruosi nodded. Strawberries that never end. This is a bit difficult. You silly sister, why did you easily agree to a human wish? Myers was a little distressed. By the way, the man also said that the first time he saw me, he was attracted by my beautiful appearance. When Ruos said this, her face flushed. This is the first time someone has confessed to her. Ahem. He meant to say, you don't have a connotation. Myers laughed dryly. What did you say? Ruos glared at Myers. I didn't say anything, Myers quickly denied. By the way, borrow your scepter to use. You help me find strawberries that can never be eaten. Apples are also okay, and I found it and gave it to this person. Ruos said, holding the scepter that Myers handed over, and the power of angels emerged, wanting to show Myers Roger's appearance. However, just when Ruosi's angelic power emerged. Ugh! Suddenly, the entire base of the Galactic Patrol suddenly turned into cosmic dust. Myers' pupils shrank, and his face became extremely ugly. You! What did you do? Mel's levitated in the air, looking at the Galactic Patrolman who had completely disappeared, his face stiffened. Immediately afterward, Myers looked around, and his face became even more ugly. It's not just the Galaxy Patrol. You give the whole galaxy to, Myers glared. My angel power is not well controlled. Wow! I didn't mean to. What? Well, I know you didn't mean to. I'd better go back in time and recover. Myers didn't know what to say. Find someone who can destroy a galaxy. There is no one left for this angel. Ugh! The light and flame on the scepter bloomed, the power of the angel emerged, and the time reversal skill was unleashed. Oops! My true god realm is too low. There's no way I can turn back the clock. Mel's face was sweating, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 043. Hey? So what to do? Or I try to use the power of angels, can I restore the galaxy? Ruosi asked eagerly. Sister. Angel power is used to consume and destroy. Do you still want the entire universe to be destroyed? Myers reprimanded, and then his eyes lit up. By the way, Roger should be able to. His true god realm is relatively powerful. No need, I'll do it anyway. At this moment, the two heard an unfamiliar voice sound. Ugh! Between the whiskers, time and space were distorted. Just in the blink of an eye, the disappeared galaxy also came back all of a sudden. The Galaxy Patrol headquarters returned to the appearance just now. Brother Vis? Are you Brother Wise? Ruosi recognized it. What a problem, child. Wes clutched his head, not knowing what to say. Ruos came to the galaxy of the 7th universe, and Weiss was naturally clear. However, what Weiss did not expect was that Ruos actually destroyed the galaxy. In desperation, Weiss had to rush over, personally cast a time turnover, and restore the galaxy. I finally know why Father sealed your scepter, sighed Vis. Brother Vis, you came just in time, I'm looking for Roger. You take me, I don't have a scepter, it's troublesome to find. Ruos looked at Weiss and said quickly. What if you find Roger? Weiss asked rhetorically. I'm going to let him eliminate that dark planet in the new universe. Ruosi Deo. What if he refuses? Weiss asked. Then I'll bite him. Ruosi gritted her teeth. Violence cannot solve the problem. Weiss wiped his sweat and shook his head. Then you say, what should I do? Ruos glanced at Weiss and felt that this brother was not good at all, and it was not as good as Sister Bardos. I already knew to bring Sister Bardos. Weiss wiped his sweat again, apparently seeing it. There was silence for a moment. That's it, I'll take you to him, don't talk when the time comes, I have a way to make him willingly eliminate the planet of that new universe, and let him have nothing to say. Weiss made up his mind and smiled mysteriously. Really? That's great! Ruosi exclaimed excitedly. Remember, don't be angry, even if you encounter something that makes people angry, you must have a normal heart, this is the nature of our angels. Weiss explained to Ruos. Well, remembered. Ruosi nodded solemnly. Myers, come too. Ves greeted, you are my brother, you came to my universe to experience, I haven't taken care of you yet, I hope that through Roger's matter, you will understand something, so that you can consume the power of angels as soon as possible. Yes, brother Wis. Mels nodded excitedly. Go. The three of Weiss turned into three colorful streamers and went straight to the direction of the Earth. Roger happened to be on Earth at this time. Just now, if SI destroyed the galaxy, Roger's Earth naturally ceased to exist. At this moment, Roger was also a little confused. Roger was tasting a good meal. As a result, in the blink of an eye, it ran into the universe. Roger was taken aback. However, Roger quickly calmed himself down and looked through the angelic scepter to see what was happening. Roger was really speechless, it turned out that this stupid angel made it. Roger was going to use time to turn back time, but before he could cast it, he found that time and space had been distorted. Roger guessed that some angels were already using time to turn back. But they didn't have to bother to take action themselves. Roger knew that there were no other angels in the seventh universe except himself and Weiss who could turn back time. Mels is enough, but the realm of true God is not enough. Only for a split second, Roger returned to the restaurant. The entire Earth, and even the entire Milky Way, is as if it has never disappeared, and it is no different from before. Hey? Is Weiss coming? Mers is also coming? And Ruos? What are the three of them looking for me for? Roger soon sensed that the aura of the three of Weiss was speeding towards him. Roger sat quietly in the dining room, enjoying the food. Whoops! The three took advantage of the fact that there was no one and appeared opposite Roger. Hey? You're not! Ruos' eyes widened when she saw Roger, and she said to Weiss and Myers, Brother Vis, Brother Myers, he is the one who helped me. By the way, Brother Vis, help me find strawberries that can never be eaten, and I can count it as a thank you for him. Weiss covered his face and didn't want to speak. Mels wiped his sweat. This silly sister. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Ruosi was stunned. Ruos, who are we looking for? Myers asked. Roger. What's wrong? Ruos said affirmatively, Brother Weiss, will you bring me to thank this person first, and then go to Roger? P.S. Your tips are so powerful. Suddenly tragically, I remembered that this book has not yet been signed. The signing of the contract is still on the way, and now in this extraordinary period, I don't know when it will reach the editor's hands, and it will have to be approved when it arrives. There are too many words sent, and the bonus is postponed, but 6 chapters per day during the free period can still be done. I'll make up for it later if I give a tip. Carry your own pot yourself. Tipping plus more, there are still 2 days left. Chapter 044. Haven't you seen Roger? Myers asked. I've seen his divine fruit. I haven't seen it as an adult. Ruosi shook her head, maybe I've seen it, but I don't have an impression. Come, sit, sit. Roger held back a smile and hurriedly greeted. Weiss had to cover his face and sit down. Wes really didn't want to admit that Ruos was his sister. Why is it so stupid? Could it be that the moment it bore fruit shook Roger's angelic power? Myers also felt tired and sat down on his butt, not knowing what to say. Hey, I said I want to thank you, don't worry, I'm an angel, I mean what I say. If you want strawberries that you can never finish eating, I'll get them for you. Ruos looked at Roger. I suddenly remembered that there is a planet called Namex in our universe, and the humans on the planet have a magical ability that they can make wishing beads. Weiss smiled and said, the reason why they can make the wishing beads is also because they scavenged the fragments of the wishing star a long time ago. I believe that through wishing beads, you can find strawberries that you can never finish eating. Hey? Are you sure? So let's hurry up and go to that Buster, right? Ruosi looked excited. Ahem, Weiss coughed. Oh, I'm here to find Roger. Ruos suddenly came to her senses. You looking for me? Roger feigned. It's not looking for you, it's looking for Roger, forget it, you don't know, Ruos glanced at Roger. Weiss continued to cover his face. Myers smiled wryly. This sister is not an ordinary fool. At this moment, the whole world went quiet. There was a brief silence. Ruosi slapped the table, stood up, and glared angrily at Roger. You are Roger. Ruosi glared angrily at Roger. Roger nodded. I bite you. Ruos threw herself at Roger and bit Roger's shoulder. Click. Roger's angelic power was released slightly. Only Ruosi let out an exclamation, and several teeth were broken at that time. You. Ruosi was so angry that her chest was bullied up and down. As for the broken tooth, it was also quickly restored. The resilience of angels is still very strong. However, it was just like Roger broke his teeth. Ruosituo has no face? Why did you bite me? You're just losing your teeth, and you see my shoulder is bleeding. Roger lifted his neckline, and there were 2 more rows of tooth marks on his shoulders, which were already oozing bright red blood. Shameless! Ruosi glared. Who to fool? Still bleeding? Are angels so prone to bleeding? Ahem. Ruosi, calm down. Weiss really can't stand it. What a bunch of problem children. Ruosi is. So is Myers. Roger. Weiss felt tired, and Roger was the best among troubled children. Hearing Weiss's words, and seeing Weiss wink at her, Ruosi huffed and sat down. Ruos, you see Roger helping you show you the way in the universe and let you find Myers smoothly, otherwise, with your sense of direction, I am afraid that you will have to find a month. When Weiss said this, he signaled with his eyes that Ruosi should not speak, just listen patiently. Ruosi originally wanted to be angry, but she was not so stupid that she couldn't even understand this, so she immediately snorted and didn't make a sound. Since Roger helped you, you also promised him to give him a strawberry that will never end, right? Weiss asked again. If I knew he was Roger, me. I bite him. Ruosi grinned her teeth in anger. Do what you promised, whether he is Roger or not. Weiss patted the door of his head, a little regretting that he had helped Ruos. Okay, Brother Vis, what do you say? I listen to you. Ruosi nodded. Then, we will use the wishing beads of Namex to fulfill the wish of strawberries that can never be eaten. Wes looked at Roger with a smile and asked, what do you think? Roger. Roger figured it out. Wes is waiting for himself here. Weiss should know that he lives with Bulma, and that Bulma is on his way to Namex to find Dragon Ball. At this time, it is not impossible to get together the Dragon Balls to fulfill their wishes, and I always feel as if I have been calculated by Weiss. Don't bother so much, the Earth also has wishing beads, which were made by a certain nemesis who came to the Earth a long time ago. Roger smiled, but that nemesis is dead, Ves resurrected him, and the wishing bead was resurrected, why bother running to Namex? Oh? I wonder how that nemesis died? Weiss asked curiously. You can see for yourself. Roger laughed. Chapter 045. Okay. Weiss nodded, and projections appeared on the scepter in his hand. In the projection, it is Vegeta and Naba who descend on Earth to fight. The projection was quickly finished. The 3 of Weiss also have a general understanding of what is happening on Earth. So, Miss Bulma is currently on her way to Namek, intending to find the Dragon Ball and revive Vic here? Vic and the gods are one person, one is resurrected, and the other will be resurrected. Ves mused, now if I resurrect the gods, Miss Bulma will be in vain. Roger looked at Weiss, not knowing what he wanted to do. Roger didn't speak. In this way, let's take a look at the situation of Namex, and by the way, see if Miss Bulma can find the Dragon Ball smoothly. Weiss said, and on the scepter in his hand, a huge planet immediately appeared, as well as Frisia and the others on the planet. Is it Frisia? Mels recognized it at a glance. Well, Frisia, who is known as the Emperor of the Universe, is also in Namex. Miss Bulma is probably less fierce this time. Of course, if Roger also goes to Namexing, Miss Bulma will not be in danger. Weiss smiled, looked at Roger, and said no more. Weiss, you don't have to go around in circles, just say it. Roger said angrily. Okay, then I'll get blunt. Weiss smiled and said, Roger, how about we make a bet? Tell me about it. Roger smiled. It turns out that these are all for this sentence. Frisia is looking for Dragon Ball, Bulma is also looking for Dragon Ball, including Vegeta. Let's bet on who of these three parties will find Dragon Ball and grant their wish. Weiss smiled slightly and added, the premise is that we cannot intervene, otherwise the party that intervenes will lose. What about the bets? Roger asked. My sister Ruos likes the newly born universe very much. If Roger loses, please eliminate the planet where the new universe was born, and at the same time, this new universe also belongs to my sister Ruos. What do you think? Ves looked at Roger calmly. Roger suddenly realized, it turned out that Weiss said so much and spared such a big circle, for the sake of that new universe. What if I win? Roger smiled. The new universe belongs to you, if you abstain. Weiss Dale. The new universe is originally mine, don't bet. Roger shook his head. Shameless. Ruosi glared. In fact, what Roger said is also right. According to Roger's current True God Realm improvement speed, the ownership of the new universe is indeed not a big problem. Weiss nodded and asked Roger again, so, what do you want? Or, send you a wish for the Divine Dragon? No need. Roger shook his head. Tell me, what do you want? Weiss said with a smile. Roger thought for a moment and looked at Weiss's angelic scepter. The corner of Weiss's mouth couldn't help twitching, and he hurriedly received the angelic scepter into his alien space. This question, children, actually want their own angelic scepter? Don't you have a cane? What do you think of me? Weiss suddenly had a bad premonition. Weiss, you said we are all angels, is there anything we want in this universe? In addition to the new universe? Roger smiled. Weiss didn't speak. In that case, then we have nothing to talk about. Roger said, getting up to leave. Weiss looked at Myers and winked at him. Use mine, my angelic scepter is of little use now. Mels understood. Yours. Roger sighed. Mels was a little depressed. It seems that my angelic scepter has been abandoned. There was silence for a moment. Okay. Roger reluctantly agreed. Mels wanted to cry. Is my angelic scepter so unwelcome? Okay, then, it's so pleasantly settled. Weiss smiled slightly, we are all gods, there is no need to limit ourselves in writing. So there are three forces looking for Dragon Ball, one is the Earthlings, the other is Vegeta, and the other is the Frisia Legion. Will they finally get their wish? Roger mused, okay, I'll choose first, I'll choose Bay. I bet Vegeta to get all the Dragon Balls and grant my wish. Ruosi took the lead. Ruos, you're not authentic. Roger glared, you have to have a first come, right. I don't care, you said slowly, anyway, I chose first, hee hee. Ruosi seemed to be a proud little princess, and at this moment, she was very happy. If you choose, does it mean the two of you? Roger asked. This is a gamble between you and Ruosi, she chose it, and naturally she is the main one. Weiss smiled. Roger smiled. Roger had just seen that Wes had sent a message to Ruos. It seems that Weiss wants to choose Vegeta to get the Dragon Balls and fulfill his wish. You make me embarrassed. Who do I choose? Roger sighed. I originally wanted to choose Vegeta too, anyway, he is also half my apprentice. I chose first, you can't choose again. Ruosi was very proud. Chapter 046. There are the Earthlings and Frisia left, you make me very entangled. Roger scratched his head, looking reluctant. Quick pick. Ruosi urged. Okay, I'll choose the Earthlings. Roger said. Ha ha ha, Earthling? Earthlings are the weakest side, and I think you can still win if you choose Frisia. Ruosi said with a grin. Roger didn't speak. You said that you are going to bet on this thing, why don't you first find the Realm King God to see the future? Then, from now on, the three of us must not interfere in the matter on the Nemesis, otherwise it will be regarded as cheating, and Myers and I will intervene, which will be regarded as cheating. Weissdale. Bulma also asked me to accompany her to find Dragon Ball. Roger was upset. It's okay to protect Miss Bulma, but it's only limited to protecting her life, and looking for Dragon Ball can't give her instructions, or it's cheating. Weiss smiled. Okay, that's it. Roger nodded. Then, let's go first, and we'll see you when the Earthlings arrive at Namex. Ves greeted. Don't worry, what about the strawberries that you will never finish eating? Roger asked. The corner of Weiss's mouth twitched. How do you forget about strawberries? Roger, if I knew it was you, I wouldn't have granted your wish. Ruosi huffed and glared at Roger. Since you agreed, you should keep your promise. Roger looked flat. Ruos was angry again. If not, I don't want strawberries that I will never finish eating. Roger looked Ruos up and down. You. What do you want? Ruos felt as if her body had been seen through by Roger. When I am a servant for a day, strawberries are free. Roger said. Don't. Ruosi drank. Ahem. Strawberry thing, I'll figure it out. Weiss coughed, let's take our leave. Phew. After Weiss finished speaking, he pulled Ruos and Myers, turned into a colorful flame of light, and disappeared in a flash. Hey, Weiss, don't eat something. Roger shouted. No need, you were still on the divine tree while I was enjoying the food. Ves's voice came from afar. Roger shook his head. Look scares you. The food of the earth, you missed it, next time I am afraid it will be 10 years from now. This poor Ves. Roger ignored it and continued to enjoy the meal in this luxurious restaurant. Also, Roger also sensed it this time. Ruosi's angel power is 9,999, which is 1 point different from herself. Not as Myers said, Ruosi's angel power is 10,000 like herself. Don't look at the difference of only 1 point, but there is a world of difference between 9,999 and 10,000. It's like the realm of the true God, 99 to 100, 100 and 99 to 200, 299 to 300. Every leap is a qualitative leap. If 1 to 99 are 99 numbers, then 99 to 100 are not just one number, but 99.01 and 99.02 are also counted. If this kind of number is understood as a breakthrough and progression, it is more clear. So, what do angel power and true God realm mean? Angel power, equivalent to a special combat power calculation value. The realm of true gods is equivalent to all kinds of strange fairy arts, such as resurrection, turning back time, healing, changing appearance, helping to give birth to children. The purpose of the experience is to consume the angel power and transform it into the realm of true God through the consumed angel power. So, if you consume these angel powers, will your strength become weaker? Not really. Angel power is fixed as soon as it becomes an adult. For example, Roger has 10,000 angel power, which consumes only points, and Roger's own strength will not be consumed. Of course, after reaching a certain height, the true God realm can also make up for the problem of the relatively low power of angels. Moreover, in general, angels do not need to fight. As for the gambling contract, well, can Vegeta get Dragon Balls without anyone interfering? It seems that it is unlikely. Although, because of Roger, history has undergone some small changes, but the general direction remains the same. This can basically be confirmed by what happened since Roger came to Earth. For example, the Red Ribbon Legion, Peach White 8, Garen Immortal, Crane Immortal, Tianjin Rice and Dumplings, Vic Great Devil, Heavenly God, etc., these characters have hardly changed. The only thing that has changed is Bulma. After all, Roger has been eating and drinking at Bulma's house. Of course, it's only Bulma's boyfriend who has changed. Because of Roger's relationship, Bulma was not with Leaping. For the rest, little has changed. However, what Roger doesn't understand is, why did Wes let Ruos choose Vegeta? In the distant starry sky, Weiss, Myers, and Joss were speeding along. Brother Vis, why should I choose Vegeta? Can the one named Vegeta really get Dragon Balls and grant wishes? Ruos I asked. P.S. Dragon Ball's strongest teacher has 2.2 million words, fat, can be slaughtered. Click on the author's name and you can see it. Chapter 048. Roger looked up at the sky. Through the atmosphere above space, Roger saw Weiss and Russ suspended high in the sky. Mel's did not come, guessing that something was wrong. Cheating is a puppy. Ruosi transmits. It's the puppy that bites. Roger replied. You. Below Weiss and Ross, about 10 meters above the ground. Two aliens levitated in the air, looking at the four of Roger. These four poor bugs. Combat effectiveness is also too low. Maybe you're here for a tour, right? What to do? Do you want to kill them? Didn't Lord Frisia say that? Anyone who has nothing to do with Dragon Ball, kill them all. Is that their spaceship? Knock out their spaceship first so they can't escape. Phew. A flame of energy light burst out from the hands of one of the aliens. Bang! The energy light flame directly penetrated the core of the spacecraft. Suddenly, the spacecraft emitted a puff of blue smoke and was completely destroyed. Bulma was so frightened that her legs couldn't stop trembling, and she was almost lying on Roger's body. Don't be afraid, there is me. Roger patted Bulma's back. Gohan, burst breath, these two guys are nothing. Klin rode. Yes, Uncle Klin. Son Gohan nodded. Boom. The aura on the two of them erupted and rushed towards the two aliens. Bang bang. With two muffled sounds, the two aliens were solved by Klin and Son Gohan, one by one. Ha ha ha, victory victory. Well done. Klin and Son Gohan high-fived. Not good at all. Bulma said angrily. Klin and Son Gohan quickly shut up. It's over, the spaceship is broken, there is no way to return to Earth. Woohoo, Bulma's tears fell. Klin and Son Gohan looked at each other. Klin even made a look at Roger, meaning that Roger would help persuade Bulma. Roger was indifferent. Phew. At this moment, I saw a spherical spaceship falling rapidly in the distance. Is that a spaceship? How does it look a little familiar? Klin's face changed color. Yes. It's a spaceship that rolls around. Son Gohan was so frightened that his whole body trembled. Hey? Shell rolling? Did he come to Nemesis? Frightened, Bulma grabbed Roger tightly, eager to merge with him. It's terrible. It's miserable. Is the shell rolling into that Nemesis? Goku is still hospitalized. What can be done about this? Maybe it's a spaceship similar, not a shell. Klin said more optimistically. I hope so. Bulma nodded. Phew! Just when the three were surprised, another spaceship fell from the sky. Another spaceship! Clin exclaimed. It's over. This is bad. Are we going to die somewhere else? Bulma's tears fell. I think, I want to go. Go check it out, Son Gohan proposed. Gohan, hide your breath immediately. Clin said quickly. The two hid their breath and moved cautiously in the direction of the spaceship. Roger, let's find a place to hide first. Bulma pulled Roger and hid behind a rock. Crunch! The spaceship door opened and Vegeta walked out of the spacecraft. Seeing that it was indeed Beiroling who appeared, Clin and Son Gohan turned pale with fright. Vegeta's face had confidence on it. Crunch! The hatch of another spaceship opened, and Chu Yi stepped out from inside. Vegeta, wash your neck and wait for slaughter. Chu Yi sneered. Chu Yi, if you want to come and die yourself, I have to fulfill you. Vegeta chuckled. Vegeta, let's look at your combat effectiveness first. My combat power is far more than yours. Chu Yi said, already flying to the opposite side of Vegeta. Combat effectiveness? I'm here to give you a glimpse of the new abilities I've learned on Earth. Vegeta smiled. What ability? Is it the ability to escape? Chu Yi chuckled. It is the ability to control combat effectiveness at will. Vegeta smiled slightly, and the breath on his body burst out. Bang! Chu Yi's detector exploded at that time. Chu Yi's face became extremely ugly, and his pupils shrank together. How? How does it feel? Vegeta looked at Chu Yi fiercely. Impossible. That's impossible. The detector must be broken. Chu Yi turned blue in fright. The next moment, Chu Yi did not have the slightest hesitation, turned around and ran. Vegeta's right index finger and middle finger came together, and an invisible energy bloomed out. Boom! With a bang, Chu Yi turned into a blood mist at that time, and he couldn't die anymore. Humph, self-righteous idiot! Vegeta smiled contemptuously. I learned to control combat power with Roger a long time ago, but I was too lazy to kill you, and I had to follow to die. Clin and Son Gohan were frightened and quickly slipped away. Chapter 049. It's really Vegeta. What to do? Clin asked. He looks stronger than ever. Until now, the only way to repair the spaceship and take Goku over. Bulma proposed. But 4 months back and forth, Clin shook his head. By the time we come back again, I'm afraid Beiroling has already collected the Dragon Balls and fulfilled his wish. Maybe at that time, Beiroling will destroy the Divine Dragon or the Namex who made the Dragon Ball. That? How do you say? Bulma had no idea at all. I can only stay and try my luck. Clin proposed. Whatever. If you want to stay, stay. Roger, you accompany me to find a hidden place, we will hide first. Bulma thought for a moment and said to Roger, Roger and I are different from you, be careful yourselves, don't lead that shell to our side. Clin and Son Gohan nodded solemnly, took out the Dragon Ball radar, and planned to secretly look for the Dragon Ball. Not far away. Vegeta was silent for a moment. Frieza is also looking for Dragon Ball, I'm not his opponent yet, try to avoid him. Vegeta muttered to himself, however, as long as I have an immortal body, I can revive and improve my combat power without limit. Humph, by that time, what Super Saiyan Bardock, what Frieza, you will all be trampled under my Vegeta. Vegeta almost roared to the sky, as if the Dragon Ball was already his. Hey? I really want to sense a faint breath over there. It's nearby. Am I sensing the problem? Vegeta sensed an extremely faint aura not far from him. Vegeta thought about it and decided to take a look. Phew! Vegeta sped towards Roger. The breath that Vegeta sensed was none other than Bulma's. At present, after cultivation, Clin and Sun Wuhan can already control their combat effectiveness to 0. There was no breath on Roger's body, he used divine power. Of course, Roger can also release his breath, but it is not necessary. However, Bulma has not practiced, and she still has a little breath. As long as she senses it seriously, she can sense it. Ugh! The straight line distance between the two sides is about 100 meters. Vegeta appeared opposite Roger and the others in an instant. Klin was dumbfounded. Son Gohan was dumbfounded. Bulma was dumbfounded. All three were stunned. Then, the three of them were stunned to see that Bei Rolling also looked dumbfounded. Even, Bei Rolling snorted. Can Vegeta not be dumbfounded? Can Vegeta not snort? Vegeta was really terrified. Why did you meet Roger here? Why? Vegeta didn't see Roger. Last time Roger said, after winning the fight Kakarot, go see him again. As a result, Vegeta lost to the inferior warrior Kakarot, and lost miserably. Vegeta looked at Roger with trepidation. Even if he wanted to see Roger, it was after he fulfilled his wish for an immortal body. Now when I see him, won't he me again? Vegeta just looked at Roger. Bulma, Klin, and Son Gohan also looked at Vegeta in such a hustle and bustle. Both sides are buzzing. There was silence for a full 10 seconds or so. Roger yawned. Phew! Frightened, Vegeta hurriedly turned into a white glow and disappeared in a flash. It wasn't until he was a few kilometers away that Vegeta gasped for air, and cold sweat slipped from his face. Sluggish for a moment, Vegeta was a little confused. Is that person really Roger? Why? Why didn't he roll me? Why? Why don't you me? Vegeta was at a loss. This is not Roger's style. Vegeta really wanted to leave the planet immediately. However, Vegeta weighed the pros and cons and still felt that Dragon Ball was more important. Otherwise, every time he met Roger, he was scared, and the face of the Saiyan Prince was lost. No, I want to find Dragon Ball. Vegeta croaked, me, can't die anyway. Distance. Bulma, Klin, and Son Gohan each widened their eyes wider than the other. The three looked at each other, a little unable to come to their senses. Shell rolled away? But why? I found out that when Bei saw us, he was scared. Klin mused. Well, I see his body trembling. Son Gohan nodded. It wouldn't have been scared away by Bulma, would it? When I heard that when Lepin first saw Bulma, he was terrified. Klin guessed, I already knew that when Vegeta went to Earth, let Bulma go there, and there would be no need for Goku to do anything. Bang! Bulma darkened her face and threw Klin with a punch. Chapter 050. In the sky. What a silly earthling! Seeing this scene, Ruosi shook her head helplessly. Don't they know? Vegeta was scared away by Roger. Whis glanced at Ruosi and did not say anything. You seem to be quite stupid too. Silly sister, silly sister. Ahem, don't you see anything? Whis coughed and reminded. See what? If you are puzzled. Roger scared Vegeta away. Whis reminded again. Well, I saw it. Ruosi nodded seriously, and stopped talking. Whis stopped talking. Such a silly sister, was her head really shaken by Roger's angelic power? A minute later. Ah! I know. Roger, this belongs to cheating. Ruosi suddenly came to her senses and exclaimed. Whis covered his face. Did you just react? If I hadn't been here to supervise, wouldn't you have lost everything in your body to Roger? Roger, you come up. Ruosi transmits. Roger looked up at the sky. What's going on? Roger faintly transmitted over. You cheat, you scared Vegeta away. Ruos I said, so, I won. Don't make trouble, I didn't say anything, I didn't do anything, he scared him away. If I count this as cheating, you two are suspended in the sky, and it also affects the climate of Namex. Roger perked up. You say, the climate has been affected, will it change their hearts? For example, if it didn't rain today, because it rained when you appeared, do you think they are not in a good mood to look for Dragon Balls? He has a point. Ruos looked at Weiss. Ves was unreasonable. There was silence for 10 seconds. In this way, let's go back in time and go back 3 minutes to 3 minutes ago, Roger, you find an opportunity to leave the ranks of the Earthlings. Weiss proposed. That's fine. Roger did not object. Roger was wondering why Vegeta had suddenly come over. In the history of the 8 classics, Vegeta would not have paid attention to Bulma's side. At least when he first came to Namesing, Vegeta hadn't met Son Gohan. It wasn't until a few days later that Vegeta learned that Son Gohan had come to Namesing. Roger speculated that history might have changed because of his appearance. Ugh! Weiss used the wheel of time to go back 3 minutes. 3 minutes ago, it happened that Vegeta had destroyed Chu Yi and was thinking about the Dragon Ball. Bulma here. It's really Vegeta. What to do? Klin asked. He looks stronger than ever. Until now, the only way to repair the spaceship and take Goku over. Bulma proposed. But 4 months back and forth, Klin shook his head. By the time we come back again, I'm afraid Beiroling has already collected the Dragon Balls and fulfilled his wish. Maybe at that time, Beiroling will destroy the Divine Dragon or the Namex who made the Dragon Ball. That. How do you say? Bulma asked, glancing at Roger walking away. Hey, why are you going? Roger. Go to the bathroom, you feel free. After Roger finished speaking, taking advantage of the fact that the 3 did not notice him, he turned into a colorful flame of light and appeared next to Weiss and Ruos. Weiss nodded, kind of hello. Ruos. I watched Roger grind his teeth. This time I came up, and then I won't play cheating, it's not interesting. Roger said lightly, with this time, it is better to consume more angel power and transform the true God realm. Roger, since you came up, it's not cheating. Weiss smiled. This matter is also that we didn't say hello in advance. In this way, from now on, you can contact Bulma, you can also contact the Earthlings, but you can't have direct contact with Vegeta or Frieza. Also, you can't reveal your identity. You can only continue to be an ordinary person. May I? There are too many rules, don't play. Roger shook his head. Don't, or I'll take my angelic scepter too. You shut up for me. Weiss was so angry that his nose was crooked. Feelings, are you going to take your scepter as a bet? Roger, if you think about it, we are very sincere, and we are also making this race to find the Dragon Balls fairer, aren't we? Weiss said with a serious face. Well, for your sake, I'll reluctantly agree. Roger sighed and nodded reluctantly. Weiss felt so tired. It seems that the face is wrinkled. Weiss felt that next time he would say nothing to help this silly sister with these boring things. Now, you have to watch out for Meyer's scepter. That's not right. Why do I think I'm going to lose? Weiss suddenly felt that he must have overthought it. How could I, who was second in the angel list, lose to a trainee angel? I must have overthought it. Chapter 051. Roger, Weiss, and Joss looked down together. I saw Vegeta standing in a daze. There was silence for a moment. Vegeta turned white and quickly left the place. This time, Vegeta did not go to Bulma and them, but flew straight away. Look Roger, you weren't around that Earthling, Vegeta didn't go to them, and he wasn't scared by you. Ruosi was very proud. Roger looked a little complicated. When Ruos saw Roger's expression, she was very happy. It seems that it is more likely that Vegeta will gather together with the Dragon Ball to fulfill his wish. Below. Hey, where's Roger? Find Roger. Bulma noticed that Roger was missing. Didn't he go to the bathroom? Klin asked. The main thing is that I can't sense Roger's breath, Son Gohan scratched his head. Did Roger go to the bathroom and deliberately avoid you? The relationship between the two of you, do you still use this? Klin asked Bulma. What do you mean? Bulma's face darkened. Roger and I are very innocent, okay? Haha, just kidding, just kidding. Klin laughed. Hurry up and find Roger. Roger, don't let the bad guys get caught. Bulma shouted. Be quiet, maybe it's still nearby. Klin lowered his voice. Okay, you guys watch slowly, I have to go down, if I suddenly lose it, the Dragon Ball won't have to look for it. Roger greeted lightly and quickly landed behind a mountain in the distance. You can't have contact with Vegeta or Frieza's side. Whis grinned. Well, to be on the safe side, you'd better block me. Only the Earthlings could see me, so that neither Vegeta nor Frieza could see me. Roger replied lightly. Okay, no problem. Whis thought it was a good idea. Ugh! The scepter in Whis' hand flashed. An invisible divine force hit Roger's body. In this way, except for Bulma, Son Goku, Klin, and Son Gohan, who can see Roger, the rest of the people will treat Roger as if he were an air-like existence. Roger ignored it. It's better not to touch. In fact, contact will make history change and more changes. Whis, you are such a good person. Hey, I'm over here. Roger appeared from behind the mountain and greeted with a snort. Really, go that far to the toilet? Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Roger is okay. Sorry, I saw a strange animal just now, and out of curiosity, I accidentally ran away. Roger smiled. Roger, you know what? This planet is dangerous. Don't be careless. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Roger smiled. Actually, sometimes I really admire Roger's self-confidence, more confident than Goku. Klin sighed slightly. Don't talk about the wind and cool there, you two hurry up and find Dragon Ball, Roger, and I will find a safe place around here to hide, and then call Goku by the way to talk about the situation here. Bulma proposed. Okay, then, Gohan, let's go. Klin greeted. Yes, Uncle Klin. Son Gohan nodded solemnly. Bulma carefully pulled Roger, found a cave to hide, and lost a universal capsule house. VES, trouble, fortify our house with the true God realm. Roger transmitted a message to Whis. Whis. However, Whis also knows that strengthening the house will not affect the collection of Dragon Balls. After all, collecting Dragon Balls this time has little to do with Bulma. Mainly those two Earthlings were busy outside. But why use my true God realm? Whis felt he had lost money. 5 hours later. Seeing that Roger was eating and drinking in the room, Whis and Ruos were a little uncalm. The two of them had been suspended in the air, without eating or drinking. Although angels cannot eat or drink, they are so boring. For more than 5 hours, it was suspended here. Or, Brother Whis, let's go in and sit for a while? Grab something to eat by the way? Ruos suggested. Ahem, judging from the current situation, if you want to gather 7 Dragon Balls, I'm afraid it will take a few days. Wes mused, well, Joss, you are here to supervise Roger, I still have business, go back first. Let Whis go to Roger's room to rest, Wes can't afford to lose the man. Okay. Ruosi nodded. I'll be on the planet Beerus, keeping an eye on Roger. Whisdale. Chapter 052. Brother Whis, we will win. That universe is mine. Ruosi replied. Of course. Whis smiled rather confidently and waved at Ruos. Phew. Whis turned into a colorful flame of light, broke into the void, and disappeared in a flash. Ruosi stayed in the sky, a little lonely for a while. That absolutely beautiful face, at this moment, made the entire Namex a little eclipsed. Ruosi looked down again and found that Roger was talking and laughing with Bulma in the room, and there were fruits and desserts to eat, and her heart suddenly became angry. I'm levitating here, eat what you don't have, drink what you don't have, you poor well. Another hour passed. No, I want it too. Phew. Ruosi couldn't bear it, turned into a colorful light, and quickly landed at the door of Bulma's small family. Knock knock. Ruosi stepped forward and knocked on the door. Bulma was taken aback. This. Why is there a knock? Roger, what to do? Did anyone spot us? Bulma was frightened. I'll take a look. Roger knew who it was. Don't. Or. Pretend that there is no one in the room? Bulma grabbed Roger with some fear. It's okay, it's going to be fine. Roger looked indifferent. That. Then you be careful. Bulma nodded slightly, also knowing that it was unrealistic not to open the door. In case it's really a shell rolling or something, if you don't open the door, won't people break into the door? Or even if it wasn't bay rolling, the two alien accomplices who were killed before, they could still break down this house. Roger went to open the door, and Bulma was a little scared, but still plucked up the courage and followed Roger. Snap! The door was opened. The divine power in Roger's hand emerged, and an invisible flame of light hit Ruosi's body at that time. Oh! Exclaimed Ruos, her body shrinking rapidly. Snap! Ruosi turned into a snow-white kitten, and she looked quite cute. You! Ruosi was so angry that her body shook. You dare to change me with the true God realm. You said that you have appeared at Bulma's side now and interfered with her life. If you let the Dragon Ball on this side of the earth get your wish, wouldn't you say that I was cheating again? Roger said to Ruos. Ruosi was slightly startled. It seems that what you said also makes sense. I think it's more appropriate for you to become a kitten, don't you? It will have no effect on the search for Dragon Balls. Roger said with a smile. Ruosi gritted her teeth. Come, want to eat? Roger gave Ruos a cookie. Meow. Ruosi glared. You really treat me like a pet cat? I am an angel. I am an angel. I am an angel. Let's go, since I want to come in and play, I am still more welcome. Roger greeted with a smile. Meow, replied Ruosi. Hey? A cute kitten? Bulma was stunned for a moment. Is there such an animal as a cat on the Buster? Perhaps. Roger smiled and picked Ruos up. Hey, you ran into mine. It's mine. Chested. Ruosi transmits. It's just a cat, how can it have a chest? Roger reprimanded angrily. I bite you. Ruosi opened her mouth and was about to lower her mouth at Roger. Don't want teeth anymore. Roger transmitted. Ruosi suddenly died down. Let me cuddle, let me cuddle. Bulma thought the kitten was too cute and went forward to give it a hug. Meow. Ruos croaked her teeth at Bulma, and the white hair on her body rose up, revealing her white teeth, looking like she was going to desperately. I'm an angel, just let the same kind hug me, you little human being, dare to hold me? Ruosi wouldn't let Bulma hold her. So fierce, Bulma took a step back in fright, sighing slightly, the wild nature is not gone. Meow. Ruos croaked teeth. Who do you say is wild? Okay, be quiet, there is food over there, you can eat it casually. Roger patted Ruos's head and greeted Ruos. You really treat me like a cat. Ruosi glared angrily. However, seeing Roger and this human eating before was too delicious, Ruos was really a little gluttonous. Immediately, Ruosi jumped on the table and began to taste the snack. Planet Beerus. On the scepter in Weiss's hand, the appearance of Ruosi turning into a kitten appeared. Weiss covered his face and wanted to cry without tears. In fact, if you think about it, if the new universe is really handed over to Ruos, can she take care of it? More than an hour or so passed. Bulma, open the door, it's me and Gohan. A voice sounded outside the door. Bulma hurriedly went over to open the door. The door opened, and in addition to Son Gohan and Klin, there was a strange child. The child has green skin and 2 antennae on his head. Is this a nemesis? Looks a lot like Vic Ek. Bulma looked at the nemesis kid in amazement. The nemesis child was a little scared and hid behind Klin. Chapter 053. His name is Dandy. Klin introduced with a smile, Dandy, she is Bulma, although she looks a little fierce, but don't be afraid, they are all their own people. Bang! Bulma knocked Klin down with a punch. Dandy was taken aback, really fierce. After entering the house. Dandy, this is Roger. Klin introduced. Dandy looked confused. It was a chair. Do Earthlings even have to name chairs? Dandy can't see Roger, and currently only people from Earth can see Roger. For example, with the later Monkey King and Vic as Earthlings, you can see Roger. Dandy smiled, leaning into his chair, hello. Roger didn't speak. Wow, he really thought you were a chair. Ruosi burst out laughing. Gohan and I found a nearby Dragon Ball through the Dragon Ball radar and met Dandy and the name X-Man, Klin said to Bulma. The current situation is that we found that in addition to that Bay role, there is another group of people looking for the Dragon Ball, and the leader of this group should be more powerful than Vegeta. The 2 people we saw before should be among this group. Son Gohan added. Don't ask me, Roger and I are ordinary people, it's good to accompany you to Namixing, you say what to do. Bulma asked. There are a lot of people in that group, at least 3 of them are me and I can't resist head on. Klin sighed, I mean, fix the spaceship and get out of here as soon as possible. Wait until the gang gets their wish, and then come over. Do you think they will really wait for you to get the Dragon Ball if they get their wish? Bulma smiled, if the other party really has such evil words as you say, I am afraid that the wish will be fulfilled and the entire planet will be destroyed. It's nerve-wracking. What to do? Klin ran out of ideas. You guys. Do you mean that the Buster will face extinction? Dandy's face changed color. Klin, Son Gohan and Bulma nodded silently together. This. How so? Dandy turned pale with fright, and his body couldn't stop trembling. There was silence for a moment. I'm going to take you to the Great Elder. Dandy made up his mind. Great Elder? Who is it? Klin was stunned. It's the one who gave birth to us, and the one who made the Dragon Balls. Dandy explains. Raw? How to give birth? Bulma asked. Spit out an egg and the egg hatches. Dandy gave Bulma a strange look. So, you Nemesis don't have a distinction between men and women? Bulma asked in surprise. What are male and female? Dandy was puzzled. What a boring people. There are no men or women. Bulma looked surprised, and then rejoiced. It's good that I'm not a nemesis, otherwise life would be boring. Ruos, how do you say we angels give birth? Roger asked curiously. It seems to be the same as the Earthlings, right? Otherwise, why did you choose to train on Earth? Ruosi is not surprised. Like the Earthlings? Really fake? Do you say that if the 2 of us have children, we will also be angels? Roger was a little strange. Aren't all angels growing in the angelic god tree? Since it is possible to have children, why is there an angelic divine tree? Forget about stupid death, children born between angels are not angels. Ruos gave Roger a roll of the eyes. Not an angel? What is it? Wouldn't it be just an ordinary person? Roger asked. Of course, it's not an ordinary person, the divine power is similar to that of the realm king god. Ruosi Deo. Got it. Roger nodded. Wait, you just said, who did you have a baby with? Ruosi reacted sharply. You. Roger smiled. I Ruosi croaked angrily. Klin's side had already discussed going to meet the great elder of name Seeing. Gohan, you stay to take care of Bulma and Roger, and Dandy and I go to see the great elder. Klin proposed. Son Gohan nodded. Dandy looked confused. Take care of Bulma, why take care of a chair? Is there anything special about this chair? Dandy silently looked at the chair. It seems that the material is also very ordinary. Go, Dandy, follow me. Klin beckoned, while their detectors are gone, let's speed up. Good. Dandy nodded. Hurrah! The two turned into two white rays and rushed into the sky. At the same time, after Vegeta showed his strong combat power, he frightened the opposite Doria into a jerk. Vegeta, you. As long as you spare me, I will tell you a secret. Dodoria said quickly. Oh? Are you trying to tell me that planet Vegeta is a secret that Frieza destroyed? Vegeta chuckled. No, of course not. Dodoria shook her head and waved her hand. You all saw that planet Vegeta was destroyed by Lord Frieza, so it's no secret. Chapter 054. You say. Vegeta sneered. This secret is about His Excellency Frieza's wish this time. Dodoria rode. Oh? Isn't it an immortal body? Vegeta was stunned for a moment. His Excellency Frieza's initial plan was indeed to make a wish to obtain an immortal body. Doria nodded, however, His Excellency Frieza weighed the pros and cons and felt that even if he really made a wish for an immortal body, after meeting that Roger, I am afraid that he would still not be his opponent. Although he can't be killed, wouldn't it be better to live than to die by sealing him up, or beating him half dead? Well, Frieza has a point when he says that. Vegeta smiled and asked, so, did you find Roger? Not yet. But Lord Frieza said that someone should be able to find Roger. Doria replied. Can anyone find it? Vegeta muttered, thinking to himself, it seems that Frieza did not know that Roger was on Earth. Vegeta, have you heard of the God of Destruction? Dodoria asked suddenly. God of Destruction? It seems to be a little impressed. Vegeta thought thoughtfully. According to legend, Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction, is the most powerful god in this universe. Doria said word by word, but unfortunately, Lord Beerus seems to be sleeping. If you can wake Lord Beerus, even if it is a Super Saiyan, God, it will be beaten by Lord Beerus. God of Destruction? Beerus? Vegeta had a man in mind. It seems that there is indeed a cat-like guy who once came to planet Vegeta and trampled his father under his feet. Is this man powerful? That's right, Beerus, the God of Destruction. Dodoria nodded. So, Frieza's wish this time is to awaken the sleeping God of Destruction, Beerus. Vegeta smiled, I'm a little disappointed if that's the secret you're going to tell. Saying that, a thick killing intent appeared on Vegeta's face. Wait a minute, Vegeta, wait until I'm done. Doria was frightened, quickly stepped back, and said, there is another secret. Vegeta chuckled and motioned for Dodoria to continue. Although it was Lord Frieza who destroyed planet Vegeta, but behind the scenes, do you know who it is? Vegeta? Dodoria asked suddenly. Could it be? Vegeta's face sank. Yes, it is Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction. Dodoria laughed, Vegeta, you Saiyans have provoked the most powerful gods in this universe, so you better take your life as soon as possible. If Lord Beerus really woke up, do you think the man named Roger could still be so arrogant? His Excellency Frieza hasn't done anything to you all these years, is it not because Roger shelters you? Wake up, Vegeta, your Saiyan era is over. Dodoria said as she slowly flew into the sky. Goodbye, Vegeta, you are waiting to be judged by the strongest god. A smile on Doria's face. Hey, God of Destruction! Vegeta snorted coldly and looked up at Dodoria. Ugh! Vegeta's figure flickered and appeared behind Doria. Bang! Vegeta kicked away. With a bang, Doria was like a cannonball, smashing heavily on the ground, leaving a large hole in the ground. The next moment, Vegeta put his hand on the back of Doria's heart. Doria, you are wrong, I am a scion, we are a fighting people, even if we are gods, what can we do? Vegeta said coldly. Boom! The energy in Vegeta's hand surged out, directly penetrating Doria's heart. Humph, the invincible Doria is dead. Vegeta mused. Doria said before that the Earthlings also came to name seeing? Although it seems unlikely, if it really comes, they can bring a letter to Roger and tell him about the destruction of God. After a brief silence from Vegeta. Over there, I sensed 2 breaths, let's go and confirm first. Vegeta muttered to herself. Phew! Vegeta turned into a white glow and sped in the direction of Klin and Dandy. Klin and Dandy, who were marching, sensed Vegeta's powerful aura and were flying towards them. It's not good, it's Vegeta, hurry up and hide. Klin was startled, hurriedly hid his breath, and landed with Dandy. The breath is gone. Vegeta was slightly startled, and then glanced at it, and found a village of name X in the distance, and was happy at that time. Is that the village of name Xian? Maybe there are Dragon Balls, I have to quickly fulfill the wish of the immortal body, so that even if Beerus wakes up, I will be the rolling prince. Bah! Prince Vegeta, will surpass Roger and defeat Beerus. Chapter 055. Phew! Vegeta changed direction and fell from the sky to the village over there. 20 minutes later. Vegeta destroys all the name Xians in the village and finds a Dragon Ball in the room. Cut, this is Dragon Ball? I thought it would be hidden, but I didn't expect it to be placed in such a prominent position. Vegeta scoffed, I heard that 7 Dragon Balls can be gathered to grant wishes, so I will hide this Dragon Ball first, at least so that Frieza can't succeed. Phew! Vegeta casually dropped the Dragon Ball into a nearby lake. During Vegeta's search for the Dragon Balls, Klin and Dandy finally meet the Grand Elder of Namex. The Great Elder helped Klin channel the latent energy and gave Klin a Dragon Ball. After obtaining the Dragon Ball, Klin quickly moved towards the direction where Bulma was. It's just that Klin got a little carried away. After sensing Klin's breath, Vegeta quickly chased after him. Klin had no idea. Soon, Klin landed at the door of Bulma's house with the Dragon Balls he got from the Great Elder. Bulma, Gohan, I'm back. Klin said happily, look what I brought back. Bulma pulled Roger and dashed out. Is it Dragon Ball? That's great! Bulma exclaimed excitedly, however, the Dragon Balls of that nemesis are really big enough. Haha, yes. Klin smiled and scratched his head, it's a good start, maybe we can really get our wish. By the way, what about Gohan? Gohan took the Dragon Ball radar and went to find the Dragon Ball, should be back soon, right? Bulma mused. Really? Here comes our luck. Klin smiled, when Gohan comes back later, I'll take him to meet the Great Elder, the Great Elder can channel potential energy for us, I am now several times stronger than on Earth. Oh, Gohan is back. Bulma pointed behind Klin. Klin glanced back, and when he sensed Vegeta's breath, his face turned white, and he was so frightened that it was too late to dodge. Ugh! Vegeta landed at Klin's side with a faint smile on her face. Shell rolling. Klin looked at Vegeta tremblingly and in horror. Bulma turned pale with fright, and the whole person was on Roger's body. How did they roll here? What did you call me? Vegeta's face darkened. I didn't say anything, Klin was confused. Bang! Vegeta kicked Klin to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta stepped on Klin's body and rolled on the ground. Klin. Klin is tempted to ask, what is your hobby? You see, you're being rolled around on the ground by me, like a yo-yo? I'll call you Yo-Yo after I see it. Vegeta smiled and looked at Klin's head. Klin. Klin wanted to cry. Give me Dragon Ball, you can spare your lives. Vegeta snorted coldly, glancing strangely in Bulma's direction. Because nowadays, except for Bulma, Son Gohan, and Klin, the rest of the humans cannot see Roger, so Bulma's octopus moves a little strangely. Bulma just grabbed Roger's body like this, and she was frightened. In Vegeta's view, Bulma was as if her body had left the ground, like a female ghost, an indescribable evildoer. However, Vegeta didn't have anything to pay attention to, guessing that it might be a sign of the fear of the Earth Woman. You're not going to kill us? After Klin asked this, he wanted to puff himself out. Why am I so cheap? What is this for, I ask? By the way, I ask you something, Roger. Vegeta let go of his foot and looked at Klin and then at Bulma. Roger? Klin and Bulma were a little confused. The two looked at Roger together. Did Roger know Vegeta? It's just that Roger is obviously in front of Vegeta. You ask this, what do you mean? Klin and Bulma looked at each other. Didn't you come? Vegeta looked at their expressions and shook his head and sighed. There is. Or no? Klin was even more confused. One more question. Vegeta chuckled, what about Kakarot? Gaku? This, Klin stammered, not wanting to say. Forget it, if you can contact Roger and tell him for me, the strongest god in the universe, Beerus, is probably about to awaken. Vegeta glanced at Bulma a few times with a strange look, and after dropping this sentence, he turned into a white glow with the Dragon Balls and quickly disappeared. Bulma was dumbfounded. Klin was confused. The two looked up at the sky and looked at the disappearing Vegeta. Then, the two looked at Roger together. Roger, do you know each other? Bulma asked, looking at Roger. Chapter 056. Well, yes, speaking of which, Bay Rolling is also half of my student. Roger nodded, telling the truth. As for bragging, I will not accept anyone, just obey Roger. Klin smiled and let out a long breath. Bay. The Roger Vegeta said should not be the Roger we know. Can't he see Roger standing here? Yes, too. Bulma nodded. He really can't see me. Roger replied. As soon as Roger finished speaking, the kitten Ruos was glaring and biting. It's useless for you to croak your teeth, no one believes me to be honest. Roger smiled. Ruosi rolled her eyes. Yes, Ruosi found that these two earthlings really did not believe it. Ruosi suddenly felt that these two earthlings were so stupid. Regardless of what Vegeta said, the Dragon Ball that was hard to get your hands on, you gave it to him. Bulma asked, crossed her waist. Bulma, we were not killed by him, we are already lucky. Klin smiled wryly. Poof, Bulma laughed suddenly. Laughing at what? Klin was puzzled. Yo-yo. Bulma looked at Klin's head. Hey, you're overdoing it, Bulma. Klin said angrily. Yo-yo is flat, Bulma thought thoughtfully. Klin, your head, I suddenly feel a little flat. Bulma. Klin held his head and said angrily. Roger, what do you think? Bulma grinned. Roger nodded. Ruos also grinned. You see, the cats are all laughing. Bulma said with a smile. Cats? When was there an extra cat? Klin was stunned. Roger looked calm. It seems that Vegeta is a little resistant to the name Beacon. Take the time to secure this nice nickname. Also, Bayrolls said, is Beerus going to wake up? It seems to be earlier than the normal awakening time. As for Beerus awakening, Roger did not pay attention to it. Just Beerus's three-legged cat Kung Fu, Roger can slap away. Distance. Vegeta suddenly sensed a breath in front of him, and the breath disappeared in an instant. Hey, come out, I know you're nearby, otherwise I'll raise this area to the ground. Vegeta searched but did not find it, a little impatient, brewed an energy bomb, and was about to fight. "It's me. Don't fight." Son Gohan hid the Dragon Balls and walked out trembling. "Are you Kakaroto's son?" Vegeta was slightly startled, and then smiled. "Yes, that Earthling can appear on the Namekus, and it is normal for you to come over." You. Have you met Uncle Klin? You killed him?" Son Gohan was shocked. "You want me to kill him? Well, I'll go kill the yo-yo later." Vegeta chuckled. "Yo-yo?" Son Gohan scratched his head. "You say, doesn't his head look like a yo-yo?" Vegeta looked at Son Gohan and asked. Son Gohan nodded vigorously, "Dare to say that it is not like it. At this time, deny it, not killed by bay rolling? Is Uncle Klin's head as flat as a yo-yo? What are you holding in your hand?" Vegeta looked at the Dragon Ball radar that Son Gohan was holding in his left hand. "Hey!" Son Gohan hurriedly glanced at it and replied in horror, This is the watch. Humph, the technology that can make such a rough watch, I really don't know how it came to namixing." Vegeta looked disdainful. Bang! Vegeta's knee hit Son Gohan's abdomen hard. Poof! Son Gohan spewed out a mouthful of acid at that time, covered his stomach and fell limply to the ground. "Go back and tell Kakaroto that when I get the Dragon Balls, I'll personally go to Earth to destroy him." Vegeta smiled, turned into a white glow, and quickly left. Son Gohan glanced down at the Dragon Balls he was hiding and breathed a slight sigh of relief. 3 minutes later, Son Gohan carried the Dragon Ball back to Bulma's residence. "Gohan." Klin was surprised, "You didn't see Vegeta?" Son Gohan quickly told him about seeing Vegeta. "Gohan, your luck is so good. So, Vegeta doesn't know you still have a Dragon Ball on your hand?" Klin said with a smile. Son Gohan nodded vigorously. "Not good. Let's move as soon as possible. Vegeta already knew where we lived. It would be dangerous for Vegeta to find us again," Klin proposed. Bulma and Son Gohan felt right. 4 people and a cat quickly moved out of their original residence. Klin, Son Gohan, and Bulma discussed their next plans. Roger was standing outside with the kitten Ruos, breathing in the fresh air. "It's so boring. According to the progress of their collection of Dragon Balls, I think it will take at least 6 or 7 days to get together." The kitten Ruos yawned. Roger did not speak, but his heart was beautiful. "Because, the power of angels has been consumed a lot." "Roger, how much of your angel power has been consumed?" Ruos asked. "There are 1,500 left." Roger said. "What? Didn't you have more than 1,900 2 days ago?" Ruos looked at Roger in surprise. Chapter 057. "What's this? I'm a genius." Roger smiled. "That and that. Then you. What about your true God realm?" Ruos asked again. "It's 199. Roger smiled. "I wonder if Sabe and Crude have broken through to 200 in the true God realm of the 2 of them. I remember when I saw you a few days ago, your true God realm was 182. Ruos asked. "You think I'm as idle as you are? I'm here to practice, how about you?" Roger smiled. Ruosi was tired and simply stopped talking. Because, Ruosi's true God realm is only 10. "Ruosi, you think that mising is boring enough, do you want to go somewhere else?" Roger asked suddenly. "Where to?" Ruosi was stunned. As he spoke, Roger's scepter stored in the alien space shook slightly. "Ugh!" Roger conjured the scepter. "Is it the 11th universe?" Roger was stunned. Sure enough, soon a person's voice came from the scepter. Only sound, no picture. This time the scepter is equivalent to a voice call. "Hello Roger, I'm Krut." "Something?" Roger asked directly. Krut is also a trainee angel, 30 years older than Roger. Of course, 30 years is hardly anything for angels. I heard that Ruosi went to the 7th universe, Myers is also in the 7th universe, you even chose to experience in the 7th universe, speaking of which, the 7th universe is really lively enough, ha ha ha. Cluter laughed. You want to come too? Roger asked directly. Yes, I also want to go around and see if I can understand something. Krut's voice was tinged with anticipation. You should ask Weiss about this kind of thing, he is the angel of the 7th universe, is it useful to ask me? Roger replied with a smile. You're right. Cluter replied, but if you're bored, come to the 11th universe and we'll discuss that new universe. Roger suddenly realized. It's for the new universe again. I'm bored right now. Roger replied. Crutter. Depends on my mood, maybe it will pass in a while. After Roger finished speaking, he interrupted the call. Another apprenticeship angel for the new universe. You can grab it yourself. What are you looking for me for? Roger shook his head and glanced at Ruosi. How about going to the 11th universe to play? Roger proposed. Humph, you want to fool me into leaving and then quietly cheat, right? Ruosi glared at Roger and pouted, I'm not going. Whatever you want, then I'll go by myself. Roger smiled. Go ahead, go ahead. Ruosi felt that it was impossible for Roger to go to the 11th universe. It doesn't make sense. Why do you want to go to the 11th universe? Besides, don't you stay and watch me? If I cheat, who do you reason with? Protect Bulma for me. Roger said and left. You asked me to have an angel to be a bodyguard for a human? No kidding. I don't want it. Ruosi shook her head vigorously. Last time you destroyed the galaxy, did the Great Priest know about it? Roger smiled. Ruosi's face changed color. Don't you tell my dad, can't I take care of Bulma for you? Ruosi pouted and said angrily. Destroy the galaxy, if this kind of thing is known to the Great Priest, he may be severely reprimanded. Although a small galaxy is nothing to the Great Priest, if you destroy it because you can't control the power of the angel, then it's not good. However, are you really going to the 11th universe? Ruosi asked. Gone. Roger said, turned into a colorful flame of light, broke into the void, and disappeared in a flash. Hey, you're back. You change me back first. Ruos shouted from behind. It's just that Roger flew away long ago. Ruo Silk thundered. Brother Vis, did you hear that? Ruos decided to turn to Weiss for help. Heard you. Ruos, what's going on? Weiss's voice quickly came back. Change me back. My true god realm is too low to change back. How distressed Ruocti is. Remotely worded. I can't help either. You wait for me, I'll pass. Weiss sighed, suddenly feeling so tired. 10 minutes later. Wes appeared beside Ruos. Ugh! The flames of light on Weiss's scepter flickered and hit Ruos's body. Suddenly, Ruosi's body quickly grew larger and changed back to that fairy-like image. Woo! Wakasi let out a breath, it's better to be like this. Ruosi, or else. Go to the planet Beerus first for a sip of tea? Waiting here is not an option. Weiss suggested. Brother Ves, did you say that Roger really went to the 11th universe? Ruosi asked a little puzzled. He is indeed heading in the direction of the 11th universe. Weiss nodded. Chapter 058. What did he go to the 11th universe for? Ruosi is a little puzzled. Maybe he wanted to meet Krut? Didn't Krut contact him? Weiss guessed, Roger's true god realm has reached 199, I guess I want to compare with Krut. Normal, after all, my father said at that time that the highest angel in the realm of true god can take over the new universe. According to the speed of progress in Roger's true god realm, the first should be stable. Although Weiss said this, there was always a bad premonition. I'm afraid, Crut is going to be out of luck. That's the universe my dad prepared for me. Ruosi looked unhappy. Don't worry, when we win this game, Roger won't have anything to say. Weiss smiled. I listen to you, brothervus. Ruosi nodded. Well, let's go, and come back in a few days. Ves greeted. Phew. The two turned into a colorful flame of light and quickly disappeared. It wasn't long after Weiss left. Bulma opened the door. Roger? Where have you been? Bulma whispered. Won't go to the bathroom again, will you? Klin guessed. Really, this nemesis is so unsafe, running so far to go to the toilet. Bulma said angrily. Bulma, are you connected to Gaku? How is he? Klin asked. Already in contact, Gaku ate Sendu, his injuries are all healed, he is already on his way, and he is expected to arrive at Namex in 5 days. Bulma smiled. Great. Gaku is coming? Klin was pleasantly surprised. Dad, Gohan looked into the distance, expecting his father's arrival. The vast starry sky. Roger's body bloomed with colorful flames and flew quickly towards the direction of the 11th universe. Roger really planned to go to the 11th universe. But now that Crut has invited, take this opportunity to take a look. Roger's true god realm has reached 199, and perhaps fooling Crut is also a very meaningful thing. Idle is idle, at least Bulma they find the Dragon Ball, it will be days later. Snap! Roger broke through the void and left the 7th universe. Ugh! Roger plunged headlong into the 11th universe. Roger let go of the induction and easily sensed the breath of an angel in a distant location. 15 minutes later, a huge planet appeared beneath Roger. This is a planet with a high-tech level, and the level of science and technology is much higher than that of today's Earth. Oh? Is this a proud planet? Roger was slightly stunned and silently looked at the planet. Just as Roger was looking at the planet, a figure flashed in front of him, and a person appeared directly opposite Roger. What are you? What are you doing on our planet? It was a man dressed in red with 2 pointed ears on his head and a white beard who spoke. Roger knew him, it was Toppo. I didn't look for you, stand down. Roger waved his hand. You're so loud, you said let me stand down? Do you know who you're talking to? Toppo is angry. Bang! Roger directly released a coercion. With a muffled sound, Toppo smashed heavily on the ground of the proud planet like a cannonball. Poof! Toppo's body sank deep into the earth, leaving only a head. Who am I talking to, you say? Roger looked at Toppo with a smile. Torpo. So powerful. It got me into the ground without a shot. Who is this person? Ahem. Roger? At this time, someone behind Roger coughed. Roger smiled and looked back. Although Roger had never met the apprentice Crut, he recognized him immediately. Because Crut's body also has a unique angelic aura circulating. Of course, you can also hear it by listening to the voice, after all, I just called. Cluter wears a pride outfit similar to Toppo, with blue skin and white hair. Typical angel look. However, Cluter looks a little peculiar, especially his big nose, which takes up a large area of his face, and looks a little funny. Cluter. Roger nodded slightly. Roger, you really do what you say, you came so soon. Cluter greeted him amicably, go to my house first. Over here please. The two turned into 2 colorful flames of light and left the scene in a flash. Torpo. I'm still buried in the earth. You're letting me out. Soon, Crut took Roy with him in his home on the proud planet. When I became an adult, I chose the proud planet of the 11th universe, and I have been practicing here, and I can be regarded as half of my home. Krut said, and the clothes on his body were also transformed into the unique clothes of angels. At the same time, Krut's head also has an extra halo. The scepter in his hand was even tightened by Krut. Chapter 059. Aha! Roger nodded, you have something to say. Haha, Roger is really cheerful. Krut smiled, then I'll be blunt. I am 30 years older than you, and I have also practiced 30 years more than you, and my current true God realm has reached 199, which is close to 200. In addition, Sabe's true God realm is also 199, he is similar to me, and the two of us have been secretly competing to see who can improve the true God realm as soon as possible. Roger smiled and nodded, squinting his eyes to the rear. Since you're here, is it interesting to hide? Sabe. Roger smiled. After the words fell, I saw another angel come out from behind. Sabe is a chubby trainee angel with parted hair with white hair and pale blue skin. Worthy of Roger, known as the most powerful angel. Sabe walked out with a smile, also in an angelic costume, holding a scepter and a halo on his head. Roger, let's get blunt. Krut looked at Roger and said, the new universe Sabe and I are determined to get. Yes, whether it is me or Krut getting the new universe, the two of us will definitely not have any opinions. Sabe nodded. Sabe's next words were not said, but the underlying meaning Roger understood. That is, the new universe belongs to the two of them, and if they get it by themselves, they will not be happy. So, I have acquired a new universe, do you have an opinion? Roger looked at the two with a smile. Good, we have an opinion. Sabe nodded seriously. Lord Great Priest said that the ownership of the new universe belongs to the highest in-turn angel in the true God realm, and after 8 years, our 5 in-turn angels, whoever has a high true God realm, is the winner of the new universe. Krut took the conversation and said to Roger, now that Roger has created a black planet for the new universe and occupied the first opportunity, what do you say should be done? Yes, Krut is right. Sabe echoed. You too, is this to Xingshi to answer the sin? Roger smiled coldly. Roger, there are only 2 of us, how can we talk about Xingshi? Krut smiled. Not bad, why talk about Xingshi? Sabe nodded. However, there are some things that I think is more appropriate to use force. The corners of Kluter's mouth curved. Yes, I also think that it is more convenient and simple to solve it by force. After all, there is no first in literature, and there is no second in martial arts. Sabe reconsidered. So, you two are going to join forces to challenge me. Roger sat in his seat and didn't get up. This. Snap. In Roger's hand, the scepter emerged, and a blue halo bloomed on his head. Wait a minute. Wait, Krut's lips twitched. Boom. Roger wouldn't wait with them. The other party is 2 people, since they decided to use force, is it better to strike first? Suddenly, the angel power around Roger's body exploded, and the powerful angel force turned Krut's room into dust at that time. Wait a minute, Roger. Krut was shocked and hurriedly released the angel power to resist. Wait, Sabe exclaimed even more, and at the same time released the angelic power to resist. Boom! The angelic forces of the 3 parties collide. Only a loud sound of earth-shattering ghosts and gods was heard. The entire proud planet, like soap bubbles, turned into cosmic dust on the spot. Snap! Immediately afterwards, with the proud planet as the center, the entire 11th universe, major planets and galaxies, quickly turned into grains of sand and collapsed. Kluter's face became extremely ugly. Sabe's eyes widened. Bang! Roger flew up and kicked Krut's chest. Poof! Kluter spurted out a mouthful of golden blood. Bang! Roger swung his scepter, and a scepter hit Sabe's head. Sabe did not spray blood, and the whole person felt a dizziness, and many small stars appeared in front of his eyes. Ugh! Roger aimed his scepter at Krut's head. Just the two of you, you want to join forces against me? Roger sneered. Ahem, Krut's face was extremely ugly, he coughed, looked at the 11th universe that had been destroyed, and the gradually spreading chaos, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Roger, you misunderstood me. Yes, you misunderstood us, Roger. Sabe shook his head even more and quickly continued. There are many things that violence can't solve, Krut explained. Sabe and I don't mean to challenge you. Yes, we didn't mean to challenge you. Besides, you are the heir of the Archangel, your strength is extraordinary, not to mention our two trainee angels, even if they are official angels, they may not be your opponents. Sabe replied. Just now, who said that the problem should be solved by force? Roger smiled. You really misunderstood us, Roger. Cluter covered his head and sighed. What we mean by this is that we can pick one of humanity's most powerful warriors from our respective universes and let them fight by force. P.S. It seems that the tip has been added, and readers and friends who have not added it leave a message in the comment area. Chapter 060. Yes, I mean that too. Sabe wiped his sweat and nodded vigorously. Roger's eyes narrowed slightly, with a look of doubt. You can't fight, and now you say that you are looking for humans to fight? Am I okay to believe in your evil? Roger, we are angels, as long as angels do not break out to fight with all their strength, they will have eternal life. You say we don't need to live with ourselves, right? We challenge you directly, is that necessary? Crutter explained again. Yes, there is really no need for us angels to fight directly, why bother? Sabe nodded in agreement. Roger's face softened slightly, and he motioned for the two to continue. At this time, Roger's surroundings were slowly flowing chaos. The universe disappeared and returned to chaos. Roger, what Sabe and I mean is, pick a human warrior from the universe of the two of us, you pick a human warrior from your universe and fight each other, the winning side, with the ownership of the new universe. Cluter struck while the iron was hot. Of course, the current overall level of neon in the 7th universe is still relatively low, we can wait, after all, the new universe still has 8 years to stabilize. At that time, I will choose a human from our universe, and you will also choose a human being, and 8 years later, how about a competition? Not bad, Roger, you can also cultivate this person from the 7th universe. Sabe added. If you lose, what are you going to do? Roger asked. If we lose, we will naturally withdraw from the ownership of the new universe. Krut replied. Yes, I quit too. Sabe nodded. No, it's not enough. Roger shook his head. What do you mean? Cluter was puzzled. The new universe is originally mine, and you win to be eligible to have the right to belong to the new universe. Roger waved his finger lightly. If you lose, you must come up with something equivalent. Yes, Roger is right. Sabe nodded. Krut glared. Which side are you? I heard that the heart core of the 11th universe is a ruby. Roger thought thoughtfully. Krut's heart sank, and his face changed color. Give me the ruby, and I'll have fun with you. Roger said seriously. Crutter. Sabe. How? Do you have an opinion? Roger asked. Ahem. The heart core of the 11th universe is a ruby is not fake, but this ruby is now set on the nose of the delicious taste. Cluter's head grew for a while. Roger, are you asking me to take off the nose of the beautiful taste as a bet? It's not too much of a problem for an angel, the question is whether you're willing to do it. Roger said lightly, besides, aren't you determined to win? You may not lose, only to get the heart core if you lose, if you win, you naturally do not need it. Krut fell into deep thought. It seems that what Roger said also makes sense. Good, then it's settled. Sabe nodded in agreement. What's good? You stand and talk without back pain. What about your 8th universe? Crut glanced at Sabe and asked Roger. Aren't you fighting alone? One bet for one person, 2 people need 2 bets. Roger smiled. Yes, only one person will fight, and it is also the humans of the 11th universe who are fighting, and the humans of our 8th universe do not participate in the battle. Sabe quickly cleared himself. Sabe chose the 8th universe for internship. The cosmic heart core of the 8th universe is a 9-tailed fox that is now sealed in the tail of the god of destruction Ligier. The god of destruction Ligil has 2 tails, one of which is sealed with the heart core of the 8th universe. Sabe also doesn't know which tail of Ligier the cosmic heart core is sealed in. If he really loses, he pulls out a tail. If not, do you have to pull out the other tail as well? The dignified god of cosmic destruction, without a tail. Sabe suddenly felt that there was a sense of picture. Hey? The 11th universe destruction god is so beautiful that if there is no nose, it seems that carrots can also be replaced. Crut suddenly discovered that Sabe was so cunning. This kid says not bad all day, but in fact he is bad. 11th universe, destroying the god realm. The god of destruction and the angel Macarita looked at the disappearing universe with a confused look. The two looked at each other. What happened? Is Lord Chuanwang coming to erase the universe? Wei Mei's face turned pale for a moment. Macarita, I'm about to disappear, help me take care of my beauties. Get out. Macarita rolled her eyes at Mai Mei. The Temple of the Kings. The 11th universe disappeared? What's the situation? Chuanwang was also a little dumbfounded. Chapter 061. Ahem. Lord Chuanwang, are those 3 problem children? The great priest was tired. The 3 of you are really enough. Haha, is it Roger them? Chuanwang also covered his face and was speechless for a while. Forget it, let them go, the disappeared universe can be turned back in time, they should have counted. The Grand Priest nodded. However, the taste of the 11th universe is so beautiful that I said that the universe was erased by me, and I don't want to carry this pot. Chuanwang said with a dark face, Great Priest, you said, do you want me to erase him out of anger? Lord Chuanwang, a delicious nose, but the bet of their 3 problem children, making his nose disappear, seems more interesting than directly erasing him. The Great Priest said with a smile. You have a point. Chuanwang nodded. 11th universe, destroying the god realm. Suddenly, I feel that my nose is a little uncomfortable. Macarita glanced at the taste and sighed softly. Immediately afterwards, the scepter in Macarita's hand bloomed. Phew! Macarita cast a magical move, directly moving the 3 of Roger to the boundary. The next moment, a flame of light appeared on Macarita's scepter again. Suddenly, the void of the 7th universe was distorted and deformed. The 11th universe has returned to the state it was 3 minutes ago and has not yet been destroyed. Hey! Macarita had just breathed a sigh of relief, but saw through the scepter, and Roger glanced towards his side and blinked. What? What happened? It's so delicious. How is it okay, the 11th universe disappeared? Hey, it's kind of interesting, my sister likes this kind of smart and handsome little angel. Macarita smiled. What little angel? What are you talking about? It's so delicious that I scratch my head. Delicious adult, you better pay more attention to your nose. Macarita glanced at the taste. Boundless. 11th universe, who are you going to fight? Roger asked curiously, the white beard that I pressed into the earth. His name is Topo, he is not the strongest existence in the 11th universe, we have a human called Grey Jillian in the 11th universe, and we plan to let him fight. Cluter told the truth, anyway, in his opinion, Jillian's strength has surpassed the destruction gods of some universes, and there is nothing to say first. The humans of the 7th universe will cultivate hard. Give him 8 years. No, even in 100 years, can he surpass Jillian? It's that confident. Cluter looked proud. Roger, you can find anyone you want, as long as it is a human in the 7th universe, the premise must be a human being. God doesn't count. There was endless confidence on Kroot's face. The 11th universe is gone, is it better? Roger smiled. Krutter. Sabe. Just now, Roger and Krut and Sabe fought, and the angelic forces of the three parties collided with each other, making the 11th universe become cosmic dust at that time. As Roger said, the 11th universe is gone. Jillian also disappeared. Of course, Sabe and Kroot haven't reacted yet. The surroundings of the three were chaos. Well, go back in time, Krut said. Like, more than 3 minutes. Roger scratched his head, just talked. Kroot's face changed color. Sabe was even more stunned and was about to run away immediately. Go back in time, only 3 minutes ago. Now the time is more than 3 minutes. And it is also the time period when the 11th universe disappeared. Unless, ask the great god to use the great time and space reincarnation, it is possible to save the disappeared 11th universe. It's just that Krut feels that now go and ask the words of the great priest. I'm afraid that I will be hung up and beaten by the great priest. Okay, look at it scares you, Makarita has long restored the universe. Roger smiled. Roger knew that the entire 11th universe had disappeared, and as an angel of the 11th universe, Makarita naturally could not let it go. And Roger also saw that after the universe disappeared, Makarita used time travel back in time to restore time to 3 minutes ago. Also, Makarita knew what had happened, and immediately used the True God realm to transfer the three of Roger to the Infinity realm. Makarita was also depressed. It's too much. You have to fight, go to the boundless realm and fight slowly, don't destroy the universe. Really? It startled me. Krut breathed a sigh of relief. Cluter also now understands that he was transferred to the infinity boundary by Makarita. Sabe, who was about to slip away, was even more relieved, rolled his eyes, and looked at Roger with a smile. Roger, 7th universe, who are you going to let go to battle? Sabe asked. P.S. Happy Lantern Festival. Don't go out, stay at home and read honestly. Chapter 062. You embarrassed me. The human beings in our universe, let alone Jillian, are the ones that can be destroyed with one finger. Roger shook his head and nodded helplessly. Well, I've never bullied people, you can follow me to the 7th universe to take a look. Krut clutched his beaten chest and was silent. Sabe also scratched his head, and his head still hurts a little. You forgot when you bully people? Phew. Roger turned into a colorful flame of light, broke through the void, and rushed towards the direction of the 11th universe. Krutter and Sabe followed. The two deliberately distanced themselves from Roger. Sabe, you are so cunning, do you plan to get a new universe with a few good results without a little effort? Krut glared. Didn't I help? Sabe smiled. What did you do? Krut asked. I asked Roger to decide on the candidate first, this matter is crucial. Sabe replied. It's just one more move, Jillian will fight, and he will win. Krut smiled confidently. Cluter, you may not know something, there is a monster called Majin Buu in the 7th universe, which is very powerful, has strong regeneration ability, and has all kinds of magic. Sabe transmitted over, moreover, this Majin Buu's learning ability is very strong, if Roger chooses Majin Buu, and then train well, Jillian may not be able to win easily. Unless the two of us also step up training Jillian, but then we won't have much time to practice. Oh? Majin Buu? How did I not hear about this monster? Krut was stunned for a moment. I specifically investigated. Sabe smiled and added, moreover, besides Majin Buu, there is another person who is also powerful. Who else? Krut's heart was not very calm. This man was banished by Roger to 1000 years ago, on the same timeline as we are now, transcending himself because of his obsession with his wife and children, and is known as the god of Super Saiyan. Sabe transmitted the past, although it is not as good as Jillian now, it will not be too different from Jillian. If this Super Saiyan god fights, we'll have to deal with it carefully. Super Saiyan god? Does this kind of guy still exist in the 7th universe? Krut's face changed color. But don't worry, since Roger banished this person, he must have a great grudge against Roger. Sabe smiled and said, Roger, I'm afraid I won't choose him either. Just in case, I said that I want to let Roger choose the people first, as long as it is not the two of them, we can sit back and relax, we can experience with confidence, and let Jillian grow up by himself. Speaking of which, Roger has already controlled the power of angels to this extent. Krut sighed softly and glanced at Roger in front of him. Not bad, thanks to not fighting him head-on, or the two of us will be beaten by him. Sabe also nodded in reply. Why do angels practice? In addition to transforming the consumed angel power into the realm of true gods, it will also control the angel power. At present, Roger has consumed more than 8,000 angel powers, and his control over angel powers is much stronger than that of Sabe and Krut. While speaking, Roger brought 2 apprentice angels to the 7th universe. I thought about it on the way, and I plan to choose him to fight Jillian. Roger pointed to a speeding spaceship in the distance. Cluter silently looked at the spaceship. Through the window of the spaceship, Cluter saw a young man who was cultivating. The young man wore an orange-red outfit and was engaged in the most primitive gravity training. What a low-level training! Krut sensed the man's strength again. I'll go. This level is nobody's gone. Jillian can kill him with a fart. As far as this person's strength is concerned, let alone cultivation for 8 years, even if he has cultivated for 1000 years, he may not be Jillian's opponent. Krut felt a burst of joy in his heart. Well, this person still looks like he has good potential. Cluth nodded, but the expression on his face would not show it. That's him. If you change to Majin Buu or that Super Saiyan God, how hard it will be for you, and you have to teach Jillian. Yes, I also think he does have a lot of potential. Sabe also answered immediately. You embarrassed me. Roger shook his head and sighed. Roger, what do you say? Why is it difficult? Krut asked. Good, if there is anything difficult, you may as well say it directly. Sabe nodded. In fact, there are still many powerful human beings in the 7th universe, such as Bardock, under my exile, cultivated for 1000 years, and finally became the Super Saiyan God in ancient times. The strength is now not much different from Jillian, although it is slightly inferior, but as long as you guide and guide well, you can easily hang Jillian. Roger looked really embarrassed, and sighed as he spoke. Krut's face froze. Sabe looked even more moved. Chapter 063. As an angel of the 7th universe, even if it was just an intern angel, how could Roger not know about Bardock? And, anyway, Bardock was also banished by Roger to the past. That is to say, from the moment Roger banished Bardock, an ancient Super Saiyan God appeared in his own era. However, for some other reason, Bardock missed out on saving planet Vegeta. Also missed, save their own wife and children. Just choosing Bardock, it doesn't feel challenging. Roger shook his head. Cluter was slightly pleased and gave a dry laugh. The corners of Sabe's mouth trembled and did not speak. In fact, there is another candidate, such as the sealed Majin Buu, which is also a good choice. Roger mused. Cluter's already turned face became ugly again. Sabe smiled wryly and scratched his head. I really like that 9-tailed fox from the 8th universe. Roger looked at Sabe. Sabe couldn't help but snort. You said, if I choose the Monkey King in this spaceship to challenge Jillian. Roger looked at Sabe. Sabe, can you cut your love and give me the nine-tailed fox? Cut love? No way. Absolutely not. Sabe refused without thinking. You just go and choose a human warrior and let me send you the cosmic heart core? Who are you fooling about this word game? You are so shameless. Am I that stupid? No, then I choose, sighed Roger. If you choose the Monkey King and defeat Jillian in 8 years, I can consider giving you the nine-tailed fox. Sabe gritted his teeth and became furious. Deal. Roger hurriedly replied. The corner of Sabe's mouth twitched, dumbfounded. This is the deal? We are gods, we don't need to sign any agreement, and after 8 years, I will take Sun Wukong to find you. Roger said. Okay, then let's take our leave. Cluter nodded slightly. 8 years later, goodbye. Sabe smiled in a friendly manner. Hurrah! Cluter and Sabe turned into two colorful flames of light and disappeared in a flash. That person named Sun Wukong, the strength is too weak. Cluter laughed. However, he is the son of the ancient Super Saiyan God. Sabe added. Krut stopped talking and glared at Sabe, as if asking, why didn't you say it earlier? Don't worry, that ancient Super Saiyan God named Bardock did not pass on genes to his son is just the genes of ordinary Saiyan. Sabe looked confident, besides, how many years has that guy named Bardock been cultivating? How many years can Sun Wukong cultivate? Also, Bardock has an obsession in his heart to see his wife and children, does Monkey King have it? You're right, I saw that the person named Sun Wukong seemed to be a little silly, it seemed that his head had been dropped when he was a child. Krut mused. Yes, how can a guy who was thrown off his head as a child be Jillian's opponent? We're on the beaten track. Sabe smiled. Roger will be defeated. Then, our two old rules, whoever has a higher realm of true God, will take over the new universe. Cluth nodded. If it wasn't me, Roger chose Bardock, the ancient Super Saiyan God. Sabe pouted, you should take the time to see how powerful that Bardock is. What do you mean? Krut raised his eyebrows slightly. I ask you for 20 more true God realms, that is, if my true God realm is 908 years, it will be counted as 920. Sabe voiced his terms. Krut rolled his eyes. 3 years 900 true God realm? You can really blow. 10. Krutter speaks of conditions. Deal. Sabe readily agreed. Looking at the disappearing figures of Krut and Sabe, Roger's mouth pouted with a smile. With the 2 heart cores of the 8th universe and the 11th universe, it is possible to quickly expand that new universe, save a lot of true God realms, and save 2000 years of struggle. There is also Myers' scepter, this thing is good, it can be used for his own god of destruction, and his strength has increased rapidly. By the way, it is best to get Weiss's scepter as well, so that the scepter of the realm king god also has it. How did Weiss's scepter come over? In the 7th universe, Sun Wukong's spaceship is moving at a rapid pace, drawing an arc in the universe. Sun Wukong is stepping up his cultivation. At this time, Sun Wukong glanced at it and saw 2 brilliant colorful flames flashing in the distance. Monkey King looked out of the spaceship's window. Hey? The one with a halo on his head. Who is it? Looks like Roger. Sun Wukong looked at Roger outside the window and was surprised. Phew! Roger turned into a colorful flame of light and quickly left. Flew away. Sun Wukong was a little surprised, and then rubbed his eyes vigorously. Oops! Is the intensity of my cultivation too great these days? How could it be Roger? Isn't Roger just an ordinary person like Bulma? Also, even if Roger is a warrior, how can he appear in space? Sun Wukong scratched his head, yawned, and let himself rest for the night. 5 days later. Namexin. Today, Vegeta has 1 Dragon Ball, the Earthlings have 1 Dragon Ball, and Frieza has 5 Dragon Balls. Vegeta encountered Sob, and in a move in his heart, he deliberately defeated Sob, and was abused by Sob and brought to see Frieza. In order for Vegeta to reveal the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball, Frieza had his men send Vegeta to the healing room. When Vegeta comes out, he steals the 5 Dragon Balls that Frieza placed in the spaceship. Frieza furiously orders Sabo to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Chapter 064. Sob was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and he directly transformed into the appearance of a toad, searching for Vegeta's whereabouts in the air. Vegeta sensed that Sob and Frieza were far away, so he flew over and kicked Sob to the ground. Then, Vegeta stomped on Sabo's head and rolled on the ground. Bastard! That's impossible! Why can't I beat you? Sob, do you really think I'm not your opponent? I just pretended to lose to you on purpose so that I could steal the Dragon Balls out on purpose. Vegeta looked at Sob with a small "Hey! You?" Sob's face changed color. Too cunning. Bang! Vegeta didn't have anything to hesitate to, smashed Sob's head, rolled up the 6 Dragon Balls on the ground, and flew away happily. Ha 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 ha, I, Vegeta, have finally collected all the Dragon Balls. Vegeta laughed excitedly, I'm about to become an immortal. Wait Frieza, I'm going to kill you. And Roger, who nicknamed me, you just wait to be rolled by me. Planet Beerus. Brother Vis, look, Vegeta has already gathered the Dragon Balls. Jossie looked at the projection on the Weceptor and was happy for Vegeta. After waiting so long, it was finally time to win. That's great. Let's go, let's take a look at it right away. Weiss carefully put away the scepter, also happy for his sister, and said with a smile, I'm right, in human terms, Vegeta is equivalent to the child of destiny favored by God, and the Dragon Ball will naturally fall into his hands. Brother Weiss, you are still powerful. Ruosi nodded vigorously, as long as Vegeta gets his wish, then Roger has nothing to say. Oh, yes. Weiss smiled, carefully put away the scepter, and turned into a colorful flame of light with Ruosi, speeding towards the direction of Namex. By the way, what about Roger? Where did he go? Ruosi asked suddenly. I'll take a look. Weiss said, hesitated, and took out the scepter. Why do you feel that this scepter seems to be a little unsafe recently? Someone seems to be worried about it. Weiss scratched his head. I must have overthought it. Snap! The light flame blooms on the scepter. Suddenly, in the crystal ball above the Weceptor, Roger's figure appeared. Roger, Vegeta is about to gather 7 Dragon Balls, you hurry up and come to Namex. Ves greeted. So quickly got it together? Okay, I'll be right there. Roger was enjoying a meal on Earth, and immediately waved at Weiss. Okay, let's get a collection of Nemesis. Weiss nodded and put away the scepter again. Roger, I won. Ruosi waved her fist excitedly. Namexin. Vegeta quickly appeared in the village where he had settled with 7 Dragon Balls. The last Dragon Ball, I hid in the lake, it's strange that Frieza can find it. Vegeta smiled softly. Plop. Vegeta dived with endless excitement on his face. However, Vegeta searched underwater for a long time and could not find the Dragon Ball. How is that possible? I clearly dropped the Dragon Balls here. What about Dragon Ball? Vegeta muttered to himself underwater. Suddenly, Vegeta's eyes flashed, as if he had thought of something. That and that. Son of Kakarot. It's not a watch in your hand. Vegeta affirmed, this abominable little ghost. Dare to deceive me. Bang. Vegeta soared into the sky and sped in the direction of Bulma's house to find Klin and the others. After Vegeta landed, where was the shadow of Son Gohan? Abominable. They moved away long ago. Vegeta was thunderous. Phew. Vegeta flew back and glanced at the Dragon Balls on the ground. Vegeta dug a hole and buried the Dragon Ball, holding only one Dragon Ball, found a place in a ravine and sat there, silently sensing the breath of Klin and Sun Gohan. Above the sky. Weiss. Ruos. Weiss, Joss, didn't you say that Vegeta put together the Dragon Balls? Roger asked. Ves stopped talking. Ruosi did not speak, biting her lip, sullen. I'm still happy that you guys won. In fact, I also want Vegeta to get the Dragon Ball. Anyway, he's half my student. Roger sighed. Ruosi glared. I believe you're weird. Bad angels. I remember, the Earthlings did get a Dragon Ball before. I ignored this Dragon Ball. Ruosi slammed her head and thought that when she turned into a cat, there were indeed Earthlings who took back a Dragon Ball. Wise. You said earlier, what did you do earlier? It's all to blame on you. Roger, you turned me into a cat, you made my brain bad. Ruosi glared at Roger. Weiss covered his face and didn't want to speak. You really find a reason. Brother Weiss, Roger still touched my chest. Ruosi sued. Weiss. Silly sister, can this kind of thing be said casually? Ves masks his face. You were a cat back then, don't count. Roger argued. Weiss covered his face again. How to listen to Roger's meaning, and want to contact the field again. Chapter 065. In a small jungle far from Vegeta. Son Gohan and Klin are eating dry food. Gohan, not far ahead is the residence of the Great Elder, it's so far away from Bay Rolling, he shouldn't be able to sense us, right? We flew with all our strength and immediately went to see the Great Elder. Klin suggested, and, counting the time, Goku should be almost there. Son Gohan nodded solemnly. Hurrah! Klin and Son Gohan turned into two white rays, rushed into the sky, and rushed straight to the Great Elder's residence. Vegeta, who was patiently sensing the breath of the two, also sensed the location of the breath at this time. Phew! Vegeta held a Dragon Ball and chased in the direction of Klin and Son Gohan, and his speed increased to the extreme. High in the sky. Ruosi's excited body began to tremble. Wow, Vegeta's speed is too fast, at this speed, it will take less than 2 minutes to catch up with those two Earthlings. Ruosi was excited. Yes, Vegeta caught up with the Earthlings, and he should be able to know the whereabouts of the last Dragon Ball. Weiss nodded slightly. The situation is not good. Roger's face changed slightly, but he smiled uncaringly in his heart. Even if you catch up, what can you do? Below. Vegeta's speed was too fast, and sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, he had already seen Klin and Son Gohan in front of him. Not good. It's shell rolling. I underestimated his speed so much. Klin's face became extremely ugly. This, Son Gohan's face turned white with fright. Gohan, the mountain over there is the residence of the Great Elder, you immediately go to the Great Elder to channel the potential energy, I will drag him down. Klin made an immediate decision. Uncle Klin, be careful. Son Gohan nodded. Go quickly. Klin urged. Phew. Son Gohan sped up. Klin, however, stretched out his arms and intercepted Vegeta. Vegeta, wait a minute. Klin greeted. It's a yo-yo. Vegeta chuckled, you snatched the Dragon Balls, right? Dragon Ball? Which Dragon Ball? Klin was stunned, scratching his head and asking, are you talking about the Dragon Ball that Gohan found? Is that your Dragon Ball? Yes, it's my Dragon Ball, hand it over quickly, I may be able to consider sparing you from dying. Vegeta said with a dark face. This. Gohan probably didn't know it was your Dragon Ball, since. In that case. Of course there is no problem. Klin laughed. Hey? What's over there? Vegeta also noticed the buildings on the top of the mountain in front of him at this time, as well as the powerful aura coming from the buildings. Great! Gohan's potential combat power has been channeled out. Klin was a little excited. Whose breath is that? Is Kakarot coming? Vegeta was stunned for a moment. Phew! Vegeta passed over Klin's head and sped towards the Great Elder's residence. The next moment, Vegeta was surprised to see that Son Gohan came out of the room, and the breath on his body was amazing. However, Son Gohan's breath of this level, Vegeta did not pay attention to it. However, what surprised Vegeta a little was that when Son Gohan entered the house, his aura suddenly increased a lot. Even, Son Gohan's breath has reached the intensity of when he went to Earth. Hey, Bayrol, wait a minute. Klin chased after him. Who do you call Bayrol? Vegeta flew up and kicked Klin to the ground. Vegeta then looked at the more ordinary-looking house. Just when Vegeta was a little surprised, he found another person coming out of the room. A nemesis who looks a lot like Bike. Fuck off! You are not welcome here. Nero looked grim and looked at Vegeta. Then Mexian people, are you tired of living? Do you know who you're talking to? Vegeta's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Humph! Nero snorted coldly. Hey, don't argue, Grand Elder asked me to tell you that a terrifying aura is approaching Namanex. Dandy ran out at this time and shouted a reminder to everyone. Great Elder! Vegeta glanced at Dandy, then raised his head and silently let go of the senses. Who is it? It wouldn't be Goku, would it? Klin got up from the ground, a little surprised. But more than one person. Son Gohan's face changed color slightly. Hey? 1 2 3 4 5? A total of 5 breaths, could it be Team Kinnet? Vegeta was stunned for a moment. Frieza called Team Kinnet over. Team Kinnet? What is it? Klin asked. Listen, Team Kinnet is the most powerful team in Frieza, consisting of 5 people in total, and each of them is extremely powerful. Vegeta's heart moved slightly, but he said in a deep voice, I'm afraid that with my current ability, I am not their opponent at all. However, as long as I have an immortal body, I can easily defeat them. P.S. The next update will be less, but the number of chapters in each chapter will be 500 words more, which is about the same as the number of previous updates. Chapter 066. Right on the front, the chapter begins, 2000 words per chapter. It is indeed 5 very evil breaths. Nero nodded slightly. Immortal body. Klin was stunned for a moment. Good, hurry up and hand over your Dragon Balls so that I can have an immortal body. Don't worry, even if I get my wish, I won't kill you. Vegeta quickly assured. Klin was still hesitating. Do you want Frieza to grant his wish? Vegeta shouted, Yo-yo! If Frieza gets his wish, the universe will be finished, and even Roger may not be that guy's opponent. Roger? What the heck? Klin looked confused. Yo-yo, quick, no time. Vegeta urged. I'm not called a yo-yo, Klin scratched his head, was my head so much like a yo-yo? At the same time, he replied with some embarrassment, this. But if your wish is fulfilled, our wish will be. Dragon Ball can grant 3 wishes. Nero interjected. Klin turned his head to look at Nero with a surprised expression. Well, Bay rolls. Vegeta, you must keep your word. Klin gritted his teeth and made a decision. Of course, I mean what I say. Vegeta smiled proudly. Gohan, let's go. Klin greeted. Hurrah! 3 white rays rose through the air and quickly swept towards Bulma's position. Roger, woo-woo, you won't be eaten by monsters, will you? The Bulma turtle huddled in a crack at the foot of a mountain, with a small stool that looked pitiful. High in the sky. You say, 3 wishes, how to count? What if the Earthlings also got their wishes? Roger asked. Of course, the one who fulfills the wish first wins. Ruosi replied without thinking. Yes, Joss is right. Weiss nodded. If you don't get that yo-yo, you will let yourself get your wish first. Roger said with a smile. Hey, that's impossible. Ruosi gave Roger a blank look. Ruosi almost snorted. Does Yo-Yo dare to grant wishes first? If Yo-Yo had fulfilled his wish first, wouldn't Bayrol have killed him directly? Hey? Colin? Seashell. Roll. Bulma's face was a little dazed. Why was Bayrolling also there? Hearing Bulma call herself, Vegeta's eyes flashed. Bulma quickly shut up. Bulma, quick, give me the last Dragon Ball. Klin greeted. Oh. What's up? Is Goku coming? Bulma asked, what about Roger? While saying this, Bulma also immediately handed the Dragon Ball to Klin. Let's talk about it later. Klin replied. Hurrah! The three of them soared into the sky again and sped towards the direction where Vegeta stored the Dragon Balls. SHH. Just after Vegeta, Klin and Son Gohan had just arrived at the location where the Dragon Balls were stored. Above the sky, 5 miniature spaceships descended from the sky and landed near here. Quick! Let me have an immortal body! Vegeta urged. Snap! At this moment, Team Kinnet appeared in front of Vegeta and the others at an extremely fast speed. Abominable! That's not it! Vegeta gritted his teeth. This is trouble. The corner of Klin's mouth twitched, and his body trembled. He had sensed the powerful aura of the 5 people on the opposite side. Gohan was even more frightened and turned pale, and the whole person was not very calm. Team Kinud has a total of 5 people. Captain Kainu, with a combat power of 120,000. Guys, combat power 48,000. Bart, combat power 49,000. Likum, combat power 50,000. Guldo, combat power 15,000. Hee, Vegeta, long time no see. Kainu looked at Vegeta with a smile. You're holding the Dragon Balls, right? A total of 7, it's good, but it's a hassle-free. Vegeta snorted coldly. High in the sky. Abominable. These 5 people. I'm going to kill them. Guy in the way. Ruosi was so angry that her chest was bullied up and down, and she really wanted to use coercion to destroy these 5 people. It's hateful. It's really not the right time for the 5 of you to show up. Did you almost get your wish without looking at Vegeta? Ruosi, calm down. Weiss looked down at the situation below, his expression flat. As an angel, you must always have a normal heart, and your fiery temper will have a great impact on your future experience. Brother Vis, but, I'm angry. Ruosi said angrily. When you are angry, you can think of some happy things in your mind, and maybe you will calm down. Weiss Dale. Ruosi pinched her delicate little chin and silently pondered. Then, Ruos glanced at Roger. Hey, Roger, let me take a bite. Ruos croaked teeth. Roger didn't make sense. Bite you and I'll be happy. Ruosi revealed a piece of teeth as white as jade. Roger stretched out his arm and rolled up his sleeves. Ruosi was stunned. Was Roger so kind? Ruos suddenly thought of the situation when she had bitten on Roger's shoulder before, and then her teeth collapsed. Ruosi was a little calm, looking at Roger's outstretched arm, but did not dare to speak. You remove the angel power. Ruosi Deo. Are you stupid for me? Roger smiled. You, was furious. You're trying to break my teeth again. Weiss covered his face, tired. These 2 problems children. Below, the battle between Vegeta and Team Kinnet has begun. Boom! Vegeta's aura erupted, as if in no man's land, and quickly appeared in the ranks of the Kinnet team. Bang! Vegeta kicked Guldo's head, punched Bart's heart, and pierced Likum's chest with a finger of light. In less than a second, Vegeta easily killed the 3. Guy's was a little farther away, but he avoided it by chance. Guy's was dumbfounded, just now he wanted to attack Vegeta. Captain Kainu's eyes widened and his face was surprised. Klin looked stunned. Son Gohan's body trembled slightly. It's worthy of Vegeta, it's amazing! Klin exclaimed. Bah! Vegeta spat out a mouthful of saliva and looked at Captain Kainu and Guys with contempt. Vegeta, I can't imagine that you are so powerful now. Kainu chuckled and pressed the detector he was wearing on his eyes. Well, let me see, the combat power of 60,008 is indeed beyond my imagination. What? Combat power 68,000? This. How is this possible? He's just a scion. Guys turned pale with fright. Normal, maybe there is a mutation in the body. Kainu smiled, those 3 poor worms, just died. I had to take it personally. Chapter 067. Come on, Captain. Guys clenched his fists. Kainu smiled coldly and stepped forward. Vegeta, it's not the opponent named Kainu, Weiss mused. It seems that although the Dragon Balls were put together this time, the wish was not so easy to fulfill. It's all that Kainu bad thing. Ruosi said breathlessly. Boom! Vegeta's aura surged wildly. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta rushed in the direction of Kainu. Bang bang! Vegeta launched a fierce attack on Kainu. After 3 moves, Vegeta was knocked to the ground by a punch from Kainu. The combat power of 60,008 is nothing more. Kainu smiled contemptuously, at your level, you still want to challenge your Excellency Frieza. It's a fool's dream. Vegeta's whole body was trembling, and his face was like a blank piece of paper. Guys, you stay, kill them, I'll go and deliver the Dragon Balls to Lord Frieza. Kainu said, walking over and controlling the 7 Dragon Balls. Phew! Kainu flew away with the Dragon Balls. Son Gohan's face appeared angrily. Gohan, let's find a way to solve this red-faced guy first. Klin's head grew for a while. Son Gohan nodded. A minute later. The vitality of guys who abused Klin and Son Gohan is constantly declining, and death is not far away. Guys stepped forward and grabbed Vegeta's hair. Vegeta, weren't you very capable just now? You show me the majesty just now. Guys smiled. It's over, Vegeta is going to die. Ruosi shook her head and sighed. Someone is coming over there. Weiss smiled and pointed into the distance. Phew! I saw that in a distant position, a spaceship fell from the sky and landed on the Earth of Namex. From Earth again. Ruosi was stunned for a moment. Crunch! The spaceship hatch opened, and Sun Wukong walked out. Phew! Sun Wukong turned into a white glow and quickly swept towards Vegeta and the others. So fast! The speed of this Earthling is so fast! Ruosi's eyes widened. Weiss didn't speak, there was always a not-so-good feeling. Especially since the appearance of this man in orange, this bad premonition has become stronger and stronger. Why is that? Will there be anything special about this Earthling? What people? Guys also reacted immediately at this time. Sun Wukong quickly appeared next to Sun Wuhan and gave Sun Wuhan a fairy bean. Sun Wukong took out another fairy bean and gave it to Klin. Release him! Sun Wukong said coldly. Oh? Who are you? Guys didn't kill Vegeta, anyway, Vegeta was almost dead, kicked Vegeta away, and looked at Monkey King with a smile. Klin. Sun Wukong beckoned to Klin. Strange. That imp and bald head are all healed? How did you do it? Guys was a little confused. Klin stepped forward. Sun Wukong touched Klin's head, thoughtfully. Klin. Goku, you've become bad. When is this? What are you looking at my head for? Klin drank angrily. Sun Wukong did not speak. I'm not a yo-yo. Klin glared. Yo-yo. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment and replied, I see, Bei rolling didn't kill you. He's not bad. What? Clin looked at Sun Wukong in confusion. I touched your head and knew something going on here. Sun Wukong smiled. Hey? When did you learn this peculiar skill? Clin was surprised. Okay, give Bei a fairy bean, he's dying. Sun Wukong took out the fairy bean and handed it to Clin. But, Clin hesitated. Go ahead. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. Hey? That earthling named Sun Wukong, that move is a bit like the ability of the God Realm. Ruosi was a little surprised. He went to the Realm King to cultivate. Weiss turned to ask Roger. Yes. Roger nodded. I can see that there is a lot of energy hidden in his body, and the captain of Kainu just now may not be his opponent. Weiss muttered slightly. Clin after giving Vegeta fairy beans. Vegeta jumped from the ground. Bang! Vegeta threw Guise to the ground with a punch and stomped his foot on Guise's head. Guise, you were very majestic just now. Vegeta said coldly, killing intent emerging in his eyes. Guise was terrified. Hey, Vegeta, don't kill him. Sun Wukong couldn't bear it. Die. Vegeta grinned and stomped down, stomping on Guise's head. Sun Wukong couldn't bear to look directly. Humph, Kakarot, you came at a really good time. Vegeta smiled lightly, but you are still too naive. I admit that your combat effectiveness has improved a lot now, but with this combat power, you are not Frisia's opponent at all. Bei rolling, I've cultivated to this extent, isn't it still Frisia's opponent? Sun Wukong was stunned. You call me Bei roll again? Vegeta said angrily. Haha, get used to it, get used to it, Sun Wukong scratched his head. High in the sky. Weiss. Ruos. Both were silent. Although the two were angels, they did not expect that Frisia would actually get together the Dragon Balls. As an angel, you can naturally use the ring of time and space to calculate what will happen in the future, but that is not interesting. Moreover, the use of the space-time ring affects another dimension of space-time, which may not be the same. Originally, the two thought that Frisia was going to fulfill his wish, but it turned out that Frisia, an idiot, couldn't even summon a dragon. You've been busy for so long, have you worked for nothing? This is the cosmic emperor of your universe. Ruosi shook her head. Weiss didn't speak, Frisia was stupid enough. Don't you look up the information before you collect the Dragon Balls? Now that the 7 Dragon Balls are in front of you, you can't fulfill your wishes. But fortunately, if Frisia gets his wish, the match will be a draw. If only there had been a draw. Weiss suddenly felt that there was something wrong with his idea. The problem now is that I don't want to win the game, but I think about a draw. It's nerve-wracking. Will I lose to Roger? Could it be that my calculations are wrong? It shouldn't be. Weiss patted the door of his head. I already knew that I should ask the Realm King God for the time and space ring to see the future. Your Excellency Frisia, have you granted your wish? Kainu asked. No, nothing has changed at all. Frisia shook his head. What's going on? Kainu also didn't understand at all. Do you need to position the Dragon Balls if you want to fulfill your wishes? Or is it the order of the Dragon Balls or something? Frisia clenched his fists, pressed the detector on his eye, and said in a deep voice, Damn, ask someone. Chapter 068. That. I immediately stopped, guys. Kainu said quickly. No need, in a very distant location from here, there are 2 energy reactions, that area we have not been to, it should be the surviving name Xian's. Frisia smiled slightly. Your Excellency Frisia, I'll go over and get them here. Kainu volunteered. I'm going to ask for myself. Frisia smiled, watch Dragon Ball for me. Don't worry, Your Excellency Frisia, I will definitely take care of the Dragon Ball for you. Kainu bowed and promised. Phew! Frisia soared into the sky and sped towards the direction where the Great Elder was. Kainu glanced at the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. Hey? Gaiza's reaction disappeared? Was it killed? Kainu scratched his head and looked at the detector. After thinking about it, Kainu dug a hole and hid the Dragon Ball. I'm so smart that even if there are many of them, they can't find the Dragon Ball. Kainu mused, I'll go see what's going on with guys. Distance. Hey? Frisia's breath went away. Only Kainu was left over there? Klin couldn't help but say something through breath sensing. Phew. Vegeta quickly left the scene first. Let's go too. Sun Wukong soared into the sky. The two sides met in mid-air. What? Vegeta, how are your injuries healed? How did you do it? Kainu was surprised. Kakarot, this guy is over to you. Vegeta grinned, schemed past Kainius, and sped in the direction of Frisia's spaceship. Shell roll. Wait a minute. Sun Wukong shouted. Shell rolling? Is this Vegeta's new title? Hey, kind of interesting. Kinyahaha smiled. Hey, Bay, it's useless for you to go, Your Excellency Frisia has already taken the Dragon Ball away. Vegeta croaked his teeth, his body trembling slightly, and ignored it. Whatever he wants. Kainu chuckled and looked at Sun Wukong with interest. Let's solve it first. Gohan, Klin, you guys get out of here first, this guy is a lot stronger than I thought. Sun Wukong said calmly. The two quickly distanced themselves from Sun Wukong. When Sun Wukong showed his combat power in front of Captain Kainu, Kainu's face was a little calm. Combat power 180,000. It is beyond my imagination. Kainu said coldly. My instantaneous explosive power is even stronger than this. Sun Wukong's expression was flat. Poof! Kainu's claws pierced his chest, and blood flowed down. Sun Wukong was stunned, unable to understand why he self-harmed. Exchange. Kainu didn't talk to Sun Wukong at all, stretched out his arms, and a white energy rushed out, straight to Sun Wukong's side, so fast that Sun Wukong was difficult to dodge. Snap! Kainu's white flame of light hit Sun Wukong's body. They swapped bodies. Ruosi muttered, this person called Sun Wukong is too careless and has a lot of nonsense, and he should have directly destroyed Kainu like Vegeta at the beginning. Ahem. Ruos, we are angels, don't talk all day about destruction, killing, death or something. Weiss had a big head. It seems that Ruosi came to the 7th universe and really learned badly. Wes remembered that Ruth wasn't like this before. Although I used to be a little silly, I still paid attention to my speech. Weiss looked at Roger. It's all Roger, this kid who messes with the rhythm and breaks Ruosi. Weiss, I didn't say anything. Roger looked innocent. You blame me? Your sister is bad at learning, and she also depends on me? No. How can I be worthy of myself without fooling your angelic scepter? But how to fool Weiss's angelic scepter? Kainu, who exchanged his body, originally thought that he would also have a strong combat power of 180,000, but he made a mistake. Kainu has less than 20,000 combat strength. Such a little combat power is not the opponent of Son Gohan and Klin. Kainu was so frightened that he ran to Vegeta's side. Kakarot? What's going on? Vegeta was slightly startled. Vegeta, be careful. He exchanged bodies with me. Sun Wukong shouted loudly from behind. What? Swap bodies? Vegeta was stunned for a moment, and then said with a sly smile, Humph, so you are Kainu. Bang bang. Vegeta punched Kainu. It's really enjoyable. Vegeta was excited, I never thought that beating this guy would be so hard. If you beat Roger, isn't it more interesting? Roger had a dark face. I'll clean you up later, I'll bet and win first. Exchange. Kainu gulped and aimed at Vegeta's body. Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply. Sun Wukong, however, was overjoyed and hurriedly appeared in front of Vegeta, blocking the exchange of light flames. Suddenly, the bodies of Sun Wukong and Qi Nu changed back. So, Kainu is still that ugly guy. Vegeta looked at Kainu. Kainu gritted his teeth and grunted in pain. Exchange. Immediately afterwards, Kainu once again sped the exchange flame towards Vegeta. Snap! At the critical moment, Sun Wukong grabbed a passing toad and threw it into the air. Kainu's pupils turned white, completing the exchange with the toad. Kainu turned into a toad, shed tears, and jumped away. As for the exchange of bodies with Bulma or something later, it does not exist. Roger is also unlikely to have Kainu and Bulma exchanged. It's so special that I think about it. You bring Kakarot with me, and I'll treat Kakarot. Vegeta said lightly. Under Vegeta's arrangement, Son Goku was sent to the healing instrument of the Frisia spaceship. It takes about 40 minutes to complete the treatment. Vegeta rode. You won't drown, will you? Klin muttered softly. Let's put on your combat uniforms too. Vegeta took 2 sets of combat suits, threw them to Klin and Son Gohan, and casually asked, "Didn't Roger come?" Roger. Klin was stunned as he put on his combat uniform. Klin was a little confused. Haven't you met Roger? You met Roger in the first place, and let us tell Roger, what is Beerus to wake up? Klin really didn't understand Vegeta. Forget it, looking at your dazed look, it should not have come. Vegeta shook his head. Vegeta, what you said Roger? Who is it? Klin thought for a moment and asked. You don't know. Vegeta chuckled, a flash of light flashed in his mind, and suddenly realized it. P.S. Tomorrow on the shelves to explode. Chapter 069. Vegeta thought, how could Roger mix with these earthlings? It doesn't make any sense. The last time Roger appeared on Earth, it was possible that he was just a passerby, right? Otherwise, why do you say Roger's name yourself? And Yo-Yo's eyes are so confused. Yes, it must be. Stupid. Hurry up and find Dragon Ball. Ruosi was anxious to turn around, feeling disturbed for Vegeta. Why stop talking? What a rough angel. Vegeta, you idiot, what are you asking Roger for? Ruosi said breathlessly. Ruosi, they can't hear it, and it's useless if you say it. Weiss was tired. I don't say it, it's uncomfortable. Ruosi clenched her fists. Ruosi, you have to be calm, angels can't be disturbed by such a small thing as the outside world. Weiss sighed, really worried about this silly sister. If this situation continues, I am afraid that she will have to experience tens of thousands of years to cultivate the right fruit. Fortunately, Vegeta didn't disappoint Ruos. By the way, what about Dragon Ball? Don't you have Dragon Ball radar? See if Dragon Ball was taken by Frisia? Vegeta suddenly looked at Son Gohan. Son Gohan hesitated. How? So far, you still want to lie to me? Do you really think I think it's a watch? Vegeta said darkly. I'll take a look. Son Gohan was startled and hurriedly took out the Dragon Ball radar from his arms. Gohan. Klin didn't want Vegeta to grant his wish, but it was too late to stop it. Son Gohan pressed the button on the top of the Dragon Ball radar. The dragons. It's nearby. Son Gohan was also pleasantly surprised. Go find out. Vegeta ordered. The 3 of them landed together on the ground where the Dragon Balls were stored and dug them out. First let me become an immortal body, and then, the remaining 2 wishes, whatever you want. Vegeta grabbed Klin by the collar, lifted him up from the ground, and threatened, if you dare to play tricks on me, I will kill him. Saying that, Vegeta kicked Klin away and grabbed Son Gohan's hair with his hand. Gohan! You let him go! Klin was furious. Bang! Vegeta slapped Klin to the ground. I said, as long as I become an immortal body first, I will release you. Am I not clear enough? Vegeta said coldly. Well. I promise you, I promise you. Klin nodded quickly. Ha ha ha, my Vegeta is finally going to grant my wish. Vegeta shouted inwardly. Wow, click. I'm going to win. Ruos was also excited to circle around Roger. Ahem, it's not easy. Weiss breathed a sigh of relief. At the critical moment, Vegeta is quite powerful. Ruosi smiled. In fact, this is also inseparable from Roger's teaching. Weiss smiled slightly. Roger, you took a good student. Ruosi leaned in front of Roger and said with a grin. Roger didn't speak. Laugh, laugh. It's time for you to cry later. Come out. Dragon. On the earth. Klin shouted into the 7 Dragon Balls. Then, Dragon Ball didn't even react at all. What's the situation? Vegeta asked. Strange. How did you do it? Klin was also scratching his head a little confused. Yo-yo. Do you dare to play tricks with me? Believe it or not, I'll kill Kakaroto's son right now. Vegeta aimed his hand at Son Gohan's head. Wait, wait, I'll try again. Klin was startled and waved his hand vigorously. Come out, Shenlong, grant our wish. However, Dragon Ball still didn't react. Vegeta. Not really. I really didn't lie to you. The Dragon Balls here are not the same as the Dragon Balls of Earth. Klin hurriedly explained, you listen to me, after the Dragon Balls of the Earth are gathered 7, as long as you say come out of the dragon, fulfill our wishes as I said, the dragon will appear, and then you can make a wish, and the dragon of the earth can only fulfill 1 wish. Vegeta didn't speak. Vegeta, the divine dragon of Namex can fulfill 3 wishes, our wish is simple, just to resurrect the dead companion. Klin said, our wishes are not conflicting, and we want to make a wish to leave the planet as soon as possible. Uncle Klin, it may be that the spell of Namex summoning the divine dragon is different. Son Gohan guessed. Cut. Vegeta threw Son Gohan to the ground. Vegeta could also see that the 2 men did not look like they were lying. Gohan, you immediately go to the Great Elder and ask him how to make a wish. Klin proposed. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Abominable. Vegeta croaked, the desire to get his hand, just like that. High in the sky. Weiss. Ruos. Waste of feelings. Ruosi let out a long sigh, disappointed, and couldn't help but ask, Brother Vis, how exactly did this thing make a wish? I also checked it just now, I need to summon the dragon in the Nemesis language. Weiss's head grew for a while. What? That Mizing language summons the dragon? This setting is also too bizarre. Ruosi looked up to the sky and sighed. 3 minutes later. Son Gohan meets Dandy in midair. What? Does it take to summon the dragon in the Nemesis language? No wonder we can't summon the divine dragon. Son Gohan suddenly realized. The Great Elder asked me to come over and help you fulfill your wishes. Dandy nodded, Brother Gohan, it's better to hurry, the Great Elder is dying soon. Phew. The 2 sped away in the direction of the spaceship. Snap. Roger's right hand opened slightly, and the scepter in his hand also emerged. Roger, what are you doing? No cheating. Ruosi looked at Roger a little strangely, wondering what he meant by summoning the scepter now. Is he going to cheat? Weiss also glanced at Roger, but did not speak. However, just in case, Weiss also raised his vigilance. Snap. Roger patted the crystal ball on the scepter. Soon, a figure appeared on the crystal ball. Roger? What's up? Mel's asked politely. Seeing Roger and Myers connect, Weiss and Joss were slightly relieved. As long as it's not cheating. Myers, come to name seeing, remember to wipe the scepter clean. Roger greeted. What do you mean? Myers looked confused. Okay, let's go. After Roger finished speaking, he ended the call. Weiss covered his face. What does Roger mean? Is the Earthlings going to fulfill their wishes? Weiss quickly looked at Vegeta and the others below. Then, to his amazement, Weiss found that Vegeta sat down on the ground and yawned against the spacecraft's support rod. Hey, hey, hey! What are you sleeping now? Ruosi's face changed color and she shouted loudly. Chapter 070. Shell roll. You wake me up. I drank. The next moment, Weiss and Ruos saw that Klin ran over to pick up Son Gohan and Dandy, and secretly held the Dragon Ball while Vegeta was sleeping. What a cunning Earthling! The corners of Weiss's mouth twitched slightly. Perhaps their first wish will be to fulfill Vegeta's immortal body first, right? Ruos still had a trace of illusions. Over there! Dandy shouted into the 7 Dragon Balls and chanted the spell in Namex language. Phew! The 7 Dragon Balls bloom with golden rays. Between the whiskers, the 7 golden rays gathered together and soared into the sky. Snap! Jin Mang transformed into a chubby green dragon. The patron saint of Namex Polenga. People who gather together in the Dragon Ball, say your wishes, I can grant any 3 wishes. Polenga's voice rang out. It's so big. The dragon of that nemesis is so big. Astonished, Klin looked up at the behemoth. Hurry up and say wish, Vegeta is waking up soon. Son Gohan hurriedly said. Hearing Son Gohan's words, Ruosi's pupils wiped a trace of despair. Ruosi knew that her last illusion was completely shattered. The Earthlings simply did not want Vegeta to fulfill his wish. The first wish is to resurrect all those killed by Nappa and the cultivators. Klin quickly uttered his first wish. Dandy made a wish in Nemesis. No, only one person can be resurrected at a time. Dandy shook his head. Can only one person be resurrected? The real dragon is really petty enough, Klin scratched his head. What to do? Resurrect whom? Son Gohan had no idea at all. Hurry up! Didn't you discuss it beforehand? The Great Elder is dying. Dandy sweated on his head. Dandy, let's resurrect Uncle Vic Bike. Son Gohan quickly explained, when Uncle Vic is resurrected, the Earth's gods will be resurrected, and the Earth's Dragon Balls will also be resurrected. Well. Dandy nodded and looked up at Polenga, about to make a wish. I see, let Vegeta have an immortal body. Polenga, however, suddenly spoke. Hey! Dandy was dazed. Son Gohan's eyes widened. Klin was dumbfounded. Shenlong, what do you mean? Don't you understand us? Polenga, I haven't made a wish yet. Dandy said quickly. Boranga ignored Dandy, and red flames of light bloomed in the 2 dragon eyes. Bang! A bright red flame of light cut an arc in the air and hit the sleeping Vegeta directly. Vegeta's whole body was shaking for a while, as if he had been electrocuted. The next moment, Vegeta was startled and confused. I. What's wrong with me? My body. It's strange, Vegeta looked left and right, looked up, but found that it was already dark. What is this situation? The sky suddenly turned dark? Vegeta wondered. This planet has 3 suns, there will be no night. Vegeta was dazed, and with a glance, he saw the glittering Boranga in the distance. Vegeta's pupils shrank. That was. What do they say about the divine dragon? Vegeta immediately came to his senses. Phew! Vegeta sped in the direction of the dragon. Snap! Vegeta landed beside Klin and the other 3. Abominable! Do you dare to secretly grant your wish while I sleep? Vegeta grabbed Kling's collar and sneaked off the ground. This, Klin was still at a loss. You want to die, don't you? Vegeta shouted angrily, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Vegeta! Your wish has come true. Shenlong said, you are now an immortal body. Klin scratched his head. What do you say? Am I immortal? Vegeta was stunned for a moment, and immediately let go of Klin and examined his body. Under this examination, Vegeta found that his body seemed to be a little different from before. Yes, you are already an immortal body, however, my ability is limited and I can't do a true immortal body, but at least limb regeneration can do it. Polenga looked at Vegeta and said condescendingly. Hey? Not a true immortal body? Just regenerate the body? Vegeta startled slightly and looked up at Polenga. Polenga nodded. To what extent can it be regenerated? Vegeta couldn't help but ask. There is a nail-sized heart core hidden in your body, not a heart. As long as the heart core does not die, you can regenerate. Polenga said, you can slowly find your heart core, and as the number of regeneration increases, I believe you will find it. Heart core. Vegeta was slightly startled. Name your second wish, and 2 more wishes. Polenga continued. Polenga, I didn't make a wish just now. Dandy looked confused. Someone made a wish before you. Polenga replied. What? Who is it? Dandy was flabbergasted. Klin looked around even more vigilantly. Son Gohan looked around, looking for the 4th person present. Ruos. Whis covered his face and sighed. I made a wish, I'm just so strong, wow, click, I won. Ruosi laughed. Whis stopped talking, wiping his sweat. Tired. This silly sister, your cheating behavior is not advocated. Roger didn't speak. Phew. At this moment, Myers also rushed over. Did Ruos win? That's great. Myers only heard the news that Ruos had won, and couldn't help but feel happy for Ruos. Whis continued to cover his face, trying to get out of the way. Mels, let me use your scepter. Roger said. Scepter? What about yours? Mels was stunned for a moment, but did not object, took the scepter from the other space and handed it to Roger. Did you wipe it clean? Roger asked. Hey? Why wipe it clean? Myers was slightly startled. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Roger flashed the flame in his hand. Suddenly, Myers' scepter was renewed. Ugh! Roger directly received Myers' scepter into his other world. Myers was dumbfounded. How many meanings does this mean? Okay, that's the end of the matter. Roger greeted. Myers was stunned again. What does it mean to end here? What about my scepter? What are you putting away my scepter for? Hey, Roger, give me my scepter. Myers said quickly. Mine. Roger said only 2 words. Chapter 071. Hey? What yours? Puzzled, Myers turned to look at Whis. Whis covered his face and did not say anything. He couldn't afford to lose this man. Mels looked at Ruosi again. Ruosi lowered her head and did not speak. Ruos knew she was cheating. Ruosi also knew that it was wrong for her to do so. But... that's what Ben Angel did. I just want Vegeta to get her wish first. Roger, you bite me. Ruosi shouted in her heart, although she thought so, but after all, she felt that it was unreasonable. Therefore, Myers' scepter, let him hell with it. Anyway, it's not mine. Ruos suddenly thought, I am so smart. The whole world went quiet. There was silence for 10 seconds. Ahem. Brother Myers, the scepter is a small meaning, and when my scepter is unsealed, I will give mine to you. Ruoz smiled and patted Myers on the shoulder. It's not. What do you mean? Myers was still puzzled. Brother Myers, isn't it just a scepter? I'll let my father help you make another handle. Okay, don't worry about it. Ruoz comforted. Myers' tears were about to fall. That's my scepter. That's the scepter I've had for 28 years, and it's gone? I'm not willing. Hey? I seem to understand something. Mel suddenly remembered that this battle, his side lost, is to dedicate his scepter. So, did Weiss and Joss lose? If they win, why did Weiss and Russ acquiesce in the matter of the scepter? But, Jossie, why did you shout that you won? Mel's wanted to cry. Hello Pit. Did I come all the way here to deliver the scepter? Ruosi, thank you for helping Bay Rolling fulfill her wish. Roger smiled, patted Ruoz's shoulder, turned and left. Everyone's happy. Everyone's happy. All Roger wanted was the scepter. It doesn't matter who he is the first to grant his wish. Moreover, as Weiss said, Bay Rolling is also half of his own student, and now Bay Rolling has the ability to regenerate the heart core, which is also a good thing. Ugh! Roger turned into a colorful flame of light and disappeared in a flash. Ruosi's face froze, and the corners of her mouth twitched. I suddenly remembered that Vegeta seemed to be half of Roger's student. Weiss looked at Roger, who was about to disappear, with a complicated expression. Ruosi was about to cry. After so many days, did it turn out to be cheaper, Roger? Mel's face was even more depressed. Oh, my scepter! Weiss also looked helpless. Since you lost, what else can you do? Do you want to follow suit? Wes couldn't afford to lose that man. In any case, Ves is an angel who has lived for tens of millions of years. Yes, no shame. Angels, there is face. For Weiss, whether it's Roger, Myers, or Jossie, their three problem children are really equivalent to newborn little children. Calm. I want to calm down. Weiss comforted himself, and while calming himself, he saw Ruosi, who was ready to wipe his tears, and Myers, who had a pained face. Ruosi's tears fell because of herself. Mel's scepter was lost because of himself. The two of them, one is his younger brother and the other is his younger sister. Weiss sighed in his heart. No, you have to find a way to get the scepter back. Hardcore regeneration. Vegeta thought thoughtfully. Second wish. Hurry up and revive Uncle Vic Bike. Dandy hurriedly shouted a wish to the dragon in name-seeing language. Okay, no problem, this wish can be granted. Polenga nodded, his eyes flashing red. The second wish came true. And Vic, who had cultivated with the Realm King, was resurrected. Realm King, can't even you see who made the first wish? Vic asked. The King of the Realm did not speak with a dark face. I can't see it, I want you to take care of it. Who will it be? Can't even see the King of the Realm? Vic muttered in a low voice. Get out. You've been resurrected, get out of my planet. The King of the Realm shouted loudly. Hey, King of the Realm, I'm going to Namexing. You hurry up and contact Gohan. Vic said. What to Nemesis? You have just been resurrected, and you are honestly on Earth. The Realm King glanced at him. Of course, if you have a way to contact Gohan and them yourself, then you feel free. Vic froze. Name your last wish. The Divine Dragon Polenga said to Klin and the others below. Third wish. Dandy urged. Third wish? What should I do about it? Resurrect whom? Gohan had no idea at all. This. Or don't you let. Restore Goku? Klin suggested. Anyway, Vic has been resurrected, and then you can resurrect them with the Dragon Balls of Earth. Gohan nodded slightly. So, Dandy, hurry up and get Goku back. Klin said to Dandy. Dandy nodded, just saying 2 words in nemesis. Phew! The huge body of the divine dragon Polenga trembled, and the dragon body collapsed. Bang bang! Polenga's body turned into 7 stones, rolled down from the sky, and smashed into the earth of Namex. This? What's going on? Klin was stunned. Great Elder! The Great Elder has passed away, Dandy hung his head. That! Uncle Klin! Take a look! Son Gohan's face immediately turned pale. Klin and Dandy also turned their heads to look in the direction of Son Gohan, and they were scared all over at that time. Hey! Vegeta also sensed the powerful aura coming from nearby at this time, and turned his head to look over. At this critical moment, the Dragon Ball turned to stone, and your wishes were frustrated. Frieza stood on the top of a mountain and looked at everyone present with murderous intent. I, Frieza, have never been teased like this. Today, none of you want to run. You must die. Snap! Frieza fell from the sky and landed opposite Vegeta and the others. Klin, Son Gohan, and Dandy were so frightened that they quickly found a place to hide. Humph, Frieza, even if you don't come, I'm going to find you. Vegeta smiled and confidence was written on his face. Vegeta, you said you were looking for me? It was a real surprise. Frieza smiled softly. Whis looked at it, his expression moved, and he had a calculation in his heart. Brother Whis, I should go back. Ruosi pouted, looking unhappy. To lose is to lose. Mel's scepter was gone. That new universe of his own, there is no drama. Ruosi's heart is lost. It's time to return to the 6th universe. Stay here, not angry enough. Ruosi, you wait a minute. Whis persuaded, then looked at Myers and asked, Myers, do you want to win the scepter back? Chapter 072. Can I win it back? Of course, Myers thought. What is the angel's scepter for? To put it bluntly, it is mainly the realm of true gods or the amplifier of angelic power. For example, you only have 100 angel powers, but after using the scepter, you can increase it several times or even dozens of times or hundreds of times. Of course, it mainly depends on the degree of cultivation of the scepter. Mel's scepter has followed him for a relatively short time, and it can improve his strength by about 5 times, which is not much. Whis' scepter followed him for thousands of years. Roger didn't get Whis' scepter, and I don't know how many times his strength can be improved, but he estimated that it had to be at least 50 times. Roger pondered and gave Myers' scepter to the god of the realm king of his universe, and Whis' scepter to the god of destruction of his universe. It's beautiful to think about. You see, the battle below is about to begin. Who do you think will win? Ves asked with a smile. Brother Whis, you mean, continue to gamble with Roger. Myers understood. This is not a gamble, this is to win your scepter back. Whis corrected. Mel's wiped his sweat. Bayrolling has the ability to regenerate the heart core. Coupled with the special physique of the Scion, I think it should be possible to defeat Frieza, right? Ruosi guessed. What about you? Myers? What do you say? Whis asked. Joss is right, I also think Vegeta can be slightly better. Myers nodded. Although Frieza's strength is much stronger than Vegeta's now, I can see that Vegeta's body contains extremely powerful energy, far surpassing Frieza. I can see it, and Roger will see it, otherwise, how could he raise Vegeta? Whis' face regained confidence and smiled. What do you think Roger would think? Roger also thinks Vegeta will win. Ruosi guessed. Yes, but if you are a girl, you choose first, he won't say anything. Whis said with a smile. Brother Whis, are you planning to press your scepter? Ruosi hesitated and asked. Brother Whis, be careful. That's the scepter you've been holding for thousands of years. Is it suitable? Mel's persuaded duplicitously. It's okay, an angel who has cultivated to my level, the scepter can only be regarded as something outside the body. Shaha smiled, but he clenched the scepter in his hand with some reluctance, gritted his teeth and said, Myers, brother, I must win the scepter back for you. Yes, brother Ves, I listen to you. Myers nodded. The crystal ball of the scepter in Weiss's hand flashed, calling Roger. Roger was already by Bulma's side. Roger, where have you been? Bulma huffed and glared at Roger. This matter is a long story. I first went to the 11th universe, made a bet with the angel over there, and then ate beautiful on Earth for a few days before returning to Namex. Roger told the truth. Roger, you're not hurt, are you? It won't hurt the brain, right? Bulma touched Roger's head with her hand. It's not hot. Forget it, don't talk nonsense, don't run around. This planet is especially dangerous. Roger stopped talking. I don't believe it, to be honest. I'll go to the toilet first, be careful here yourself, this planet is really dangerous. Bulma instructed again and ran around the corner to go to the toilet. At this moment, Roger sensed his scepter vibrate. Ugh! Roger's scepter emerged. Weiss, long time no see. Roger waved his hand. Weiss. Long time no see you, uncle. Did we just separate? Well, calm down. Ahem. Roger, now Frisia has appeared, Cosmic Emperor Frisia. You say, if Frisia fights with half of your student Vegeta, who is the final victor? Ves asked with a smile. Roger's eyes lit up slightly. Weiss, you still bet? Roger was thinking about how to fool Weiss's scepter, but he didn't expect Weiss to send it to the door himself. Does it make sense to say this? Roger sighed slightly. Weiss, we are angels, no matter who wins or who is killed on both sides, it doesn't matter to us. Their existence has little impact on the balance of the universe, and we angels are neutral, right? Weiss. What you said makes sense, I don't even know how to refute it. Brother Vis, what nonsense with him? Ruosi grabbed the scepter in Weiss's hand and shouted at Roger, Hey, Roger, let me ask you, do you dare to gamble? Oh? What are you betting with me? Roger asked with a smile. Brother Wiss's scepter. If you lose, all you have to do is return Brother Mel's scepter. Ruosi said loudly. Weiss covered his face. Silly sister. You exchange my scepter for Myers' scepter? What a loss-making deal. Boom. And that new universe, Roger, you also have to go over and eliminate O, and also withdraw from the fight for power. Weiss quickly added, Roger, this deal is very suitable, my scepter is incomparable to Myers' scepter, and my scepter can increase its strength by 100 times. What use do I want your scepter? Even if I use it, I can't improve that much. I still like the scepter I raised, and I have it in my hands. Roger shook his head. Myers. You like your own scepter, but you give me my scepter back. The angel's scepter, the multiplier of the increase it contains, and when it is changed to the hands of another angel, the number of doubling of strength will decrease. For example, this angelic scepter of Weiss can increase his strength by 100 times when used. But if transferred to Roger's hands, Roger can play up to 50 times, is very remarkable. Of course, if you continue to cultivate, you can also increase it to 100 times. In general, though, it doesn't make much sense. Only the scepter that you cultivate from scratch has the best effect, and over time, you can cultivate it to a higher degree. Changing the scepter of an angel, such as this scepter of Ves, may not increase after 100 times. But Roger's own scepter can continue to increase, more than 100 times. Are you all right? Well, I hung up first. Roger waved. Don't worry, Roger. Weiss hurriedly said, just say it, what do you want? In addition to my scepter, I can order something else. Chapter 073. Weiss, you embarrass me like this. Roger sighed slightly. Actually, I want your scepter is really useless. Angels are more comfortable with their own scepter. Even if you want to come to your scepter, suddenly increase the strength by 50 times. I am already very strong, what is the point of me being so strong? You say, hey? Weiss. Myers. Ruosi. You can really blow. What is strong for you is your angelic power. Are you powerful in the true God realm? Vess stopped talking, he wanted to see what Roger wanted. If Roger wasn't going to gamble, he would have terminated the call directly. Actually, it's useless for me to ask for Myers' scepter, Roger sighed, but there is a good saying in humans, willing to gamble and lose is lose, things are mine is mine, can't because I have a good relationship with Myers, I will return the scepter to Myers. Mel's, you say yes? If I return the scepter to you, do you want it? Haha. No need, losing is losing, Mel's laughed. Weiss. You're real enough. Weiss was a little unsure. If he is fooled by Roger like this, Myers will also become stupid, right? Ahem. Weiss coughed and motioned for Roger to get to the point. That's all you have to fool around with Ruos and Myers. You fool me less. Well, in that case, I'll give you a chance to win back the scepter. Roger sighed, as for what makes me give up the right to fight for the new universe, it's a dream. My condition is, win, get the scepter that you have kept for thousands of years in Weiss, lose, return your Mel's scepter, and eliminate the black planet of the new universe by the way. Deal. Ves hurriedly agreed. Don't rush to agree first, let's talk about how to bet first. Roger asked. Vegeta and Frisia fight, who will win the end? Weiss asked with a smile, and then glanced at Klin and Son Gohan below. Oh, there are third parties, Earthlings. Of course, you can also choose Earthlings. Forget about the Earthlings, Roger shook his head and asked casually, by the way, do you mean that Kling? In principle, anyone who grows up on Earth is considered an Earthling, and the scion named Son Goku and his son Son Gohan are lumps. Weiss smiled. That is, there will soon be three forces fighting, Frisia, Biral, and Earthling. Roger mused, however, Bay is now in the same camp as the Earthlings, right? It's true that he's in a camp at the moment, but if he defeats Frisia, he should be at war with the Earthlings. Ves replied. You have a point. Roger nodded, and then greeted generously, you guys choose first. I gave you a chance. Let you choose first. If you choose the wrong one, don't blame me. Roger had a smile on his face. Of course, if Weiss chose the Earthlings, Roger would not be able to play. There are so many universes that they can't catch the seventh universe to go to the wool. However, since Weiss sent the door, Roger would not refuse. We still choose Vegeta to win the end. Weiss said with a smile. Wes was going to let Ruos say it first, but he didn't expect Roger to be so generous. You guys are excessive, Roger smiled bitterly, shaking his head and sighing, I knew that Bay Rolling was half of my student, but I chose him again. Moreover, Baitwan can also regenerate the heart core. The odds are too great. Hee hee, you bite me. Ruos grinned at Roger. Roger didn't make sense. Roger, which side do you choose? Weiss asked. Who else can I choose? Do I still have a choice? Roger let out a long breath and suddenly asked, by the way, Weiss, what are the criteria for judging the final victory? Death or the admission of defeat, or the crippled and the inability to fight again, it is considered a loss. Weiss Dale. Well, I choose, Roger thought thoughtfully. Roger, how about you continue to choose the Earthlings? Earthlings helped you win the previous competition, and they are your lucky stars. Ruosi said with a grin. Okay, just listen to you, I'll choose the Earthlings. Roger nodded. Ruosi was stunned. You are so obedient. I don't even know how to embarrass you. I'm just talking casually. Ruosi, this is your choice, I'll give you face, right? If you all lose like this, how embarrassing do you say I am? Roger said with a smile. Humph, I won't lose. Ruosi pouted and snorted. Roger, as before, in order to prevent cheating, you need to continue to be invisible, except for the Earthlings who can see you, Vegeta and Frisia, and even that Nemesis still can't see you. Weiss added, also, considering that Bulma is just an ordinary person and has no effect on this battle, you can continue to protect her on her side. So, let's wait and see. Roger smiled indifferently, interrupted the call, and turned his head to look at Bulma, who looked confused. Roger. You, Bulma was shocked. Bulma, you saw it all? Now you know my identity, right? Roger smiled slightly. Roger had not intended to hide Bulma's meaning. Therefore, the call just now was not deliberately avoided. Roger, you. Are you really all right? Bulma stepped forward quickly and carefully examined Roger's body. Bulma lifted Roger's collar and looked inside. Then Bulma went to untie Roger's pants. Roger quickly protected his pants. I'm an angel, how can I let people see it casually? What are you doing? Bulma. Roger asked strangely. It's not hurt. But Roger, why are you talking to a stick? Bulma touched Roger's head, looking strange. Roger slammed his head and suddenly remembered. The conversation between Weiss and his side deliberately concealed their images and voices from the realm of true gods. In Bulma's view, wasn't Roger talking to himself there to a stick? Stick? You used the angel's scepter as a stick? Roger didn't want to gnaw anymore. By the way, Goku is here for name-seeing. Roger changed the subject. Has Goku arrived? He's getting stronger again, right? Bulma's eyes lit up slightly, and she cried with joy, so, we can go home. Great, I've really had enough of this planet. If you really want to go home, I can send you back, it's just a 5-minute flight. Roger smiled. Bulma's stay in Namex now doesn't do much. If she wanted to go back, Roger wouldn't mind sending her off. Bragging again. Bulma glared at Roger and pouted, but Roger, if you also cultivate cultivation, you will definitely be able to surpass Klin's. No, it's no problem to surpass Tianjin rice. Roger. Well, say what you want. Chapter 074. Boom. The earth of Namex trembled slightly. Bulma exhaled and threw herself into Roger's arms. The battle begins. Roger gently hugged Bulma and glanced up at the green sky. Distance. Vegeta, who had just rushed towards Frisia, was directly destroyed by the energy flame released by Frisia's hand. Below Vegeta's waist, it's all gone. Poof. Vegeta fell to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Vegeta, just such a little strength, and still vainly want to challenge me, Frisia. I see that you are more and more naive the more you live. Frisia smiled, it's a pity, I will destroy you with one move, and I haven't solved my hatred yet. Klin was trembling with fright. Son Gohan turned pale and hugged Dandy tightly. It's terrible. This Frisia is simply terrible. We're going to be finished, Kling's lips couldn't stop moaning. You're right, Bald, you're next. Frisia glanced at him and smiled, but don't worry, I won't destroy you so easily, I'm going to skin you and cramp, and torture you well, otherwise I won't be able to swallow this evil breath. Bang! Just after Frisia's voice fell, a flame of energy light bombarded Frisia's detector on the spot. The detector let out a bang and exploded on the spot, sliding down Frisia's eye. Frisia was taken aback, turned his head and looked, his eyes widened at that time. I saw that Vegeta, who fell to the ground and only had his upper body, was already levitating. Humph, Frisia, you're too careless. Vegeta blew his index finger, and it was he who had just taken down Frisia's detector. Little monkey, are you still alive? I didn't expect your vitality to be so tenacious. Frisia sneered. Just laugh slowly and watch well. Vegeta chuckled. Ugh. Suddenly, Vegeta's lower body grew outward at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, Vegeta's body returned to normal. Frisia's expression froze. This. Is this what Polenga said about hardcore regeneration? Klin looked at Vegeta, who had recovered, in amazement. That's awesome, Gohan's eyes widened. So, we may still have hope of victory. Klin was a little surprised. Son Gohan nodded. Frisia's eyes widened and his face looked incredulous. Immortal body. Frisia seemed to have thought of something and asked, stunned. Ha ha ha, Frisia, you finally know. Vegeta laughed, laughing so much that he couldn't mention how happy he was. Bay rolling. You're not wearing pants, Klin lowered his voice and pointed at Vegeta. Vegeta's smile froze. The newly restored body, but without clothes. This is embarrassing. Vegeta squinted at the three of them. How can Prince Ben's noble body let you see it casually? Or, kill the mouth, right? Snap. Just as Vegeta was wondering whether to destroy the three of Klin, he felt clothes appear on his lower body. Vegeta looked down and was surprised to see that his clothes had actually become complete. Vegeta looked around, confused. Could it be that the regeneration of the hardcore can regenerate clothes? Forget it, it doesn't matter. High in the sky. You can open your eyes, Ruosi, his combat uniform has been changed to a new set by me. Wise said, actually, if you are an angel, you will see it, it is not a big deal. Nope. I'm an angel, but I'm also a woman. Ruosi opened her eyes and corrected with a serious expression. At the moment when Vegeta was about to regenerate, Ruosi suddenly thought of something and hurriedly closed her eyes. Wise. Myers. Ruosi, what you said makes sense. However, when you bite Roger, why don't you say that you are a woman? You said you let Roger touch his chest, why don't you say you're a woman? Your idea, so magical. What? Immortal body? Did you grant your wish with Dragon Ball? Frisia's face darkened. Humph, you're right, Frisia. Vegeta smiled softly and waved his hand out of thin air. Bang! Klin, who was standing on the left, flew out upside down at that time and fell heavily to the ground. Uncle Klin! Gohan was flabbergasted. If you dare to call me bay rolling, it's not as simple as falling. Vegeta said coldly. Klin wiped his sweat and smiled bitterly. Hey, bay rolling? That's a good name, who gave you it? Frisia laughed. Frisia, just laugh, I'll make you laugh enough when I become a Super Saiyan later. The aura on Vegeta's body surged wildly. Bang bang! Vegeta rushed forward and launched a fierce attack on Frisia. A minute later, Vegeta punched Frisia in the face, then flew up and kicked Frisia to the ground. Bah! Vegeta spat out a mouthful of saliva and smiled contemptuously at Frisia. Frisia stood up nonchalantly. Not bad, Vegeta, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Frisia sniffed. Frisia, transform, show me your transformation when you fought Roger. Vegeta said coldly. Hey, back then. Frisia's pupils flashed with endless anger. When he fought Roger, it was a shame for Frisia's life. Roger? What the hell? Klin looked puzzled. Listen to them, Roger fought Frisia a long time ago. Son Gohan guessed. The Roger they are talking about, not the Roger we know, don't be confused. Klin thought thoughtfully. Haha, yes, the Roger we know is just an ordinary person. Son Gohan smiled slightly and nodded slightly. Isn't Roger a chair? Dandy suddenly interjected in confusion. Klin and Sun Gohan looked at Dandy even more confused. What are you talking about? What chair? Is Roger a chair? Burst. It's so funny. When Sun Gohan and Clinton thought, did Dandy have a brain problem? Klin and Sun Gohan looked at each other and understood each other's meaning. Well, don't bother with Dandy. What chair? Dandy, you are so imaginative. Vegeta, since you want to find death, I will show you the horror of my Frieza. Frieza smiled softly. Snap! The energy on Frieza's body bloomed, shattering the armor he was wearing at once, and frightened the three of Klin. 3 cowards, he just shattered the armor. Vegeta glanced at it and snorted coldly. Chapter 075. Bay. Vegeta. What does transformation mean? Klin asked. Some aliens can improve their combat effectiveness by transforming during the battle, which means that simple, just like when I became a giant ape on Earth. Vegeta explained lightly. I'm different, I have too much energy, and I deliberately compressed it into what it is now to avoid excessive energy loss. Frieza chuckled, take a good look, Vegeta. Ugh. After Frieza's voice fell, his body kept getting bigger. Between the whiskers, Frieza's height soared to a height of more than 2 meters. Vegeta's face changed color slightly. 25 years ago, Vegeta also saw Frieza's transformation, but at that time he did not know breath sensing and was completely unaware of Frieza's transformation concept. And Frieza became the 4th mentality back then. Now Vegeta could clearly feel the terrifying aura emanating from Frieza's body through the induction of breath. He. He's not as simple as getting bigger. Klin's lips couldn't stop trembling, and his face turned pale with fear. Uncle Klin, Son Gohan was also terrified, and his legs were soft. Humph, my current combat power is at least 1 million, how is it? Vegeta, Frieza, want to see how to destroy your immortal body. Frieza sneered. Ugh. Frieza raised his hand slightly. Suddenly, a powerful energy was invisibly released from Frieza's hands. The huge energy, centered on Frieza, spread out in all directions. Klin quickly flew into the sky. Son Gohan also reacted quickly, protecting Dandy and rising into the sky. Cut! Vegeta croaked his teeth and levitated slightly. Phew! Frieza's figure shook and disappeared in place. Poof! Just for a moment, Frieza appeared directly opposite Klin. At the same time, the long horn on Frieza's head directly penetrated Klin's chest. Klin's eyes widened, blood flowed from his mouth, and he felt that his life force was rapidly draining. Well, solved one first. Frieza smiled, Vegeta, you see how good I am, I destroyed the bald head who called you nicknamed. Great! The Earthlings died one. Ruosi couldn't help but cheer from high in the sky. Weiss. Myers. Weiss squeezed his eyes at Myers, meaning to let Myers persuade. Ahem, Ruosi, you are an angel, it's best not to say death or something, it will have a great impact on your future experience. Myers couldn't help but persuade. I'm going to tell Roger the good news. Ruoz didn't take care of Myers. Do you have a bad brain? Don't you want to win back your scepter? What a good thing that the Earthlings died. So happy. In this way, his side has more hope for the final victory. Ruoz wants to talk to Roger, but finds that she does not have a scepter in her hand. Brother Vis, your scepter is for me to use. Ruosi Deo. No need to tell Roger, he should know. Weiss was tired. It's just a dead Earthling, as for being so excited? Weiss shook his head. Bang! Frieza shook his head and threw Klin to the ground. Klin's body bounced off the ground, and he fell to the ground with a dejected expression, almost dying. Uncle Klin! Son Gohan was furious, and the aura on his body exploded wildly, hitting Frieza in the chest with a punch. Poof! Frieza spewed acid water out of his mouth, a little surprised. Bang bang! Sun Gohan punched Frisia sharply. Boom! The light flame in Sun Gohan's hand bloomed, and the magic flash crashed down. This kid's energy is amazing. Vegeta looked at Sun Gohan in surprise and smiled gently. Hee, our luck has come. Haha. After Sun Gohan's attack, he gasped heavily, and he was also tired. Ugh. Frisia, however, shook his figure and appeared directly opposite Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan was so frightened that he couldn't speak. Little ghost, the attack just now was good, but unfortunately, it was not enough. Frisia slapped it directly on Sun Gohan's face. What? Sun Gohan howled dryly and slammed heavily on the ground, his neck looking like he had broken bones. Che, Frisia, what's the point of bullying imps of that level? Vegeta was a little disappointed, and thought that Sun Gohan could play a little role. Wow, click, another one died. Ruosi was excited. Ves no longer spoke. Myers was silent either. Forget it, make her happy. Brother Weiss, I must tell Roger this good news and borrow my scepter to use it. Ruosi was excited. No thanks, Roger is here. Weiss smiled, maybe he is also a little breathless. 2 Earthlings died in a row, and only Sun Wukong, who is still healing, is left on the Earthling side. That person named Sun Wukong, his strength is not bad, but now that Bei Rolling's combat power has surpassed him, he and Frisia can only fight to his own death. Myers smiled happily. Weiss covered his face. Mel's, finally fell. Hey? It seems that I also said dead? Still, it's fun to say it. Could it be that my state of mind is also confused? Wes was a little distracted. What good news? So happy? Roger flew up, looked at the 3 and asked. The Earthlings you chose are about to die, 2 dead at once, wow, click. Ruosi wanted to clap her hands with joy. As she spoke, Ruosi's smile immediately froze. I saw that the Nemesis man below walked to Klin's side, and white flames of light bloomed in his hands. The next moment, the 3 of Weiss were surprised to see that Klin's pierced chest was recovering rapidly. This. Will this Nemesis impale? Ruosi's whole person is not very calm. Come to think of it, the Nemesis do have this special ability. Weiss slammed his head. Myers was also a little disappointed. Soon, Dandy healed Klin's injuries. Immediately afterwards, Dandy went over and treated Sun Gohan's injuries. I thought I was going to lose, so I'm afraid. Roger sighed, deliberately took out Myers' scepter, and blew the dust that had just fallen on it. Myers froze and looked at his scepter with a pained expression. That's mine. You give me back. Then, Mel's watched as Roger put his scepter into the alien space. By the way, Ruosi, what did you say just now? Roger looked at Ruos and asked. P.S. Subscribe like crazy. Subscribe more, come back in the evening for 3 more chapters.